Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. Bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He has not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Right. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. Again, understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give...
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Some of you will be early adopters. Those are leaders. Leaders are in chat right now. Leaders are watching the stream, okay? Or neats that have nothing better to do. One or the other. Some of you will be followers. Because I'm going to try out something for a little while. We'll see how it works. Because I noticed there was a bit of a pattern in the views. Or cult suckers, right? I know there's a pattern in a bit of views. And that is that there is some portion of you guys, yo, what's up, Rudy? Thanks for the memberships. That's a real leader right there, all right? He's here when the stream is early. Given memberships, guys, only $3.99. You can get a membership. You get access to badges and emotes. It's a cool little thing, you know. I mean, it's just a way to support the channel. I don't have any cool content or anything for you. Yeah, well, that's another thing. Some of you guys are in Europe, and I start too late. And so never seen him on the chat leaderboards. He doesn't talk much, all right? But he's definitely on the leaderboards for gifting. But so here's the thing. I noticed that like a lot of times I'll start the stream and I'll be doing a debate or doing some reaction video or something, and there's a significant portion of the audience that comes here just to hang out, just to talk with people, just shoot the shit for a little while, maybe watch something funny going on in the news, and then they go to bed because they're Europeans, or they dip out. And sometimes those same people will catch, you know, the stream later. But, you know, I don't want to say I'm burnt out. I'm not really burnt out. I just, you know, there's only so much I can chit chat about like, you know, the current bombing or the current shooting or the current fucking, you know, this is why capitalism good AMA thing. And so some content that I like to do is just like reacting to shit that I like that isn't necessarily political, but I bring like, you know, my, I don't know, libertarian perspective to. And I feel like that's kind of the content a lot of people come in for in the first hour. And then they'll leave, and then like a new wave of people come in specifically because they often will wait an hour to come in because they don't want to see that type of content. They don't want to see me react to some funny video or something. They're here because their time is valuable and they want to watch a debate and they like the topic of the debate or whatever, or they want to watch me react to a specific video that everyone's talking about or something. Especially if they're super autistic, they're like, my time is money, you know, respect my time. We're not shooting the shit. We're getting to the point. And so I figure, well, maybe I'll just start an hour early and test that out for a while. See if there's a good chunk of you guys that just want to come and hang out and bullshit. And we'll talk about like normal shit that's going on and like, you know, prep a couple articles, talk about the normal things, just get to know, maybe do the thing I'm supposed to do as a streamer, which is like form parasocial relationships and be like, how's your kids? You know, I don't want to make it too cringe, you know, but I'm starting an hour early for at least a couple streams. So that way it's like minus the intro statement or, you know, including the intro statement, you know, like 2 hours before the supposed content kind of thing for the day. I'm just super ADHD and enjoy the flow. I appreciate it. Just got back from the gun store. How's everything going on? What'd you get? Or did you get anything? Is it like a gun store plus shooting range? So you just went and window shopped and like popped off a few rounds? Or did you like go and get something? And also, I understand it's the internet, so if you don't actually want to say what you got, I totally understand as well. I'm not going to bully you into saying what firearms are currently at your address. Alex P, make sure we check his IP address and get him registered in Playzier. Trump is now allowing us to have all of our data collected by the same company. Right? So you got a CZ HMR? That's a rifle, right? I don't know. I'm not a big gun nut. That is like a CZ. The CZ is like a long range hunting rifle, right? Tell us what you got, or you're gay, because it's that damn month. Oh, true. It is Pride Month. Nobody's celebrating it except for the Democrats that have 22%, approval rating, or whatever the fucking new low number is they're hitting. 17 HMR, so like tiny 5.56. Yeah, all right. I don't think I've ever shot one. The last bolt action I had was I haven't shot a rifle other than like a 22 in like a long time. Everything has just always been shotguns. It's been a long time since I've shot a dedicated rifle with any that, like I said, 22 just for like at grandpa's or something, just to shoot some cans and shoot the shit because it's not loud. You don't really need hearing protection, you know. You just kind of shoot it in your backyard. Nobody gives a fuck because you're out in the country. Whereas like you start shooting loud shit, you know, it begins to be a problem. Also got 140 rounds for my 5.56. All right, so this is the point of the show where I ask you to like, share, subscribe, consider making channel clips. Follow the Discord if you want the go live notification, especially for things like this where we're going out early. I told you guys why we're going out early, so we can talk about normie stuff. We can hang out. We can cultivate relationships. But if you'd like to support the channel, super chat, 70% of that money goes to me, 30% goes to YouTube, and then the government takes like half of that 70%, so that sucks. But it is what it is. Everybody's got to pay taxes. Is 9060 XT really that big in tech news? Well, there's a couple of things about the 9060 XT, but also Unreal 5.6. I just want to talk about some shit that I like to talk about. I don't I've pigeonholed myself a little bit too much into politics. But what I was saying is, but I understand if Alex P doesn't donate, all right? Because buying 140 rounds for 5.56 is a lot. I know Computex is going on right now. Yeah, I mean, everyone saw the Witcher 4 thing. I want to show a little bit of that. And oh god, what was the other thing where they added foliage? But I just kind of want to talk about Unreal Engine, the good and the bad, a little bit. Because I think there's a lot bad about Unreal 5.6 and a lot good about Unreal 5.6. So I'm like excited and doom-pilled about it. Also in so now I'm broke. That's what I was saying, Alex P. I was saying other people got to donate because Alex P just bought all that ammunition. There's no way you have money. But yeah, the embargo's released for the 9060 XT today, and I haven't seen them. I've only seen the titles, and they look bad. Linus Tech Tips this was supposed to be a happy day, and what is it? Gamers Nexus said AMD needs to learn how to shut the fuck up. And I was like, oh, this cannot be going well. Look at that handsome mustache. I mean, yeah, I had to. Well, so I have really bad dandruff. And so I finally and like, I have really bad dandruff. And it's always out of control. And the only thing that really gets it like in control previously was getting like shampoo from the doctor. It's the whole 8 gigabytes things. Yeah, I heard that like one of the people made a tweet about 8 gigabytes being like something. It's gross shit. Fuck off. And so, and like the medicated stuff will like work for a little while and then I'm not allowed to get any more. So like what I ended up doing is I just went and got the salicylic acid shampoo and like got like a head, like one of those silicone, things that like really scrubs it. And then I put in, tea tree oil to cover my scalp and as well as my beard. Cause I was getting a lot of dandruff in my beard. And so now I just have now I'm just like, I look like a Guido or something. Like my hair and beard is always oily now because it's always like covered in tea tree oil to like protect my scalp and my facial skin so I don't get a bunch of dandruff. And so the good news is it is making the mustache majestic. It really pops in heavy lighting conditions such as these. You saved me a whole thing. It's the whole 8 gigabytes thing. 16 gigabytes one performs fine. Well, I mean, I feel like that ties in with like Unreal Engine, right? Because there's a lot of VRAM and RAM, VRAM issues that a lot of people that aren't like a lot of AAA studios games that are in Unreal are having a problem with like VRAM overload and crashes from that. And like I feel like if you're buying an 8 gigabyte 9060 right now, you're just begging to like play a AAA. If you play a AAA game that's like slop and full of a bunch of bugs, for your game to constantly crash and then be like, it's your graphics card's fault. And it's like, partially it's your graphics card's fault because the current tech is probably going to require more than 8 gigs of RAM for like high-end gaming. But also part of it is like an optimization issue with the way AAA studios are utilizing Unreal, especially all the AI shit that Unreal is putting in like way too much poorly optimized shit and then just hoping that, upscaling and FSR and DLSS will fix all of that because there's no anti-aliasing in fucking games anymore. And so we just get this shit motion blur from poorly optimized games. And if you don't have a really good graphics card, it crashes your shit. So it's like, some of that I feel like is an industry issue and like an Epic Games, Unreal Engine issue. And some of that is just 8 gigs is not a card that works for what we're making right now. Yeah, they blow the computing budgets on the dumbest shit. Yeah, so like that's kind of my general consensus. I figured we'd check out Linus Tech Tips and see what his review is, just because I haven't watched any of the reviews. I've only kind of heard of something. But to preface this, there's a couple things I want to say. In the interest of being of talking to normies and not, you know what I mean, and like not really getting into the swing of the political content, I figured what we would do immediately is we'd talk about something on the Whatever podcast, because I know that the Whatever podcast is what you guys all really deeply love. All the normal people and not terminally online people are, following Red Pill podcast bullshit. But there is something I wanted to talk about this because it actually gave me enlightenment, guys. Like I was sitting on the couch and I like saw this tweet and I made a tweet, and then afterwards, like in a Muram manga or manhwa, right, where it's like the person does like some martial arts shit, and then they're like, I've actually got to combine my earth and heaven energy and it means freedom, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, and like their body goes up and they go through like body reconstruction and they get the new hot Asian femboy bod because they've reached the mystic realm or whatever, right? That happened to me on the couch. Like, I know, and that's why my mustache is so greasy and majestic, right? I made it to the mystic realm. Okay, what is this fucking nose makeup? Fucking stop that shit. This is highlighter. So this is blush. All right, hold on. I didn't even realize I was going to put you boys in this game. I was married previously as a young man. It was really dumb. I was only married for like a year, but I was married to a cosmetologist that did wedding makeup. All right, so here we go. So you have blush, right? You have blush here. You have blush on the nose. Okay, you have highlighter here, right? You have highlighter here. You have highlighter right in the inside of the eye. For whatever reason, it looks like she might have some highlighter in her brow. I'm not sure why she did that. Right? You have bronzer around the edges. You have bronzer around defined features. Notice that there's not a lot of color on the chin. It's just foundation. Right? And the reason it's just foundation is because this girl has a big chin, so she doesn't want to highlight that feature. So there's no bronzer or highlighter there. Instead, she's pulling your attention up to her nose and to her cheeks so that you can see her good bone structure pop out more, and you can see her, what she considers to be her cute button nose, but you're not seeing her fucking crimson chin. But when you wash all this shit off, you'll be like, damn, this bitch has a bigger chin than I thought. So that's kind of what's going on. But one of the things that they do, a little trick they do, is they put a little bit of highlighter right on the bit of their nose, and it kind of looks okay if you do it right on camera. But when you see that shit in person, you're like, why the fuck is there a white dot on your nose? Because it's meant to look like a lens flare, and it's meant to make it look like you have oily, youthful, glowing skin. But she overdid it because she sucks at it, and she made it too red, and you're exactly right. She looks a little drunk. But I'm telling you, it's mostly because she's trying to pull away from the fact that she has a big chin, which is fine. You know what I mean? Big chin girls need love too. You know what I mean? She's not ugly or anything. Why do they do this? Because it works. Because if she didn't do that shit, you would see her big ass chin. That's why they do that shit. It works. Like, it doesn't look awful, but it's just like you're looking at it and you're like, why is it like that? And it's like, well, if she wasn't like that, and she, instead of looking like Rudolph, she'd look like the Crimson Chin. All right, hold on. But this video and my response and everything, it made me reach enlightenment. Body reconstruction gave me this shiny mustache. Let's go.
Hey, how are you? I'm good. That's good. I'm glad to hear it.
We're going to go through it one more time. I want you to really soak up the stupidity of this TikTok.
Hey, how are you? I'm good. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Hey.
So there you go. Right, so this is a TikTok from a woman explaining this is what it's like matching with a dude on Hinge, which is that women have to carry the conversation and that men just give one word bullshit responses and that they don't carry the conversation. Which, to any guy here, you're probably thinking, that's insane. That's not been my experience in the dating market at all, ever. It has been quite the opposite. That makes no fucking sense. All right, and then Brian from the Whatever podcast says, men, is this your dating experience in conversations with women, online or in person? I've seen a lot of clips like this, and I have too. The reality is men overwhelmingly take on the burden of romantic initiative, and this includes carrying conversations. So then I had to be the rational, reasonable person that I am here, right? And be base and say, this is the average female experience on dating apps because they're all messaging the same 100 guys in their city. So they throw caution to the wind, match with a normie. They start off feeling negative about the guy, and he says something crazy he heard on a Red Pill podcast. Now, the reason I'm talking about this, in part, is because of my enlightenment that came after. The other reason is because, for whatever reason, this tweet did no numbers. Like, there's no views and 1 like. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you throw shit out there, nobody pays attention and gives a fuck. It's okay, all right? I say weird shit all the time. That's why you guys should click the link in the description and follow me on Twitter. But I was sitting there going, why have I never heard women describe through the data what their dating experience is actually like? Right? Because the reality is that's what women's dating experience is actually like, is that their standards are impossibly high, especially on dating apps, right? They're looking for the perfect guy. So they're all looking for a guy that shows signs of wealth, that is in really good shape, that shows that he has like masculine hobbies, that has the right politics, which is, he's like, somewhat feminist enough or whatever, or he doesn't show his politics. He's tall. He's got an absolutely, great face card, right? And so basically, every woman on the dating apps is 99% of the time only matching with or looking for the top 100 guys in the city. And then what ends up happening is they get disillusioned because of all the bullshit that they're actually experiencing like that. And then they treat other men that way. And then other men are so disillusioned because someone that's actually somewhat, their looks match or whatever, someone that they might actually want to go on a date with finally talks to them. And then they say some crazy shit. Like they're like talking to the person for like, they've exchanged like 2 texts. And then they're like, what's your body count? And then women are like, what? Can I see you first before I explain who I've had sex with? Like, what the, right? Like it's a completely foreign thing to them. Chad didn't ask what their body count was because Chad doesn't care, because Chad's going to pump them and dump them. Right? But dudes that are actually trying to date, that are disillusioned with and are like tired of going on dates with whores and crazy bitches, are like immediately going through a checklist of like toxic shit you shouldn't say. And I was like, why the fuck do women not talk about this experience? And then it hit me. The enlightenment hit me. I was like, oh, because there isn't a single reasonable, rational woman that is willing to take accountability and engage in reality to describe her experience in political pundit podcast land. Not one exists. There's not one rational woman in all of podcasts in America that is like willing to actually take accountability, describe their experience, and that experience be grounded in reality as opposed to their fantasy. It literally, in order to describe the female experience in dating world, it requires a man to explain it, because only a man is willing to engage in reality. And it has to be the high-minded, that meme of like the brain and then there's more neurons and then it's eventually just blowing up meme, right? Like it requires that level guy in order to engage with a thought experiment of what it's like to be woman, just so that we can actually hear a logical, reality-based take on what's occurring. I feel like maybe like best case scenario, we could grab somebody like Taftaj that is a biological male that has experienced some of the quote unquote woman experience. Wojak brain chair Chad. Right. I reached enlightenment. I was like, oh, like we actually need non-gay rational dudes that aren't, that don't like rep the pride flag and aren't like, vote blue no matter who, to be able to have anybody understand what the female experience is. And that's wild. I figured I'd share my enlightenment with you guys. Also, this is pretty good. Like, I know my numbers aren't really showing it right now, because, we started early or whatever. But this clean cause energy drink shit, this shit's dope. It's 160 milligrams. Like I would love a sponsor. Like, yeah, I've reached out to sponsors. They ignore me. And then I've gotten sponsorship offers, but they're all scams, or they're for products that like I would never support. Missed the whole rant, was getting food. How dare you? But it's like the ingredients on this one is purified water, organic brewed yerba mate, organic cane sugar, citric acid, organic mint extract, organic natural flavor, organic honey, and then organic green tea extract. And it's 160 milligrams of caffeine, and it's 90 calories. I mean, it's not 200 milligrams, so it's not a C4 energy drink. And it is caffeine from tea, so it's not that same rush. But, like, it tastes all right. It's mint and honey. It tastes fine. And it's not full of all kinds of, like, acronyms that I have to go look up and find out that they cause cancer in California, like the other ones. Or, like, you know, a bunch of alcohol sugars. And, like, this is my most conspiracy theory take. This goes against all medical knowledge, and I know that I'm wrong, but I just believe it to be true. Okay? Alcohol sugars gotta be sugar. Like the body, there is something happening in the body that we're unaware of that is turning like erythritol and methodiolenothol and dextromaltose and like all these alcohol sugars. I swear to God, they turn into sugar. Cause I'm tasting it and it's sweet. And I've been on keto and carnivore diets before. And like when you cut out the energy drinks, all of a sudden you can feel yourself being in a better ketogenic state. And like you're not when you're drinking a bunch of like zero sugar shit. I don't have any science to back this up. In fact, the science is against me. But I'm convinced all these like alcohol sugars just turn into sugar. God bless Blue Chew. Yeah, I would never take a Blue Chew sponsorship. The food companies have secret knowledge and secret chemicals we don't know about. Maybe. Also, it's green, so it looks funny as hell. Well, I think it looks funny just because it's on a green screen. Oh, and apparently, I got to scan to learn more, but apparently 50% of net profits support addiction recovery. So I hope it's not just going to NGOs to get Democrats elected. You know what I mean? Like, I hope it's actually going to addiction recovery and not just like, you know, some billionaire's kid that's a philanthropist that like, you know, funnels money somewhere. And then eventually like, you know, a good portion of it gets used by the CIA to run guns in African countries or some shit, you know? So I don't know. I might be directly funding, you know, fascist dictatorships or some shit. But, you know, but it feels nice that it's going to addiction recovery, supposedly. Unfortunately, I'm too black-pilled on how a lot of that shit works, so I hope that's not what's happening. Oops, all regime propping. We're regime maxing in 2025, guys. So, somebody put in the Discord this you know, this is a political thing, but it is something I kind of wanted to talk about. What is going on? The sun is still up. I'm starting early. We're going to do some test streams because I feel like there's a large portion of people that come in and watch the content just in that first hour because they like the back and forth kind of situation and they don't necessarily feel like having the investment in like a 4-hour debate or something. And something I've noticed in the numbers, and I feel like it's something that like can make me stream longer, which means more money, you know, and more likes, more views, more fame, all that good stuff, all that fucking dopaminergic hit I need from having a narcissistic stepdad, sorry, and all that. Yesterday's debate was boring as shit, not gonna lie. I can't make a panel good. You know, like I can drop some bombs, but I can't make a panel be good. Like, I alone cannot do this. But yeah, so I'm extending it by like an hour, so maybe we'll have like a couple hours of just us looking at shit, shooting the shit, and maybe we'll get some more viewers and some more engagement and some more of that parasocial shit we all love and need. But anyways, I saw this story in the Discord, and
the FBI is sounding the.
And I want to tell you where my brain went. Okay, so right as Trump is trying to get rid of all foreign nationals in universities, especially in his fight against Harvard, we have this news story that just pops up out of nowhere. Chinese nationals charged with smuggling devastating biological pathogen into the U.S. All right? Hold on 1 second. Let me pause the music.
The FBI is sounding the alarm that our food supply is being targeted by the Chinese Communist Party, as 2 Chinese nationals have been charged with smuggling a potential agro-terrorism weapon into the U.S.
This is really insane. Lucas Thomason joins us live in Washington with the details. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, guys. A Chinese researcher at the University of Michigan and her boyfriend have been accused of smuggling a biological pathogen into the United States that can cause devastating.
In 2025, why are we still doing the journalism voice? Good morning, Chad. In more on that later. Why are we still doing this? Who likes this shit? Is it just boomers? Is it just because like TV is surviving only on boomers and boomers still haven't grown tired of that? But it's so fucking weird. I mean, it's got to be the boomers.
Diseases in crops.
Just another reason to fucking hate the boomers, right? Like, God, I fucking hate boomers.
FBI Director Kash Patel says, quote, "This case is a sobering reminder that
I'm so fucking glad that my parents are Gen X and not boomers.
can cause devastating diseases in crops." FBI Director Kash Patel says, quote, "This case is a sobering reminder that the Chinese Communist Party continues to deploy operatives and researchers to infiltrate our institutions and target our food supply, an act that could cripple our economy and endanger American lives. I commend the FBI Detroit Division and our partners at CBP for stopping this biological threat before it could do real damage." There's a
Okay, so right at this point, I was like, this story's bullshit. I'm not even doing any research, right? The bullshit alarm is like immediately like this is my brain
detected.
Right, like immediately my brain is like, this is bullshit. It's like we got CBP in here, we got fucking the FBI is so great, aren't I great? This like, how do you guys know just like 10 things that the CIA has admitted to doing and believe this shit? Like this just happens to come out right when Trump is right when like it feels like a complete and utter distraction from the fact that we're not getting Epstein files. They magically don't exist now. New data or recovered evidence is showing us that Epstein totally did kill himself. We've just, kept that hidden for nigh on a decade while we ran cover for all the pedophiles in Hollywood and in politics. It is the most, it's just like, it's so convenient. And then the second thing that it made me think of, which is something that came out, today, it was as if it was destined to be, right? As if the stars were aligning to, we're paying taxes to pedophiles, pretty much, yeah. FBI discovers cache of guns, armor, and Nazi paraphernalia while raiding home in Washington State. Does anybody else see what's wrong with this picture? I'm going to let you guys in chat guess. Can you guys see what's wrong with this picture? Has anybody else picked it out yet? Anybody else noticed what's going on here? Something wrong here with this picture. Maybe I should cover up the actual swastika to some degree. My bad, YouTube, if that's TOS. We're covering the news. Yeah. Why is it every single fucking time the flags always have creases? The flags that were just fucking bought, they're perfectly brand new. They're fucking plastic shitty flags that still have the creases from the fucking time that they from getting out of the package. They haven't been on the wall for more than a day or two, because if they had, there would be no fucking creases. I'm not buying this shit. I'm not buying this, and I'm not buying this. Like we'll listen a little bit more to the story, but I'm just like, these people trusting the news is fucking wild to me. People are like, oh, the fucking commies are coming after us. It's like, yeah, because the CIA has never fucking done a false flag attack to fucking justify growth in state power and distract from all the other evil shit they're doing. We got the big beautiful bill, and Elon Musk is trying to kill the big beautiful bill because there's basically no fucking cuts in it except for a couple Social Security Medicaid fraud cuts that you don't need a bill to prosecute. You could just actually use the fucking legal system as it currently stands and sue the fucking states. You don't need a bill for it. And then it has a bunch of other pork and bullshit in it, and he spent so much time giving us $100 to $150 billion of viable cuts, and none of that shit's in the fucking bill. And then Trump's like, yeah, we'll get around to it, but pass my big beautiful bill that increases spending. And I don't know, man, just kind of feels like a lot of people a lot of libertarians that were like, I voted for Trump because he's going to do something, got some, you know, like, this is what I expect to see. Like, this is what I expect to see from libertarians, okay? I don't, if you fucking supported.
We made a promise before the election that we would vote against any rise in fees under any circumstances.
Okay? If you voted for Donald Trump as a libertarian, this is what I expect a recreation of this video.
Hello, I'm Tony Hayward, President and CEO of BP. Our accidental drilling spill again in the Gulf is a tragedy that should have never happened. And to all those affected, I want to say, we are deeply sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry.
We're sorry.
We're sorry.
I know that we fought.
Sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
We're sorry.
Where's the bear rug one?
Sorry.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Here it comes.
We're sorry.
Where is it? Oh, here it is.
I'm deeply sorry.
More importantly, most important of all,
sorry.
You've got to learn from your mistakes.
Okay. All right. That's what I expect from all fucking libertarians that voted for Trump.
Photo of that fungus that was discovered at the
Moderates control the Republican Party. Man, get the fuck out of here with this term moderates. There's nothing moderate about them.
Detroit airport in July. The small clumps of red plant material.
Like, it's so crazy that, like, we use terms like centrist or moderate, and like it's almost like the terminology we use to describe swamp creatures that steal money from us, that are the reason that 14% of all of our money is going towards debt, that are just and continuously stealing more money and robbing from children and robbing from the younger generations through violent means to make their corporate friends rich and to make boomers that own like 3 fucking houses and like are, you know, richer and richer and richer. And we're like, they're moderates, they're centrists, you know, they're you know, they're calm, they're the reasonable folks, not like those radicals that want to not steal massive amounts of money from future generations and keep ballooning towards an ever unmanageable debt. It's like, nah, fuck the term moderate. I don't want to hear that shit in chat.
Material were discovered in these 4 plastic baggies tucked into a wad of tissues. According to court documents, a 34-year-old Chinese boyfriend intentionally hid the samples in his backpack because he knew there were restrictions on importing them. He had hoped to continue his research at the University of Michigan lab. In a statement, the school says, quote, "It is important to note that the university has received no funding from the Chinese government in relation to research conducted by the accused individuals. We have and will continue to cooperate with federal..."
This is like the same thing as like when Planned Parenthood is like, well, our funding doesn't support abortions, okay? I mean, yes, we get a lot of funding, but that's for mammograms. How many mammograms have you done, Planned Parenthood? Well, we plan on doing mammograms one day, maybe. That's what that funding's going towards, is our thoughts about mammograms. So you've never done a mammogram? We might one day do a mammogram. But for right now, it's for other services not related to that. Got it.
Law enforcement in its ongoing investigation and prosecution. And in Arizona, the state's Democratic governor is under fire for vetoing legislation that would have barred the Chinese government from owning land in the state. Arizona is home to a number of military bases, including Luke Air Force.
All right, I don't care. It's all psyop. Let's get back to the fun stuff. So, there is some tech news I want to talk about. Some of you guys seem like you were interested in it. But before I get into looking at the 9060 review, I'm going to look at Linus Tech Tips because his is only like 11 minutes. I did find this super interesting. So I follow AMD like I invest in AMD, but I don't. I'm just kind of an AMD fanboy. I like Lisa Su, right? Like I like what the Ryzen team has been kicking ass for a decade. All right, like the Ryzen team has been doing dope shit. The GPU team is struggling. All right, the GPU team is doing some bad shit. I've heard there is a rumor Moore's Law is dead broke it. MLID, Moore's Law is dead. If you don't follow him, he usually has pretty good leaks. It's very clear that he has several people that work in R&D at AMD and in Intel. Probably not in NVIDIA though, because his NVIDIA leaks tend to be wrong. They don't tend to be wrong. They just tend to be wrong more often than they're right. Whereas with his AMD takes, they tend to be right more often than they're wrong. And like I have heard, some good stuff about like a 9080 XT that's coming out. That's going to be using like their Redstone system, and it's supposed to have like a drastic increase in performance. But again, AMD, NVIDIA, they always put out their own numbers, and it's like we don't fucking know what's going on until until we actually get like the embargo lifted and we get people coming out. Yeah. Well, I think it's like that's the leak. We'll see. But Ryzen has been kicking out. Yeah. So VV, the 3D Ccache is apparently they're going to be utilizing. That's another thing Moore's Law is dead broke, which is apparently they're going to be utilizing that on their CPU cores. Like they're going to be utilizing, at least this is from Moore's Law is dead, that not in the Zen 6 architecture but in the Zen 7, that they have apparently figured out how to stack the CPU cores on the chip, which I feel like that's going to be really cool if it works. I'm not going to buy Zen 7 if that's what happens, because I feel like it's like that is just a recipe for overheating that will like be solved by the time efficiency and everything comes out with like Zen 8 or something. And the other thing that's going to suck is we're for sure going to have to buy new motherboards. It's kind of cool, but you don't really need that many cores. Most programs aren't going to use them, but I mean, it also depends on how, I don't know, like it depends on how, I mean, I feel like more and more programs are being programmed to use more cores. So by the time Zen 7 comes out, I'm not going to say you don't need that many cores, but I feel like having that many cores will have more of a usage than they were. Like if you bought a Threadripper back in the day, like when the Threadrippers first came out, you had an unnecessary amount of cores for no fucking reason. Unless you were doing video editing, there was zero fucking reason for anyone to have the Threadripper when it first came. You were going to get worse game performance because the single core performance was down. And like, you know what I mean? Like we got better hyperthreading now, but it's still not that good. I'm not that much of a tech guru, right? And you sound confident enough to maybe potentially convince me otherwise. But my intuition is in 3 or 4 years, we're probably going to have a lot more programs optimized towards multi-threading processes, right? Like that aren't just taxing 2 to 4 cores, so that we're only like most programs are using single core performance. I mean, Google Chrome better fucking learn how to use more cores, because it's a problem. Threadripper for servers? Yeah, but people were using Threadrippers for regular PCs as well. Like, I understand that it's not a micro or regular like ATX or M8, like I understand it's not a micro ATX or ATX motherboard that was using the Threadripper, but people did buy them being like, look how many cores there are. And it's like, it didn't help them. So like, but what I'm saying is by the time especially if it's like, I mean, like we'll see, but apparently it's going to have 33 cores, which seems really weird. Like maybe there's a dead core or a core that's being used for something else or a backup core. It sounded super weird when I heard that like they were planning to use 33 cores. I don't know. Or maybe it's like cores working in triples of 11 or something. It's like, that sounds like some weird experimental shit, but like, who knows? I'm excited to see it. But in terms of the RTX 9000, the RX 9000 series, they did not do a paper launch like NVIDIA did with the 5000 series. They did a rushed launch, but like they had plenty of copies at available for people at Micro Center and things like that. Like when the 9000 AMD cards launched, like, yeah, in Europe there was a problem. And so like I've heard a lot of people bitching about AMD's, the MSRP being fake because there's so many resellers or sailors that, because of supply and demand, have increased the price to like $800-900 and even like right after launch like $1,100 for a card that's supposed to be like $600. But they didn't have a paper release, right? Like it genuinely seems like there was just more of a demand for it. And they had far more cards available than even NVIDIA had for the user market. And NVIDIA dominates when people buy and build their own not necessarily when they build their own computers. NVIDIA dominates the pre-built market, right? But even still, they tend to beat out the enthusiast market, even if only a little bit. And they had more available for people. So I don't know. I'm genuinely curious if someone can explain what happened then. Because the latest Steam hardware survey, there's not even enough RX 9000 series cards to be populated on the Steam hardware survey. So for those that don't know, I'll just click on it, right? Steam tracks like what your computer specs are when you are playing a game. And so if you have a Steam account, Steam knows what what CPU you have, what motherboard you have, what graphics card you have, and then they report it. And so we can see, like, when we look at PC processor, where is it? PC video card. Like when we go here, right? Like we can see like what's dominating. What are most people using in their cards, right? So most common cards, a 3060, then a 4060 on the laptop, then a 4060, then a 1650, which is wild to me how many people are still using 1650. 4060 Ti, 3050, 3060, 3070, 3060 on laptop. This shit makes the most sense to me, to be honest, right? Because like it's still a good performing card. 26, but like AMD Radeon graphics as a whole is like way down below all of these. Right, then we have 4070 Super, 1660 Super. Super's like their budget kind of card where like they just drill out cuticores and sell you the exact same card, and it goes to show you that it really just is like kind of artificially manipulated supply and demand, because it's like, why the fuck would you intentionally fuck up cards so that you can have cheaper versions of the cards as opposed to just producing more of the good card and then the price would come down, but they need to artificially raise the prices for some reason. It's fucking stupid. I don't know why NVIDIA does this. But again, it is dominated. We finally get like the 6600, right? I have a 6700 XC. So I don't even know if my card's on here. 79. But again, the 9000 series isn't even showing up at all as like it's not statistically significant. So I'm like, so who the fuck bought all these cards? Are people like mining with AMD cards? Is that what happened? Like when the low MSRP came out, they like kind of like the Vega, where they just like, or is it just the market right now? Like, yeah, but the 5000 series is represented. Like, did a whole bunch of crypto miners or something like fucking just grab them all up when the MSRP was like kind of artificially low because they panicked? I'm just trying to figure out why it's so low that it's not even showing up. But nevertheless, I'm interested to see what Lions Tech Tip says about the cards. I've heard a lot about it, but I haven't seen any of the reviews because the embargo lifted. This video came out 8 hours ago. I'm assuming that's when the embargo lifted. I would watch the Gamers Nexus videos for my personal preference, guys. I don't know if you guys are, like what level of gamer you are or whatever. That's what I watch is Gamers Nexus. But like, that's like a 55-minute video. So like that's what I'm gonna watch when I leave the stream. Like when I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna go watch Gamers Nexus because it's gonna be broken down like way better, right? So I'm not saying trust Linus Tech Tips. I'm saying this video is 12 minutes long as opposed to an hour long. I want to see him take it apart. I want to see him show the build quality. I want to see him talk about specific drivers issues and like why those drivers issues exist. This is not the place to get your reviews, but they all tend to have a theme, and they all tend to somewhat agree with each other. And so it's just easier to watch a 12-minute video. Yeah.
We believe in.
I know you get it, asshole, but you're like kind of a part of this spot. So I'm curious to see what's going on.
At AMD, we believe in supporting transparent, independent coverage that helps customers make informed.
Yeah, no, like AMD is bad about that. That's such a lie. I will say this, NVIDIA is worse and Intel is the worst of the three. Right? Like Intel lies, fucks up shit, is completely non-transparent, does horrible gimmicky shit, put you like just complete like if Intel's speaking, they're lying. If NVIDIA is speaking, they're hiding something. If AMD is speaking, flip a coin and they may or may not be lying.
Forms decisions. Do you then? Well then, why the HE double hockey sticks didn't you want to send us an 8 gig version of the 9060 XT? Oh, it was based on regional market demand.
Yeah, no, I did hear about this, that a lot of people didn't get the 8 gigabyte models. And then like one of the people working, on the team was like, 8 gigabytes is fine. It's like, no, it's fucking not. The 8 gigabytes is not like, it's just not enough to be running, especially like Unreal games that have VRAM issues. Like we can look it up. I've seen some of the stuff on like Reddit or whatever, because I've been following it before, obviously the embargo release. And there are people like that have the 8 gig cards and like they're just crashing on Unreal games because Unreal takes up too much fucking VRAM if it's not properly optimized. And a lot of these AAA studios are just hoping that FSR and DLSS will fix all of their horribly optimized shit. Like you're not hearing this about Claire Obscure. That's running on Unreal. No, nobody is having I'm sure there's some groups of people, but most people are not having major issues. Why? Because it's a passion project made by real gamers and they made sure that they did their shit right. So it doesn't matter. But like, if you're going to play like a fucking Ubisoft game, like you need that 16.
Well, the last time I checked, we have a global audience. So, unless there's no demand for a review in the region of Earth, I don't really get that explanation. No, the more likely reason is that you were afraid that we would roast your 5060 competitor as hard as we roasted the 5060, so you put off sending it until we wouldn't have time to test it before the embargo. But we can talk more about your shenanigans later. First, the 9060 XT.
Yeah, it's like, this reminds me of like this type of like shitty behavior. I don't know who works in marketing for a lot of these companies, but they're all idiots. It reminds me of like when Intel released the embargo on their chips the day before AMD's embargo release, because that way the Intel would be compared to the AMD releases. Will be compared to the previous generation of AMD and not the new generation of AMD CPUs that were blowing Intel out of the water. So they randomly changed their embargo release to the day before, and then that way people would go like, oh, the new video about the Intel chips, and they thought that like all these people wouldn't understand what was happening, and they'd be like, oh, we have no idea why they randomly released the embargo a day before the embargo release that was set like 2 months ago by AMD on their CPUs. I guess we'll just have to compare it to the old shit instead of the shit that's coming that's releasing tomorrow, that's already out on the market, that blows your shit out of the water. It's like, AMD, stop trying to be Intel in that way.
The 16 gig promises to be the best value card with a 60 in the name in about half a decade, matching the 5060 Ti 8 gig in performance, outdoing it with double the VRAM, and beating it on price, which sounds great, but it also might not be the right thing to buy. And I'll tell you why after I tell you something you do want to buy. From our sponsor, Rocket Money. Take back control of your finances and start saving with Rocket Money's.
I don't skip ad reads.
Bill negotiation and budgeting.
Just a rule on this channel. I don't do it.
Using our link in the video description. 1080p is both.
All right, like we don't skip ad reads. All right, people, if I'm gonna watch your content and farm off of your expertise, the very least I can do is let my audience that's watching it fucking see the ad read.
The most popular gaming resolution today.
Actually, let me switch screens real quick. Give me just a second to do this. Yeah, there we go. That's easier for me.
And the most popular excuse for shipping kneecapped 8 gig cards, like the 8 gig RTX 5060, which we purchased for this review.
Hold on, here's the tweet in question. So Frank Azor tweeting out, and this, I think this is, because I feel like it feels wrong, right? It doesn't align with my values, right? Like if I make a piece of content and I got sponsored content and people were reacting to it, I would like them to show the ad reads that I did, because the ad reads are designed to go to the audience. Watching all of the content, but the ad read feels like, I'm not getting my money's worth and the person that sponsored me isn't getting the money's worth out of it, right? I don't believe in IP or anything like that. Like, use my video however you want, but like I would like to live in a world where we respect people's ad reads in that regard, because I prefer ad reads and sponsored content in streams as opposed to, things like YouTube's ads that are interrupting and getting worse and worse and worse. And so I would like companies as a whole to be more likely to sponsor small streamers and small YouTubers, or even big streamers and big YouTubers, right? As opposed to just buying, ad shit from YouTube. Will you do it if you're watching it on your own without an audience? Oh yeah, when I'm watching on my own, I skip that shit. I'm just like, I see what it is, but it's like, and if it's like a couple seconds, whatever, I'll let it play. But like, if I'm just sitting down and it's not on a side monitor and that's the primary content I'm watching, yeah, I'll skip that shit. If it's on a side monitor and I'm like playing a game, I'm not going to stop my fucking game to skip an ad. But here's the tweet in question. Majority of gamers are still playing at 1080p and have no use for more than 8 gigabytes of memory. This is bullshit. This isn't technically bullshit, because he says most played games worldwide are mostly esports games. Yeah, worldwide, sure. I get that. There is a market for this, but the problem is, like I said, there is a lot of regular games that are coming out that plenty of people are playing, that if you're spending over $300 on a graphics card, you ought to be able to play. Like, if you're buying this generation's graphics card, then your graphics card should be able to play any game that comes out. Now, it might not be able to play it at the max settings, but if I buy a graphics card that came out in this series and my graphics card isn't good enough to come out to play a game that comes out 6 months later because it's a poorly optimized slop from, a AAA studio on Unreal Engine, and it keeps crashing because I don't have enough memory. Like, in part, this isn't AMD's fault that thing exists, but also there needs to be a recognition that 8 gigs isn't cutting it. Like, 12 gigs would have been fine. 12 gigs would have been fine. 8 gigs is not enough. And they know it's not enough, and that's why they didn't ship shit out to reviewers. I love AMD. This hurts my soul.
Shipping kneecapped 8 gig cards, like the 8 gig RTX.
Yeah, but the 1080p is not what's in question. First of all, nobody's playing games in 1080p. Nobody is these days. Let's be honest. All of you are playing games in 720, 480, 648p. And then you're using iframes and all these products from all these newfangled fucking, game development products that are using iframes, and instead of anti-aliasing, and then you're rendering it up to, you're upscaling it to 1080p or 2K or 4K. But most games these days are just they're not actually even at 1080p. I'm getting sick of the motion blur fucked up games that don't look as good as games that came out 10 years ago. They look amazing when you pause the game and there's no motion. They look fucking gorgeous. But when you're moving and you're playing the actual game, there's just motion blur and bullshit everywhere. 16 gigs is the new 8 gigs? Yeah, it is.
5060, which we...
Catching up, core matter more and more. For my CPU-bound workflow, for my astrophotography, cores are super expensive. Yeah, I mean, like, AMD has been doing great on the multi-core stuff, right? I mean, like, if you're doing astrophotography and stuff, you might consider not getting a... Like, you might actually consider getting, like, a server CPU. Like, you're one of the few people that I would say, like, you know what I mean? Like, because we were talking earlier about how, like, Threadrippers is fucking sucks, right? But, like, when they came out, nobody was using that shit. But if you're doing shit like you're doing, you're one of the people that might, like, benefit from that. But, I mean, like, you know, we'll see what Zen 6 and Zen 7 looks like. Maybe an R9 is, like, fucking perfect for you. I have confidence that AMD's, you know, next 2 generations of CPUs are probably going to be amazing, especially at multi-core. But their GPUs, you know, they have been struggling with it. And part of it is that NVIDIA is actually putting in work. Like, that's really part of it, too, is that, like, Intel is the major competitor for AMD, right? Obviously, there's, like, a German company, and there's, like, Huawei, and there's Samsung, and there's like, other people that are engaged in developments in RAM, and developments in memory, and developments in CPUs, and, like, you know, Apple switches on and off what company they want to use for their CPU. Like, obviously, there's other competition in the market. But for a majority of basically everything, like, we are talking about AMD versus Intel and AMD versus NVIDIA when we're talking about CPU and the GPU market, especially when we're talking about the enthusiast personal computer market, right? And the problem is that, like, AMD has been okay in price to performance against NVIDIA. But every time they beat NVIDIA just goes, oh, here's a 60 Super, and it's the same price, and it's better. And it has less issues, and the DLSS is more advanced than the FSR, right? Like, they have been getting their teeth kicked in by NVIDIA, and it's because NVIDIA didn't rest on their laurels. Like, Intel, unironically, is an example of why socialism fails, and NVIDIA is, unironically, an example of why capitalism succeeds. And the reason is because Intel didn't do shit to make their products better for a decade. And in fact, they took features away from you. Remember, like, the K series, where they were like, you want to be able to boost your RAM? Well, you can't do that in BIOS anymore. You got to buy a K series, right? Like, they took shit away. And they took shit away because they had a fuck ton of servers and government contracts. They had long-term contracts. They had no reason to innovate. And even if AMD came up with CPUs that were better, they lose some brand or whatever, but they'll be fine. Problem is that AMD's department, especially with CPUs, was constantly working on the next product. They didn't just beat Intel once and then relax. They beat Intel and then they beat them again, and they got beat a little bit and then they beat them again, right? Like, they kept striving. NVIDIA was working on DeepMind, was working on servers, was working with, like, NVIDIA has their fingers in a lot of pies. And when AMD started doing well with Intel, they were like, yep, time to kick it into gear. NVIDIA is not letting AMD catch up, right? Like, they're putting money into the R&D. Now, I think NVIDIA does a lot of shitty stuff. I think their products are overpriced. I think they do some bullshit in marketing, and I think they do some bullshit in their pricing. But the product that they have is a good product. Personally, I like AMD. I want them to win. And if I'm going to buy an AMD CPU, I tend to think that, you know, I tend to value having the GPU and the CPU from the same company. You know, it just tends to work better, especially when like the motherboard is just kind of works, you know, like, don't get an Ace Rock. Apparently, like, they've been burning GPUs, but but you know what I mean? Like, they tend to all just work better when it's all Team Red. Yeah, NVIDIA has some problems, but they get shit done.
Purchased for this review, since NVIDIA really doesn't seem to want reviewers testing those. But with all that said, the truth is, if you are playing games at 1080, AMD and NVIDIA are probably right. It is enough. For now. But remember, guys, this is the minimum spec for new AAA titles, and these are cards that cost $300+.
Exactly. Like, the fact that it's a minimum spec for games right now, and that's assuming that games don't release buggy and fucked up. Like, an 8 gigabytes is just not good enough.
Anywho,
NVIDIA in this 5000 generation is not that good. True. It's just that AMD dropped the ball. They fucked up too. They released too early. They did a paper launch, even though they weren't really trying to do a paper launch. They just didn't anticipate how bad NVIDIA was going to fuck up and how much NVIDIA was going to have so many problems with their launch. And NVIDIA did a true paper launch, right? It's like they should have just sat on these cards for 6 more months, and they should have made their fucking cheapest card 12 gigabytes. And everybody would be happy with what's going on. And then 3 months later, release their fucking 9080 that's using Redstone. That's supposedly on the burner right now.
Across our suite of games that exist today,
because right now they're going to have bad PR from their 9060s, and then when their 9080 releases, they're going to be following that bad PR, and people are going to scrutinize the fuck out of an overpriced card because it's not launching with cheaper cards. The cheaper cards have already launched back in the day. All right, let me look at this. 9060, oh, that's not bad. The 16 gig one, at least. Price of performance, it looks fine if it's beating the 5060 Ti. To that degree. What is this Formula 124?
9060
right.
XT performs admirably, but not spectacularly, keeping up with the 50.
I mean, 5060 Ti is, price of performance are basically the same card. If it's, I mean, like, it's a little bit cheaper, but again, MSRP kind of doesn't matter. It's kind of like, what can you find? Because a lot of these cards are going for like $800, $850 right now, even though they're not supposed to be that expensive.
5060 Ti cards, which cost at least $30 more, and asserting a commanding lead over the anemic 5060 non-Ti. It outperforms its last-gen counterpart, the 7600 XT, by more than 30% most of the time, which is enough to highlight how truly awful that card was, but not
yeah, right.
Not enough to make the Intel Arc B580 look like a bad value. Intel's really standing out with their Battle Mage architecture. Of course, we would have.
I don't see Intel doing anything good in the GPU market for at least another 5 years. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Again, I'm not a super big tech guy. I know more about this than the average person, and I'm excited to start streaming early and talk about shit like this that I like. But yeah,
loved to give you guys.
That's my prediction. Take it for what it's worth. My predictions suck. They're doing pretty well for a newcomer. I agree. I think that I agree, but they're not really a newcomer, right? Like, it's not like they're some company out of nowhere or something. Like, they had the foundries. They had they had more chip foundries than any other company, more than NVIDIA and AMD combined, right? So I mean, like, yeah, it's a new R&D team. It's a new team coming together to make a new product for sure. But like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like right around now their card should be competitive, and they're still not.
8 gig numbers.
Even with AMD and NVIDIA both fucking up in this GPU release, it's not worth it to buy an Intel card. And the idea that like, oh, and you'll hear some people blame it about optimization from like gaming companies and shit. And I'm like, yo, please shut the fuck up about that excuse, because Intel has been trying to make sure that OEMs and gaming companies fucking exclude and don't optimize for AMD. Like, Intel has bought off so many OEMs, like Dell with their Alienware PCs, where it's like you can get the starter with an AMD, but the top end shit is only Intel, even though Intel's chips are way worse than AMD CPUs. It they can, like, Intel gets no grace from me. Like, as I get that I'm a bit of an AMD fanboy, I'm disappointed in AMD right now, but like, Intel can go fuck themselves. They deserve all the hate they're getting, and like, there's a lot of cope about like other things. Like, they should be competitive at this point, and they're not. Intel CPUs are just straight up worse. Yeah, but like let's look at it right now. Is it still that way? Let me go to Alienware. Let me go to Alienware, go to desktop, shop area 51. I'm just curious what they have right now. All right, so if I look at Intel right now, and their gaming OEM right now in fucking 2025, what do we have as the standard models? Intel Core Ultra 7, Ultra 9, Ultra 9 285K. They're standard setups, right? Like 1 of 3 of 13. Intel. Next page. Intel, Intel, Intel. Next page. Intel, Intel, Intel. Next page. Intel. They don't have a single standard OEM for their fucking Alienware. Their supposedly high-end shit doesn't have the best CPU. You're paying fucking $5,400 here. $5,500. Right? And you can't get an AMD CPU. Maybe you can change it. Let's see if we select it. Nope. Those are just the specs. They don't even like let you, customize now. Here we go. Processor. Intel, Intel, Intel. They will not even allow you to pick an AMD Intel because Intel buys off AMD. So you're literally like grandma buying, a good computer for their fucking kids for Christmas, or like people that are not enthusiasts that don't know, they just get the top of the line shit and they think they're getting the best shit, but they're getting Intel trash. Now, I agree. If you're going to spend the most money possible, NVIDIA GPU is better than AMD. Like I prefer to, for price performance, and because I like AMD, I tend to use AMD, but AMD has problems. FSR is behind, which seems to be the new name of the game. Hopefully Redstone catches up. But yeah, dude, like fuck Intel.
So this is merely conjecture, but at 1080p raster, you can expect pretty much identical performance numbers because it's essentially the same card, sans half of the memory. If we find time to throw one on the bench, we will have that linked at LTT Labs down below. Okay, so what about the value proposition? Well, that depends. See, the 9060 XT actually comes in 3 variants. The 8GB one that didn't arrive on time, the base clocked 16GB model, and the OC variant from Sapphire that was sent to us. This one has higher power draw and boosted clocks compared to 16GB non-OC cards.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, I mean, this is true of every card though, right? Like anytime you get, like if you buy a Red Devil, you're wasting money. But like if you buy like an AMD, like I don't think NVIDIA this time, did NVIDIA like release their own? One of them didn't release their own. And I think it was NVIDIA didn't release their own, which is interesting. But usually like you get your own and it comes out cheaper, and they kind of like set the price. And then, the other manufacturers have to find ways to make the card better in order to compete because, they still have to get the chip from AMD, right? Or from NVIDIA. And so like this is pretty standard that like Sapphire has a better OC edition, or like what's that other one that starts with an M, right? Like people that have, or sometimes they'll have their own software to make it easier for people to overclock without like MSI, right? Like MSI will have like the Afterburner program to like help you overclock your card without it like being an issue if you don't know what you're doing, because you're not changing the wattage and the voltage in the BIOS. You're just like allowing the MSI, program that's designed to work with your MSI card to work. So it's like, I'm just saying like this is pretty standard in any graphics card release, that there are like, aftermarket cards that that are a little bit faster, a little bit better, or sometimes just not worth it price performance. You kind of have to pick and choose. Partners tend to have somewhat different configuration. Yeah, I don't know what Linus is talking about. Like he's like, well, that depends. It's almost like he's making it sound like it's shitty when it's just like that's what happens with every GPU release.
Fire that was sent to us. This one has higher power draw and boosted clocks compared to 16GB non-OC cards. But other than that, all of the variants are built on the exact same Navi 44 GPU based on AMD's RDNA 4 architecture. This new architecture brings a bunch of improvements that you can get a deep dive into in our 9070 series review. But here's the short version. Big improvements in ray tracing and AI that bring these cards up to speed almost with NVIDIA in non-traditional forms of rendering, and a host of other...
Yeah, the non-traditional forms of rendering shit is gone. Like if we're going to look at some Unreal Engine shit after this, like that is the wave of the future. For better or worse. I think there are plenty of companies that will utilize it for better, but a lot of companies are going to utilize it for worse. A lot of AAA studios, I think, are going to release fucked up games that require you to have an insanely strong graphics card and crash all the time. And I honestly, I think it's going to be glorious to watch. It's going to be glorious to watch, you know, the split off from Ubisoft and the split off from Bungie and like, you know, Larian Studios and other people come out with games. Larian Studios actually did have quite a lot of bugs. But, you know, we'll set that aside. But like to watch, you know, the indie or the AA studio market actually make good games. Sandfall. Yeah. I mean, it's Sandfall is the split off from Ubisoft. Right, like to watch them make good games that actually use Unreal Engine appropriately. And we're going to see a lot more of that because Unreal Engine is so approachable now and it's going to become a standard. You know, Epic Games is going to get a lot of money. But this idea that like AI rendering is like, you know, not that big of a deal. No, it fucking matters now. And so as much as I like AMD, it is a big reason to potentially buy an NVIDIA card over an AMD card because like, not using DLSS or FSR and only using like the standard shit is like not gonna cut it because all of these games are going to be based off of FSR and DLSS.
Other improvements that allow them to sometimes even beat NVIDIA in traditional raster. Despite its similar sounding name though, these new GPUs are substantially cut down compared to their bigger brothers with about half as many compute units as the 9070 XT. Basically they did this, which means we have half the memory bus width, but benefit from keeping the same I/O and 16 PCIe Gen 5 lanes. That last point is key for gamers who are holding onto older systems where a by 8 interface, like on some of NVIDIA and Intel's cards, can result in a measurable performance loss. Oh, there is one thing I lied about on the I/O. Interestingly, this card only has 3 display outputs. Now, most of you declared this to be a non-issue after the announcement, but it is the first time that I've seen a $300 card in years that didn't have 4 outputs.
Who's using quadruple monitor? I'm like genuinely, who's using, like I'm using triple monitor and I'm a streamer. Like, who needs 4 fucking monitors? Okay, so are you recommending AMD CPUs with NVIDIA GPU? Like the whole 10 people, right? I'm not recommending anything because I'm not a tech expert. But if you want my opinion for whatever fucking reason, my first opinion is go watch Gamers Nexus about what you should do. My second opinion is it depends on how much money you have. And, you know, if you're going to build your own computer, you should know what you're putting in your computer, right? But depending on how much money you have, I would say if you want the top of the line, the best that money can buy, you probably do want an AMD CPU and an NVIDIA GPU. You might have some issues, but they'll probably be pretty limited issues. And if you're building your own computer, the issues that you have are probably issues you can understand, right? Whereas with price to performance ratio, right, I would say an AMD CPU for like an R5 is the way to go. And I would say that, like, you know, go ahead and spend the money on a decent motherboard. See, I don't know. The other question is, how long do you want it to last? Okay, because for better or worse, Intel motherboards and Intel CPUs, they don't get replaced by new shit. And I'm worried about the rumors from Zen 7 because I'm feeling like if you want to get a Zen 7, you're going to need a new motherboard. There used to be a time where a motherboard would last you 10 years and you would just replace the CPU with a new CPU, right? So if you want a computer that's going to last you 5 years and you're okay with buying a new CPU every 2 years, maybe go with Intel. If you want something that's really good now and you don't plan on replacing your CPU for 5 or 6 years, and when you do, you're okay, either way, you're going to have to buy a new motherboard, then get an AMD and get like an R5, or maybe like if you're going to keep it for 7 years, get like an R7 and then just sit on that bitch until like Zen 8 type shit comes out. When it's such a big performance increase, it's worth buying a new motherboard and buying that. And then you can, you know, get a motherboard that allows, don't get a micro ATX motherboard that only has 2.6 of RAM. That way, you know, you want one with 4 sticks. So that way, you know, if for whatever reason, for some unforeseen reason, we start using a lot more RAM in programs. You can just buy 2 more sticks and slot them in into like the 2 and 4 slot, because usually it's like the 1 and 3 slot, that kind of thing. And then in terms of the GPU, just get the best performing GPU at the price that you can get it. I wouldn't favor AMD or NVIDIA over the GPU. I would just see like when a deal pops up and something's available on Newegg, or if you can take a road trip when you've got some money to go to Micro Center and drive to one, if there's one, within like an hour or 2 of you, right? Like, it's just whatever you can get at a decent price, that's what you should get. Because like if everything was selling at MSRP, you know what I mean? Like we could really genuinely like look at the minutia of difference and figure out what the price performance ratio is. But because the prices fluctuate so much, it really is just get whatever GPU you can get that's powerful, that's going to last you a couple years. Wouldn't get a fucking 8 gig though. That's for damn sure.
I digress though. To compensate for the cut down die, AMD bumped up the clock speed so that you'll get a bit more than literally half of the performance of the 9070 XT, which is also why the card draws a bit over half the power, in line with the 5060 Ti 8GB that AMD positions it against. And in combustor, our card seems to be right in line with the 5060 Ti 8GB. But, interestingly, the story's a bit different in F124. In this racing game, AMD's latest pulls an average 174 watts with a maximum spike of 225 watts. By comparison, the 5060 Ti 8GB averages around 121 watts. Now, we don't know if this behavior will show up in every game, but this is enough for us to recommend going for a slightly beefier power supply than the 450 watt unit that AMD recommends.
Dude, don't skimp out on a power supply. Power supplies can last a long time. Get a modular power supply that's like 700 or 800 watts, because you never know when in 2 or 3 years you get a big fucking birthday present or a promotion or something, you have a ton of money, and it's like if you already have a modular power supply with a lot of that's platinum rated, so it lasts a long time and has way more wattage than you actually need, like that's not going to cause a problem. Your electric bill is not going to go up for power that it's capable of using that it doesn't use. Just never skimp out on a power supply. Don't buy a cheap fucking power supply that comes with a case when you're getting your case from fucking, China or something, right? Like buy a modular power supply that, that will fit in your case, obviously, that has more than enough power. Because then you can just keep that power supply. Like power supplies can last you like 7, 8, 10 years. Nothing else in your computer is going to last that long. Nothing is. Except for maybe nothing. Except for like maybe the fucking maybe like an M.2 drive will last that long. Maybe.
Thankfully, this is still relatively low power draw, meaning that these cards are pretty easy to tame. And even loaded by a power virus like Combustor, our cards stay both cool and quiet. Let's talk 1440p gaming. AMD claimed 6% better gaming performance than the 5060 Ti 8GB at
Hey, don't be bitching at Streamlabs just because they're trying to get people to fucking donate to the stream, my guy.
1440, but
how dare
you? Raster results, we just don't see it. They score a couple of wins in Alan Wake 2 and Last of Us Part 1, but is it really that impressive of a win when NVIDIA's 8GB cards can't complete the test and you just didn't submit your 8GB card on time for testing? Especially when we factor in that the 9060 XT 16GB trails behind the 5060 Ti's and honestly doesn't even look that stellar against the 5060 in the remainder of our games here. If you're wondering, by the way, about how the 5070 compares to all of this, we didn't retest that card for this review, so we didn't want to include stale numbers, but it's a little worse than the 9070 non-XT from back when we reviewed that. Moving on to ray tracing. Despite the massive leap in RT performance that came with RDNA 4, AMD is still unable to match their direct NVIDIA competitors. In 1080p RT, the 9060 XT falls.
Yeah, I mean, that's a program thing, right? Like when it comes to DLSS and when it comes to ray tracing and DLSS versus FSR, like maybe Redstone will catch up, right? But I mean, they were a card release behind them, and they've stayed essentially a card release behind them the whole time. But I gotta be honest, who the fuck is cutting on ray tracing? I know that it is it is a loss for AMD, and I know that I'm come off a little bit like an AMD fanboy because I am to some degree. But like, I don't understand the hype behind ray tracing. It's just like the graphic fidelity increase for a performance loss has just never been a thing in gaming for me. Like, sure, if I had the best card money can buy, I'm going to cut something on that increases the graphic fidelity because the frame rate loss doesn't matter to me. But if I'm buying a fucking budget card, why am I cutting on? Like, look at the difference. Like, we're gonna hang out at 40 to 50 frames per second. Why? Like, I'm just gonna cut that shit off and get 60 plus frames per second. Like, what in the fuck is the point of ray tracing? I still don't get it. Ray tracing seems like this cool fucking thing that marketers like to put in their commercials and their marketing campaigns for games, as opposed to like actual gamers. Like, gamers want fluid combat. They want to be able to hit headshots because there isn't motion blur bullshit and there isn't lost frames. Nobody gives a fuck about what the puddle looks like unless they have a $6,000 computer and like that's a cherry on top. But it comes at a fucking if it comes at a frame rate loss below 80, nobody's cutting that shit on. Most people will turn off ray tracing anyways because it's not worth it. Yeah, it's just not worth it. I mean, it's cool in games like fucking like overhead games that are like you can get like 100 plus frames per second on. You know what I mean? Like, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like when there's ray tracing in like League of Legends or something, or like an old game, right? And there's like an additional graphic fidelity that is added to it. It becomes cool because there's no performance loss. But the moment there's a meaningful performance loss, why are you cutting RTX on in anything?
Falls well behind the 5060 Ti.
This is why I didn't watch the Gamers Nexus video, because we'd be here all goddamn night. Because the Gamers Nexus video is what I'm going to watch after we end stream, because that's like a 55-minute video.
8 gig in our suite of tests, which is sad. But what really jumped off the charts to me is NVIDIA's embarrassing loss here with the 5060 not even able to keep up with the 4060 Ti. I thought they had improved the ray tracing on Blackwell. We're not even able to keep up
what?
with...
Not able to keep up with the 4060... Oh, NVIDIA wasn't able. But this seems like a game optimization issue for it. It's Formula 1 24 seems to be an issue with the 5060 and everything. This is probably just a games optimization issue.
The 4060 Ti. I thought they had improved the ray tracing on Blackwell.
Oh, maybe not, because there's another one.
What the heck happened? And in 1440p RT Cyberpunk, things don't look much better.
Yeah, again, look at this.
What the heck
look
happened?
At this. 1440. Who the fuck is using this card, cutting on, playing at 1440p with ray tracing on, so that they can get 24 to 29 frames per second? There's not a gamer in the fucking world that is doing that unless they want to take a photo of the game and be like, look how beautiful this game is. And then they immediately cut that shit back to 1080 and immediately cut ray tracing off so they can actually enjoy the game. Like, this is a meaningless distinction in the cards.
And in 1440p RT Cyberpunk, things
based
don't
I
look
like
better.
pretty slideshow. Yeah,
You can find a happy.
It's literally just for the fucking slideshow. It's stupid.
Your story in productivity? No, not really. I mean, the nice thing about having 16 gigs of memory, if you do, is that it allows you to dip your toes into AI without being as limited. I mean, look at how all the 8 gig cards fumble as we load up a larger model. But even with 16 gigs, AMD isn't even close to NVIDIA in terms of performance in our machine learning tests. It turns out, haha, software support is important. And that only becomes more clear as we move beyond AI to Blender. Optics go brr, and HIP go...
Okay, yeah. Again, this is like not what AMD is built for. I hate to sound like a fanboy, right? But like, AMD is targeted for the budget gamer. That is what AMD exists for right now. They will never be able to be what NVIDIA is until they start stomping NVIDIA in multiple releases. None of these fucking programs are going to optimize software support for them. And none of the people that actually do, that do work from home, that have a personal PC that they're using for both gaming and for rendering and for like software development are going to use an AMD GPU. Like, it's like comparing a fucking webcam to my Canon camera to like a $2,000 Sony camera. I use a Canon EOS camera. Why? Because it's perfect for streaming. It was not that expensive, and it's perfect for. I know, I love this pause screen. It's perfect for streaming. It gives everything that I need for streaming. It gives you guys a clear picture of me under somewhat decent lighting, right? Like I could have better lighting, but that's neither here nor there. I have decent enough lighting, right? It gives you guys a good, like if I was going to upgrade the visuals of the stream, I would upgrade the lighting to get proper studio lighting instead of like, I have 2 ring lights and then I have like fog lights that I've like I've put wax paper over them so that they dissipate so that I get plenty of lighting. But it's a poor man's lighting solution, right? But if I was going to spend more money, I wouldn't buy a nicer camera because I don't fucking need it, right? But you wouldn't compare the EOS, that product, the Canon EOS, like a cheap fucking an entry-level camera for like filming movies or fucking like, doing professional photography. Like it is obvious that you need to buy, you don't buy a 46, like if you're doing rendering and shit, you spend the money on a 5080 or a 5090. Like it's just not, like it's not worth it to save $1,000 now when you like, when it's literally going to decrease your productivity throughout the entire day in rendering.
And HIP go. Adjusting focus to content creation, though, we see big improvements gen over gen from AMD, and they even beat NVIDIA in DaVinci Resolve, though they trail behind in the more popular Premiere Pro benchmark. All right, well, that's the performance, so this has been a big load of meh so far. But hey, getting 16 gigs of VRAM and 5060 Ti-ish performance for a theoretical $30 discount, that's something. It's tough to justify the $50 jump over the 5060, whose price is tough to justify over a kick in the groin. I mean, to AMD's credit here, FSR4 has made huge strides, meaning that other than multi-frame gen, which a lot of you aren't that into, AMD has near parity on most of the features that gamers care about. Even their video encoder is almost as good as NVENC these days. They just need to work on third-party support for all of this stuff. So at the end of the day then, I don't know, I'm left kind of frustrated. In recent years, AMD has slowed.
People really hyped this up like AMD had fucked up super hard, but all I'm getting out of this is the 8 gigabyte, the cheapest card is trash, duh, and that the card compared to its competitor is not quite as good, which is what it's kind of what we've been dealing with every year, right? Like I don't like it's a bit of a nothing burger to me.
Slowly but surely caught up to NVIDIA in terms of performance and features. But they've also caught up in terms of their crappy behavior. Last gen, the 7600 XT had 16 gigs, and the 7600 non-XT had 8 gigs of VRAM. It was super easy to tell what you were buying from the name of the product. This time around, they've lumped both cards together with the same XT name, and then at the same time, as far as we can tell, intentionally made it more difficult for media to review the 8 gig version, which could lead to consumer confusion. So AMD, your commitment.
The second part is slimy. The first part just sounds stupid. If you're buying a graphics card and you can't tell the difference between the 8 gig and the 16 gig because they have the same name, that's a buyer beware retard problem. Like if you can't buy the right card and tell that there's a difference between 8 gigabytes of VRAM and 16, like that's a you problem. That is not an AMD problem, okay? If your knowledge is at that level, go buy an OEM, because I don't trust you to put the fucking card in the slot without breaking the PCI slot. Like I don't trust you to plug the cables in the right cable. Like if you can't tell the difference between one being cheaper and one being more expensive, and the cheaper one having 8 gigs and the expensive one having 16 gigs, and you're just like, well, they have the same name, I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't trust you to know the difference between a fucking, like, the HDMI port and the fucking digital port. Like, I don't, like, you're not to be trusted with this. So, no, you're the problem.
Commitment to the press words, kind of meaningless at this point. And
I mean, I do think it is kind of cringe, right? Like, I do think they ought to, like, give it a different name.
Speaking of meaningless promises, you still haven't managed to get your previous cards into the sales channel anywhere near MSRP, which means you've effectively given.
Neither has fucking NVIDIA. Like, we're still feeling we're feeling the pressure from the fact that we have tariffs. We're feeling the pressure from COVID. We're feeling the pressure from the fact that, you know, there's a lot of instability in the foundry market because nobody knows what's going to happen with Taiwan. Everyone's kind of betting that nothing will happen, and yet governments are kind of betting somewhat that something will happen, but then nobody really knows that they're serious about building chip foundries. So like there isn't any real investment from the private sector into chip foundries. Like this is a supply and demand issue for NVIDIA as well. So like it feels weird to be like, you haven't gotten into MSRP. It's like, neither did fucking NVIDIA.
Giving away any credibility that you might have had there too. The bottom line,
I agree that the whole drama could have been avoided if they just gave them their crappy cards and said, yeah, they're crappy cards. That's why they're $350. And then just named it like the 9060S.
if you have $350 or more to spend, you can buy a 9060 XT, I guess, but I wouldn't recommend the 8 gig one if you want to get a longer lifespan out of your card, or you want to upgrade your monitor to 1440p, and whichever.
I wouldn't recommend that you get the cheapest card that came out in this generation if you want the card to be able to do gaming performance for years and years. What sage fucking wisdom is that? Oh my God. Thank you for that sage wisdom, Linus. Here I was thinking that the best bang for my buck was to just buy the cheapest card on the market and then just assume it's going to last me 5 to 10 years. No shit, Sherlock.
Whichever one you choose, just don't smugly tell yourself that you're supporting the good guy, because AMD's actions speak much louder than their words, and they seem content to just draft behind NVIDIA, both in good ways and bad, rather than aggressively jump out in front to delight PC gamers who don't have $800+ to.
No, I'm sorry. Like, AMD just doesn't have the ability to jump out in front of NVIDIA. Like, NVIDIA is just so far ahead. They're catching up slowly, but you can't jump out in front of NVIDIA. If they did that, they would have to invest a fuck ton of money into research and development, which means they would have to get the profit back from research and development, which means that they would have to make more expensive cards. And then what would happen is they would catch up, and then NVIDIA would have the better price to performance cards. And then the people that really like AMD, because they offer budget cards, would feel like AMD had betrayed them by making their prices too high. So like, the only thing they can do is they can kind of draft behind NVIDIA in the hopes that they can get parity with NVIDIA. Then they can sink a bunch of money into it and create a card that has the same price parity as an NVIDIA card, but beats it in performance. Because at the end of the day, AMD has always been a company that is about price to performance. The only time AMD wasn't about price performance ratio was when they were just getting their asses kicked to such a degree by Intel that they weren't able to do so. Like when the Intel Pentium processor, dual core processors first came out, and AMD could not create dual core processors, and they were still stuck on single thread, single core processors. Like, yeah, AMD was just dog shit, and there was no reason to buy it, right? But once they got caught up on the dual core, ever since then, every product has always been about price performance. There was a little bit of a weird thing where like the Vega GPUs were really, really good for rendering, and like NVIDIA came out with the Titans, and the Titans were dog shit, and they were way too expensive. There was a small little time where AMD was beating NVIDIA in one domain, which was if you were going to like do professional work from home, but that was a very small market, and the Vega cards were good, but again, they weren't good for gaming. They were dog shit for gaming.
To spend on a GPU. AMD, this was kind of your shot. NVIDIA is super distracted at the moment, and unless you do more, your GPU division.
Well, that's the other thing too, is that AMD is now in the Xbox and the PlayStation. What's the Switch running off of? I didn't even wonder. Like, I hate the Switch right now, but who makes the CPU and GPU for the Nintendo Switch 2? Is that an in-house thing? Oh my God, my chat might be faster. The Switch is on the NVIDIA Tegra? Okay. What about the... Oh, and it's ARM Cortex. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, like, but even still, like, they're still in the PlayStation and in the Xbox. Chat GPT GPU. Well, I use Grok just because I pay for Twitter. I pay for the blue check mark. I'm not gonna pay for fucking Chat GPT. So I do want to look at Unreal. So we won't look. Maybe we might not look at the whole thing because this is, Computex is still going on right now. I don't understand what the drama is here. Maybe you guys can tell me, like, why there's drama. Because I don't fucking get it. I guess because a similar thing happened with CD Projekt Red in Cyberpunk 2077. But there's been this drama that has been occurring where everybody's really fucking mad at this tech demo. Because it's a tech demo and it's not in-game footage. They're lying and making it seem like this is what The Witcher 4 will look like. But a couple of journalists did that. CD Projekt Red didn't do that. Epic Games didn't. Like, they've said clearly, like, check out a tech demo. Because it doesn't represent the game. I don't know. Yeah, but it's they're trying to show off what. Like, so this is a video, and it's in the style, quote unquote, of oh my God, I can't think. It's in the style of The Witcher 4. There's no way, shape, or form are they claiming this is what The Witcher 4 will look like. But like a bunch of people are mad at Unreal. Like, I'm mad at Unreal. I don't really blame Unreal. I blame AAA studios, and I blame that the market is responding to AAA studios. Unreal Engine is just responding to AAA studios. And what they're responding to is that AAA studios want to be able to make a ton of mistakes and have a ton of assets preloaded for them so that they can all use the same assets over and over again, and so that they can make really shitty games, and then DLSS and FSR and TAA, right? That TAA will basically fix all of their mistakes. And the problem is that it will fix it from a graphic fidelity perspective, but it will add motion blur, which sucks and I hate, and it will also make the games use up a fuck ton of VRAM. And that's why some of these games are just crashing, right? The same thing happened with Elder Scrolls Oblivion remake. It was basically just a port into Unreal's engine, and there was a lot, and like people are like, oh, Unreal's fine, but it was crashing my computer when I was trying to stream it, and I'm looking it up, and it's like, oh, a bunch of people that don't have top of the line shit are having all these VRAM crashes, and it's because it's in Unreal, and because there's still a lot of junk data that's in the game that they're just fixing with FSR. You don't know about the Siri looking less hot drama? Dude, I looked at the before and after, and see, they look exactly the same. It's the same model. It's the same person it's modeled after. It's literally just a lighting difference in like, it's literally just a different, like, people, the only thing they did is they shaved down her butt chin a little bit. So she looks a little bit more feminine than she did in like the last teaser trailer. And people are like, oh, it's like, dude, CD Projekt Red is still woke. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to fucking buy Witcher 4 unless it comes out to rave reviews or something. Like, they're still a woke gaming company. If they can make a good game despite of that, I'll buy a good game. But like, they're acting like they drastically changed the way she looked in this tech demo, which isn't even the fucking game. I don't know. I just don't get it. It sounds like a whole bunch of like, it's just like, it's that same thing of like when Geeks and Gamers first started going out and they were like, new Disney show, woke. And it's like, haven't you been telling me for 2 years to get rid of Disney Plus? Like, why are we still reviewing Disney Plus shit then? oh, because this is the bread and butter of your channel, because your entire channel is based around a gimmick, which is get woke, go broke. And so now I have to be force fed about every fucking dumb woke thing that comes out. It's like, I know I'm checked out of the game. Like, I don't care anymore. I don't watch TV anymore. I read manhwa. I occasionally watch some anime. I very, very rarely, if I hear about a good show, maybe I'll check it out and I listen to audiobooks. I don't do that shit anymore. We watch So You Don't Have To is so 2019. Yeah, but it's like still happening. And it's like these people feel the need to make new contact. So they just like, it just feels like manufactured outrage because there's not a story of the week to be pissed off about. So when this shit comes out, they have to bitch about something, but none of them understand enough about the fucking computational, limitations of Unreal and how the AAA market is engaging in it to actually have meaningful critique about Unreal Engine and why I think there are some issues with Unreal Engine. I don't think it's the engine itself. I think the engine is going to do amazing things, and I think there's going to be some amazing studios that put out insanely gorgeous games. But I do think that the AAA studios want everybody to be working on the same engine. And so we're going to, whenever there's problems with Unreal Engine, all the games are going to have those problems. There's going to be standardization that occurs. And that'll allow a lot of indie developers to make really good games. But at the same time, I think AAA studios are going to use a bunch of cheap fucking, part-time, or temporary developers that are going to hide a bunch of shit behind TAA. And we're going to get VRAM issues. And they're going to just tell us to buy a better graphics card. And their games aren't going to look as good as they did a couple years ago. Like, what Unreal Engine can do because I've seen clips of this. I haven't seen the whole thing from start to finish, but I've seen clips of it. What Unreal Engine can do is fucking amazing. But all that heavy TAA shit, that heavy DLSS, FSR, upscaling, iframes, where only like 1 out of the 4 frames is real, and we're upscaling the rendering and shit. What that does, it causes motion blur and it causes issues. But it's okay if it's optimized really well so that you're putting in a bunch of details. And so that that those additional, imaginary frames are necessary. Good channel. What? Thread Interactive has a YouTube channel, and they talk about the issues with Unreal Engine, which is that it is a bad engine that leaks features, that streamline effects through unoptimized nightmare pipelines. But I don't know. Okay, maybe I'll watch some more of it, but like I don't know that that's so much Unreal Engine doing that as much as it is Unreal Engine responding to a market of AAA people that want it. Like I don't think it's a necessary component. I think it's the incestuous relationship between Unreal, Epic Games and the way that AAA studios are doing like slop. It's part of it. Again, I don't have quite the technical expertise to really know. Right? Like I think like Clair Obscur is a perfect example, right? Clair Obscur is in the new Unreal Engine. It's a gorgeous game everywhere. And I've seen people play Clair Obscur, and the motion blur doesn't seem to be like a big issue in Clair Obscur. Right? And it's like, okay, well, that's clearly what the engine is capable of when passionate people spend the time to program things with the correct graphic fidelity and they don't put a bunch of crap in it hoping that all of these things will fix it, and then it becomes like a hog on your machine that uses too much VRAM, so then sacrifices have to be made elsewhere. And so what you get is like these like weird pixelating things if you cut off FSR, or you get like, procedurally generated shit, or not procedurally generated, but like generated foliage and shit like popping up out of nowhere. Like if you cut things like it's clear that like at least to me as a layman, that the engine is capable of great things in the right hands. Well, there is this treatment of development as this magical, incomprehensible thing that people don't know that it can be badly done. They think it can be otherwise, or they would do it. But like, what's the answer to that critique? Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, right? I'm just saying, like, as a layman, when I look at Clair Obscur, I don't see any of the problems that I see in a lot of other AAA games. And it's in Unreal Engine. And I'm not hearing about a large swath of people having like VRAM crashes that they constantly blame on Unreal Engine. It feels like Unreal Engine, when done by passionate gamers that put in the work, can produce gorgeous games that work. Does it take too much time? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to, yeah, because you can spend the dev time to update UE and fix the issues, creating new tools. Okay, so you're saying that like the studios themselves have to do things to it to fix some issues that are somewhat inherent to UE, and that AAA studios that are lazy will just blame UE instead of like Horror Murata has been streaming Clair Obscur. It looks and sounds good. I think it's Game of the Year good. I think so too. I think Clair Obscur is Game of the Year good. But I do want to look at this though, because this is what Unreal Engine is capable of, at least to some degree. It's a tech demo. Oh, I gotta slow it down. I don't care about this. But again, this isn't, I have to make this disclaimer that this isn't the actual Witcher game, because if I don't say that, people will be like, this is CD Projekt Red lying when they say it's a tech demo. What they mean is that it's a tech demo. Like, no shit, Sherlock. If you're stupid enough to think that a tech demo at a fucking conference where they're showing off Unreal Engine and what Unreal Engine is capable of doing is the same thing as the game that they're showcasing some things on, I don't know. I got some waterfront property to sell you. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Well, there is a laziness in devs. I think also they don't want to spend time to fix the engine when they can work directly on the game. But if it sells all the same, there's no incentives. Well, I think Clair Obscur is a good example of how that shit's not going to fly anymore, because these people are really, really poorly optimizing their game production. And so in order to make a profit, instead of selling a game at $40 or $50 and getting a high rate of profit by selling millions and millions of copies, what they're doing is they're just gobbling up and destroying old IPs like Assassin's Creed with Ubisoft, for example, right? Or Doom, the new Doom game that's just like passable, but the music isn't as good because they got rid of the last guy, right? Like, I think it's going to showcase that, like, that's a them problem. Like that's a problem of the bureaucracy getting too big.
Sleep, is he? The ploughing plonker. Break me pearlies on this blasted pit-ridden tract. Where's fear not to Iroh? Aye, the devil's
For the record, this is running, supposedly it's running on a PlayStation at 60 frames per second. Now, 60 frames per second is a fucking lie, because it's probably 20 frames per second and then 40 frames per second are procedurally generated. And I think you can kind of see it when it pauses, because you can see some of the motion blur kick in. And it's not a stylistic choice. The motion blur is a problem that is just with upscaling and with, iframes. But it still looks fucking gorgeous. I want to look at that flame again. I want to look at how they did that flame in his little lantern when it falls back. The flame looked really good. I don't think the flame is something you can chill corridor crest. I don't know what that means. Well, just like, because the flame is something hard to fake with upscaling and like iframes. Like if the flame looks good, it probably natively looks good. Yeah, I agree with you that like well, I mean, how is Ark doing? Right? Ark Survival or whatever it's called, or Ark Raiders? That's in Unreal, right? Like Ark Raiders is in Unreal. Yeah, it's in Unreal Engine 5. So, I mean, I'd be curious to see like when Ark Raiders like fully hits what its performance is as an FPS in Unreal, cuz I feel like that would be a really good test of those things. It's too dark? Well, I mean, like the rest of the demo is pretty light. Man, that's pretty fucking cool looking, graphically speaking. But like, see how I paused it? Like, see how good it looks in motion? Like, and then you pause it and you can see the mouth not making sense. Like when you're looking at it, you don't really see it that much. But even the smallest micro movements of like facial features that only take up like 3 or 4% of the screen can be like somewhat problematic when you're when you pause it and you actually look and see like the edges. Like it doesn't have the crispness of like traditional AA from like 10 years ago.
Salt. Almost had me fooled, Fruin.
I think some of the presumed like feminization, I don't know why a bunch of people left when this video came out. They must have got mad. But like I feel like some of the she looks more feminine thing might just be the walk. Even though like the still frame but look at that. I mean, look at that. That looks like hot garbage. This is supposed to be a tech demo of like the best it can be. What the fuck is this when you pause it? Like in when you see it in motion, like your brain kind of fills in a little bit and it looks fine. But like, I mean, just look at this pause. Like it's so blurry. That doesn't look too bad. The stills don't look that bad. I'm not gonna lie. Some of them look bad. Where there's a lot of motion occurring, it looks bad. When there's minimal motion occurring, it looks gorgeous. Why does it take so much resources to produce a high-level game, knowing it's just the GPU graphics processing and all you need is at least a good RAM and processor? I'm not sure I understand the question. This is running on a PS5, CROD. At least according, that's what the claim is, right? I mean, now obviously it's a tech demo, but this is running on a PS5.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the State of Unreal at Unreal Fest Orlando. We're here to show you what's next with Unreal. And
I've listened to some of these like clips and stuff, and like This feels like they trotted out the one white guy that works at Unreal. It's kind of funny.
And so much more. We are thrilled that you're able to join us. Thank you. But first things first, I'm here with Sebastian and Kitek from CD Projekt Red. We have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, they're smiling a lot for a fucking tech demo that isn't their game. I do think it. I kind of get it now. I kind of get some of the hate now that I see that they're like there on the stage smiling with them about it. It's like, dude, this isn't you guys. Like this is Unreal showing what's possible. This isn't your fucking game.
Hey guys.
Hey. Thank you, Wyatt.
I kind of get some of the hate now.
Thank you, Wyatt, and hello everyone.
I hadn't seen that. Like I was just like, they said it's a tech demo. Who cares? But they're there. Like they're like, check out our game. But it's like they're kind of hinting like this is their game when it's not. It's just a tech demo of what Unreal is capable of on the PS5.
With The Witcher 4, we're stepping things up, and to do that, we needed the right partner, one that truly understands that great open-world games are all about art and technology coming together.
Yeah, and look, our goals are completely aligned here. And around the launch of UE5, your awesome team at CD Projekt Red announced a collaboration to make open world development in Unreal even better. And it's an opportunity, we just couldn't pass it up. So we've been working on a technical demo together to achieve just that. I think we should take a look at it. You guys ready?
Born ready. Kitek is going to play the build for us.
Sure, let's do it.
I also like how like I get it's running on a PS5, but like having the controller in your hand also feels like another way of being like kind of shifty. Like it's like, check it out, we're gonna play the game now. It's like, no, you're playing a video. like why do you need a controller to play a video, dude? You could have just asked why are the requirements for modern games is so stupid high instead of all that. Yeah, to be nice.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4.
I need somebody to pause and make a bunch of bad pauses of the motion blur in this, and then because of this guy's accent, just be like, Technologia, like those Technologia memes about like crazy stupid shit. That's, you know, I don't know. I just feel like it'd be funny.
What you just saw and are going to see now is running on a standard PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing. So in the game, you'll be playing as Ciri, a professional monster slayer.
Look at the shadows. Like just look at the shadow. Like I hate to be such a Debbie Downer, but like parts of this look really cool, but then look at the shadows as they fall on their cape.
So in the game, you'll be playing as Ciri,
like it's so pixelated at the edges.
Player, a Witcher.
Like it doesn't look good. Like I don't want a crisp shadow either because that's not how light works. But it's just like, I don't know, man. Like there's something like everything about it is like uncanny valley, but not because it looks so close to reality, because it looks so close to a real game, but isn't a real game.
She explores the world and hunts down monsters for coin. The region we are in is called Kovir, and you'll get to explore it in a game. Right now,
yeah, I'm starting to see the hate now that I'm seeing the full clip in context. Like the region we're in is this, and you'll get to explore it in the game. It's like, but you're not. But this isn't your game. This is a tech demo.
She's investigating the monster, and after gathering new clues, she is heading back to a nearby village.
Yeah, I'll never fucking buy a Nintendo Switch 2. Like, what I saw something. Hold on, where was it? It was this shit pissed me off. See if I saved it. I don't know if I did or did. Yeah, here's this article from IGN. Switch 2 worthy of late Nintendo president Satoru Iwata's vision, Nvidia says. Boasts most advanced graphics ever for portable device. Dude, go fuck yourself. Like Satoru Iwata is like when the Wii released and it turned out to be hot garbage, he gave up his no, but this is coming from Nvidia. This isn't coming from IGN. Okay? He gave up 50 or like 70% initially and then 50% of his salary because he refused to do layoffs because he understood that what was needed was we needed a lot of developers so that we could and to maintain morale so that we could come out with better games so that we can so that they could get to work and improving and recognizing that they failed. Like Satoru Iwata is the vision behind so many great products from Nintendo. And now we have this we will red ring a death your game console that requires an internet contract to be signed for you to even be able to use it. We're not going to ship it out for reviewers. Like the EULA agreement from Nintendo Switch 2, where they're going to be selling games for $80 and you don't even get physical copies of the fucking games. You get a code to download the game. Is like, no, this is not worthy of his fucking vision. He would hate what is happening in Nintendo right now.
All right, everyone, meet Kelpie.
Let weeds be weeds, Kelpie.
So just like Geralt Roach, Ciri has her own loyal companion.
Like, everything is blurry. Everything in motion is really fucking blurry, and I hate it. Like, I don't mind. Like, there's some really cool shit going on, but like, there's also some bad shit going on.
We return to town.
Yeah, but it's not motion blur, Praxeb. It's this newfangled fucking iframe generation and upscaling shit that like. It looks good, and when you zone in on still images and when you zoom in on like graphic fidelity of like a specific thing that isn't moving, it looks insanely realistic. But then when you see the game in motion, it's like there is just this motion blur and like it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look doesn't look like games that came out in 2014. Like a good example of like I don't want to get too far in the weeds.
These two characters need to feel like one. Since you're gonna explore the world on horseback, riding needs to feel seamless, natural, and just fun.
Yeah, and to support that, we're introducing multi-character motion matching in Unreal. So Ciri and Kelpie, they're perfectly synchronized when mounting from any angle and speed. And we also support root motion movement on Kelpie, so controlling her feels realistic and grounded. And there are also some really nice improvements to our Unreal Chaos Flesh Solver and these machine-learned deformations. So you've got realistic muscles moving and stretching under Kelpie's skin without compromising the performance there.
Like, this is fucking cool. That's how TAA does? Yeah, TAA is a pre-AI frame gen tech that introduces lag in borders by referencing previous frames to prevent pixel stepping. Those are words. I just understand that TAA creates motion blur by generating shit that isn't real, and it sucks when you pause it, and it sucks when there's a lot of motion. That's what my non-tech minded brain knows. Like this looks like hot garbage. You know what? I'm curious. What is I'm looking at. No, I didn't want engine. What was the game? Where is it? Is it Rise of the Tomb Raider? I think it's Rise of the Tomb Raider. Right? It's like her origin story. Let me see if I can find that game real quick. I think it's Rise of the Tomb Raider. All right, yeah, this is it. Gameplay. So this person has 5.8 million views, so I'll assume it's at 1080p. Okay, so this is just Rise of the Tomb Raider. Now, this game came out in 2015, so this is a 10-year-old game. Let's just go to a random game scene.
Yeah.
I pause it. Look. Isn't that crazy? I pause it, and there isn't this random blurry shit other than the snow. Let's go to a different spot. Okay, that one was blurry from the motion.
They definitely, if you're afraid of heights, don't play this game.
This is a decade old. This is a decade old. Okay, here's another pause. Right? Oh, hold on.
So close.
Okay, that snow looked god-awful. All right, I'll give it that.
Got it. That was so close.
Like, that snow looks bad. This is cinematic. Like, let's just watch some gameplay.
Were you followed?
Do you see how that things are crisp when I pause them?
Followed? Of course not.
Like, see how her face is still crisp?
What's going on? I think I found the tomb. Something
Like, this game is a decade old, and it looks better than their fucking tech demo in certain shots. Like, I get that they're, like, the environmental detail and certain things do look better. But, like, why is a game from a decade ago, like, on par, better in some areas and worse in other areas?
Local militia.
You told someone, didn't you?
Right? We're pausing it. And it's got the new, like, hair physics or whatever.
Local militia.
And then we go back to this.
So let's leave Siri behind for a second and talk about
Everything's
the
blurry.
world itself.
Like that's your still shot. In a decade, this is what we're doing? A decade of work? Like, there are spots, right? Like, where this shit isn't in much movement and it looks gorgeous and the detail is gorgeous. But I'm telling you, man, like, there's something that we've lost that, like, is just, I don't know. I'm not
Part
impressed.
of the Witcher world is natural, organic, especially Kovir with its dense forest and wild nature.
Yeah, and wild nature is hard. And with nanite geometry, we've freed artists from so many of their old constraints. But we don't want to rest until everything we do in Unreal has that same spirit of freedom. There's always more work to do. And foliage is a huge piece.
I don't know. I'm getting black-pilled, and we got other stuff to look at tonight. We're getting 2 hours into stream. All right, so this is where the politics comes back in. But I'm just saying, man. I mean, check out the rest of the video. There's some cool shit in here. I mean, like, there is some impressive stuff in here. Like I said, I haven't seen all of it. I saw like
not one speck.
I saw like some clip from, I think it's here. Here we go.
New Unreal animation framework, allowing us to
like the animations are really cool. Like there are a lot of possibilities, and I'm excited to see what certain game, you know, I still think overall that we're going to see small studios make amazing things that look gorgeous. But the TAA switch is just, it sucks. Is it time for the EU brain rot? Yeah, dude, I have no idea what this is. Someone put it in Media Channel. Existence University. And I'm not watching an hour and 22 minutes of this. I can be sure. Like, I'm probably, like, unless it seems really interesting, I'm not going to get through it. But I saw this title from this, like, I was like, who is this person? This Existence University, like, 1.5K.
I'm certain that you
And then I saw that, like, at one point he was shitting on fucking Liquid Zulu to, like, no views. And, like, and it's like, and then he has, like, a 45-minute, like, we're fucking bringing college to YouTube. And I was like, this looks like this will be fun to shit on. 2 out of 10 rage bait. Yeah, it's like anarcho-capitalism is autistic communism. I want to get, like, you know, at least 10, 15 minutes into it and see what happens. My cousin works as a lead physics developer for Epic Games. Fun fact. Bro. Please. I would love to talk to your cousin. I'm not, fuck $5. Let me talk to your cousin and just ask, like, what's up? Holy fudge! I remember his critique of Zulu was so bad. I don't follow a lot of shit because when I'm done with politics on this, I go do my own thing. I go read manhwa and fucking, you know, like my free time that I have is spent listening to audiobooks, reading manhwa and shit like that. I don't like plug in deep. Like if I plug into YouTube, I'm watching fucking reaction videos of shit that I like. And like I'm pretty normie with the shit like that. Mostly manhwa chat. I read a lot of manhwa these days. I read a lot. Like I have like, hold on. I've gotten to the point now. Oh, let me pull this up. I've gotten to the point now where I'm like, hey, hey, I'm like, hey, Grok, I suggest me some manhwa. This is just a thread of suggested manhwa where I'm like, suggest 10 more, and then I'll read like 5 or 6 of them. Like, here we go. There's the top. Like, it just keeps going, man. Like, it keeps going. It keeps going. It keeps going. This is just me being like, suggest me some more manhwa, Grok. This is what I like. Okay, I like this one. I like this one. This one's stuck. All right. Scott running Grok ragged. Yo, Grok is like, because I can tell Grok, I'm like, this is what I'm interested in right now. I liked Beginning After the End. I liked Soul Station. You know, I liked, fucking, Nano Machine. I liked fucking, Solo Leveling. I think Solo Leveling was a little bit overrated. Beginning After the End is really fucking good. Okay, based off of that, suggest me 10 more, and then I'm like 6 or 7 of them I'll like. What the hell is a manhwa? In Japan, you have these authors, and they create these things called light novels. And then sometimes those light novels get turned into these Japanese comics called manga. And then sometimes those manga get turned into anime shows. And so what manhwa is a Korean term, and the Koreans have a different style, which is instead of doing black and white panels like a comic book, they tend to do whole pictures in color, and it's less detailed than a manga in terms of like the amount of dialogue a lot of times. It just depends on it. But like more happens quicker because the artists are coloring in, and there's a lot more focus on what's happening visually and a little bit less focus on what's happening in the dialogue or in what's written. Again, it depends upon the manhwa that you're reading. And so manhwa essentially became the term for Japanese, Chinese, or Korean comic books that are in that style. Manhwa does theirs with color by default. Yeah, like basically every manhwa is going to be in color. There's a lot of Muram World shit. There's some isekai shit. There's like a lot of the same shit that you see in manga, but a lot more Muram World shit. If you want to read a good one as a start, and you're interested in just checking out what manhwa is, I would read Legend of the Northern Blade. Unfortunately, that'll probably set your expectations too high, because none of them are going to be as good as that one. But it will give you an interesting kind of feel of like what manhwa can be. Legend of the Northern Blade is really fucking good. And it's completed. The ending was a little rushed because the guy that was drawing it developed like arthritis in his hands. So like the last 10 chapters probably should have been 30 chapters instead of 10 chapters. And it was rushed, but it is completed and it's really good throughout. The ending is rushed and it feels like it sucks a little bit. There you go. Link in chat. I might like that more. Japan got way too bogged down on exposition and wrecked the pacing. My problem with manga is manga's real good until the power creep hits, and then there's so much happening that like, and I know some of it is probably like digital scans or whatever. I'm a thief, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, I don't believe in IP. But even in the really quality scans, I can't tell what the fuck is happening. Like you try to read fucking oh my god, what's the little fucker that has no magic in the world where everything's about magic, and he's got like the fucking anti-magic swords. Asta. Yeah, but what's it called? Black Clover. I got it before chat got it. All right. I got it before chat got it. Black Clover. Dude, you get to like a certain arc in Black Clover where like fucking, spoiler alert, don't listen for the next 10 seconds after I finish this if you don't want to be spoiled on the anime, right? Because I don't know if the anime's gotten that far. But when his buddy has two different books and his two different types of magic and he's fighting with another person and there's just like fucking star magic and void space and wind and fucking spirit magic and it's like I can't tell what's going on. But with manhwa, the panels are larger and they're colored in. You don't get that. Yeah. I'm kind of a weeb in what I read. I just don't fucking make it my identity, and I don't give a fuck about like I'm not like into like lolly weird shit, and but I do like to read a lot of manhwa and manga. You know what I mean? Like I'm just not in. You're never gonna catch me with a waifu or a weird pillow. Like I have one piece of merchandise that is like Japanese related because that shit was like on sale and it's just on my desk because it was like somebody returned it and it didn't have any scratches and I was like, dude, pervy sage on my desk. Like I gotta have a pervy sage on my desk. But other than that, like I don't own any fucking Funko Pops or anything. I do own that one. Just because Pervy Sage is my spirit animal, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's the Toad Sage. Oh my God, what's his name from Naruto? I can remember Toad Sage. I can remember Pervy Sage. Jiraiya. Yeah, Jiraiya. There we go. But yeah, all right. But transitioning top 5 anime, I fucking know, dude. Like, there's so many. Like, there's such a fucking, like, it's just like, who fucking knows? There's I've watched a lot of anime. I watched a lot of bad anime, whatever. I have anime that, I have guilty pleasures that I like, that, like, other people might say is not that good, right? Well, I really like, the saga of, what is it, Tanya the Evil, or whatever? What is it? Hold on. Yeah, Saga of Tanya the Evil. That's a guilty pleasure of mine that I really like. But I like shit that's like not like I like what's the oh my God. There's one specifically I'm thinking of right now and I can't remember the name of it. Sentence of a Bookworm. That is like a slice of life one that I really, really like. I just said that I'm not into lollies or any of that shit, and then I just gave 2 fucking anime that have underage girls as the main character. All right? Which is really fucking weird, but like, no, that's not, I didn't mean to do that. All right? I'm discovering things about myself, chat, but I'm not sexually in any way, shape, or form into either of these. Okay? But I was just like, the 2 that popped in my head, fucking Freudian slip, were fucking underage girls as the main characters. But A Sentence of a Bookworm is good, and so is Saga of Tanya the Evil. Could be a dwarf fetish? No, I don't have a dwarf fetish. All right. Transitioning, like I said I would, into watch. I don't know how much of this I'm going to watch. But dude, I just saw the bad camera and I saw the bad green screen and this I'm going to teach you the real philosophy of the world and like the rage bait. And it's like a measured response. And I was like, this just reeks of a guy that smells his own farts and thinks they smell amazing. And I was like, I've got to check out just at least a couple of minutes of this because it's going to be funny. Wait, why did my headset cut off? Oh, because there was no sound for a while.
What do I think?
Okay, all right. Wait for the mic. If it the same as the other. Oh, he talks like that? Give me next season of Tanya, please. Okay, thanks. Yeah, dude, I want another season. Didn't they come out with a movie that's supposed to be like a bridge or something? I didn't watch it. Your headset is trying to save you? Yeah, all right, let's check this out.
What do I think is the fundamental issue with Ancapism or libertarianism in general?
Ancapism? Okay, we're 11 seconds in. He can't even get the name right. Let's go. This is going to be amazing.
Simple. It starts at the question, how do we build a society?
What starts at the question, how do we build a society? Do you believe that that's a failure of Ancapism, or you're saying that you think that's a problem of Ancapism, whatever that is?
Starts at the question, how do we build a society?
Also, I have it turned way up, but it's still quiet. This is on his end.
Who builds a society? Nobody. You don't build a society. We evolved. We...
Sorry, fucking what? Who builds a society? Nobody builds a society. Is there a society tree somewhere? It's quiet as fuck. I literally just said that I cut it. I used to have an add-on to like artificially raise the volume. I don't right now. It's cut all the way up. So I'll cut my volume down a little bit and you can cut your speakers up a little bit. And then that should help. So I cut my volume down a little bit. You cut it up all the on your end and then we should balance out.
It came into our brains as human beings already in a society. It was already built. It's how community works. It's how...
Dude, the mystic pseudo-intellectual bullshit. He's just going to riff it for an hour and 22 minutes and have no idea what he's talking about, isn't he? So we don't need a monopoly that enforces other order upon people since we evolved being able to cooperate without a monopoly. You got it, buddy.
Family works. So fundamentally, one of the big issues is nature versus voluntary or involuntary actions.
So, he said so like what he said connected with what the fuck he just said there. There's no connection there whatsoever. We're 53 seconds into the video and it's already retarded. This is great.
It would appear that there's like the Crusoe economics, for example. We'll always put someone on a desert island by themselves.
Okay, so now we just switch to fucking the Vosh meme. What is happening with this guy? This is his quote-unquote measured response. What is he responding to? I don't know. Let me read the description. Intellectual sit down and thinking out the reasons why Ancapism is an edgelord worldview of criminals, altists with a guilt complex who want communism and free stuff but can't say that out loud. Sure thing, buddy. Do not debate this, people. They have no original thoughts or ideals or means to educate. By simply not talking to them, they cannot produce content. The content only functions when you let them steal your time. Give them no time, and they will have nothing to produce. Let the evil disappear on its own. on its own. This is great. My running hypothesis at the moment is that the whole of Ancap philosophy is just autistic confusion. Who created the first idea, and why did the first idea contain the seeds of all other ideas to come? And how did this process of stealing the first idea evolve into the uncountable number of ideas available today? Fucking what? Oh, God. He writes like a really smart middle schooler that thinks they're super smart because they just figured out that they're a little bit smarter than the average adult. You know what I mean? Like, you know how when some of you are really high IQ in here. I've had this experience myself too, right? When you're like, 12 or 13 years old, and then you start to realize that all the adults around you are retarded. And you're like, oh, but you get a little too full of yourself and you go into like a poetry phase. You know what I mean? Like you go into a phase where you're like, I'm so smart. It's like, look at you know what it reminds you, like, hold on. This is also how I think of Peacecraft, for the record.
Look at all these fucking slugs. Everyone's a fucking idiot but me.
Yeah, this is like
slugs making consumer choices thinking it's freedom.
This is how he writes.
They don't even know. I'm really fucking smart. I see what's fucking
This is him and Peacecraft, all right?
going on.
It's so
I'm a
good.
genius on different levels of different types of scientific, political levels. I can't be fooled with your politics and your laws.
I'm not going to watch the whole thing. You should check out the video. It's fucking hilarious. It's just titled Slugs.
And then start introducing people.
Oh, hold on. We didn't finish the description. We didn't finish the long description. Further, that they have a looter and moocher mentality, such as that you can describe all Ancap thinking as the good are here. Where did they come from? What does that matter? They are just here. Like fucking what, dude? Without understanding how the mind operates under duress and stress, and how sticks will remain unconverted to spears under such duress and stress, then you cannot be said to be a capitalist, let alone an objectivist. This is the flow of his argumentation. I'm assuming he's responding to Liquid Zulu, I guess. He just doesn't say that ever. He just goes into a rant of sophistry and weirdness. This is a troll channel, 101%. I don't think it is, dude. Let me find a different video.
Given our current...
Nah, dog, this isn't a troll. This is somebody that really believes their own shit. He really hates objectivism, though. I'll give him that. Nah, this is somebody that, like, really thinks he sees the true. All right, let's continue.
But how did that man get there?
Oh, hold on, this guy's a Randroid? This guy's a Randroid, but like hates Ancapism. Okay, all right. That's interesting. That's super interesting.
Really? He got there by some ship, from some society. You're not building a society, you're talking about a man trapped on an island. It's not the same thing whether you like to imagine so or not. It's not the same. If you want...
Has anyone ever made the claim that one man alone on an island is a society? Like, who has made this claim? Who has made this straw man that he is arguing against?
Want to actually be objective, actually deal with reality. You don't just put people on desert islands. You actually ask, in the case of real human beings, how did we get here?
Is this guy like against the concept of a thought experiment? What? You have to deal with real reality. And then you ask the question, how did we get here? Like what? Like, it's a thought experiment. And the thought experiment is never one guy on an island. The thought experiment is usually 2 or 3 guys on an island. 2, so that we can describe how conflict occurs and simplify the means of like where conflict comes from. And 3, so that we can discuss the quote unquote society, but like what is an ethical system, because under anarcho-capitalism it has to be intersubjectively communicated. So it can't be 2 people, it has to be 3 people. Like, this is hilariously bad.
We got here by family, right? You were born to your parents. That's how it works. If you voluntarily...
Yeah. Is there an Ancap that believes that people don't have parents? Does he believe that Ancaps believe in the storks? Like, what the fuck is this guy on about? You know what this guy has? He has the male. You know how like when you can tell when you listen that a woman is a problem or that a man is a leftist because he does that California upspeak and the blah 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 blah, right? Like you can just tell from their intonation and like the lilt at the end of their sentences where it sounds like they're asking a question when they're making statements that like that they're an ideologue that doesn't engage in reality. He has some version of this. Like it's like a person that's high on their own supply of how smart they are. But he has that version of it. It's really fucking funny. Like listen just to the intonation.
People on desert islands, you actually ask, in the case of real human beings, how did we get here? We got here by family, right? You were born to your parents. That's how it works. If you voluntarily choose to go live in the woods, you're going to be up against a pack of wolves. There's no such thing as the alpha beta mix. That was an old thing that the guy who created it spends his...
He just goes on a rant about how alpha beta thing isn't real when it comes to like to packs with wolves. It's like, oh my God, dude. Oh no. Oh no. It's like he's just spitting off factoids that he remembers that make him sound smart. Like there's no reason to talk about alpha beta shit. Who in the fuck is like, is there a single red pill podcast Ancap? Is there like a single one of them? Like, does anybody talk about like red pill shit? Like, I talk about red pill shit sometimes, but I don't talk about like real alphas and chat. Like, no, like what is this guy? Like, dude, he's so fucking disorganized.
There's no such thing as the alpha beta mix. That was an old thing that the guy who created it spends his life now trying to debunk his old book that people won't stop reading. Okay? A wolf pack is a family. The
Yo, this is fucking gold. What the fuck? Like, this is how my ADHD brain operates in my own head, but not how I speak, because I'm not retarded. Like it's like this is like a stream of consciousness from an ADHD psycho. Like this is beautiful.
Alpha is just dad or mom, and then the other one's the other parent, and the others follow their lead because they're their children. It's a family. Wolves.
Thank you for letting us know how like, moms and dads work. Next, will we go on to the birds and the bees?
Move in families. Gorillas move in families. Chimpanzees move in human beings move in families. Look at a native tribe. Family.
Also, no. Like that's not true, right? Like human beings are unique in that we both have paternalistic care and maternalistic care. Like in almost every other animal in the animal kingdom, the mother is taking care of the child with and there's paternalistic care in bonobos, right? But for the most part, like no, that's not what human families are distinct, likely because of a difference in degree in consciousness, likely because of like the increase in our brain and gestational period is very short in humans. So the infant can't walk or can't do shit. We don't have like, we're not marsupials. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing like we have an infant that needs to be taken care of. Like even in his like weird, has nothing to do with anarcho-capitalism rant, where he's just stream of consciousness pulling out factoids, he's getting shit just like demonstrably wrong.
They're blood related. That's how it works.
They're blood related. That's how it works. It's like, oh, okay, all right, dude. This is beautiful. Who fucking suggested this to me in the Discord? I want to thank that person. Let me go to media. Who was it? Fuck it. It just works, bro. Blood related. Moms and dads. They're family, okay? Duh. You go out in the woods, you're going to be raised by wolves. Fucking, who was it? Drail. Drail recommended this shit. Fucking thank you, Drail. Oh, God, this is hilarious. All right, hold on, let me go back.
What do you not particularly want to do with your family? It's usually quite frowned upon to fight them. So as a family unit...
Usually quite frowned upon? Are we talking about humans or are we talking about wolves and monkeys? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Chimpanzees beat the shit out of family. Like, they rip them apart. Having watched some of his other videos, this is the type of guy that is smart, but not that smart. There's a really good meme. I got it. See if I can find it for you real quick. Hold on. Did I put it in here? No way I deleted that shit. No way did I delete that. Where is it? Where is it? Where the fuck is my... Okay, here it is. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did I delete it? This isn't it. This is the same thing. Hold on. Date deleted. Let me see if I can find it. Man, I'm never going to be able to find it. It's just a wonderful graph. It's an IQ graph of like intelligence and IQ. And then right between 115 and 125, it just bottoms out to 0. And it's a really good, like, it's a hilarious meme, but it's exactly this. It's like there's like a certain point of peak midwittery where like it's just like rip chart gun. I showed it a couple days ago. I did, but I must have deleted it or put it in a folder somewhere.
You come up with some family house rules so as to not fight. The family grows, gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and suddenly you have a town.
What? Is it a monkey town? Like, you brought up indigenous tribes. Is this a racial comment? Like, what's going on?
Small, little, tight-knit community of mostly a bunch of cousins, really. And it keeps growing, and more people, more cousins from other families start moving in.
Does this guy think all humans are cousin fuckers? That's not how that works. Because the tribe goes and raids another tribe and gets new women to rape. That's how it works in tribes. Like, it's what the fuck? You like what? He just thinks all tribes just like stick together and like fuck each other into a genetic nightmare fuel. Like, what is this guy talking about?
And then suddenly you have a city. You need a set of rules that operate the same as the family rules. Right? We're not going to hurt each other. We're not going to steal from each other. We're going to try to resolve disputes in a fair and peaceful way.
Okay, so we've gotten to the point of we need ethics. Why is this bad for anarcho-capitalism?
Now, this is how you interact with other human beings. Why? Because
this is so bad.
We can't read each other's minds, and we need to be able to use our minds. So,
what? That's your rationale. Why do we do this? Because we can't read minds and we need to use our minds. It's like he's just pulling out like vague, half thought out consequences from other things that he's read and like trying to string it together, but he doesn't actually have an understanding of what he's saying.
Able to use our minds.
Jaden Smith school of thought. Yes, it is. It is like a Jaden Smith shower thought.
So what comes naturally in a society is being surrounded by people that you don't really want to fight with for your own reason or because you don't like hurting people's feelings but we're just trying to get along.
Dude, this sounds like a book report to a book he didn't read. Like he's really like he's really winging it.
Life is hard and we're trying to get along, trying to go along to get along. Right?
I mean, I can garner that he's, you know, like if I assume his position as a status is that we need a state to, it is sped up. I'll cut it up to 1.5. But he's this slow already. And it was kind of quiet, so I didn't want to speed it up too much for you guys. I had to like increase his volume and lower my volume so you guys could turn up your volume. I'll put it up to like 1.5, but it's kind of quiet for some people.
It's unnatural. It's abnormal. It's irrational to go and move into the woods by yourself. It's irrational. It is abnormal to find yourself alone on a desert island.
What? That's retarded. No, it's not. If I was living in, let's say, Tenochtitlan, right? Let's say I'm living in Tenochtitlan, okay? Which is the capital city of the Aztec Empire. And I got blue eyes. And like the last 4 people with blue eyes got sacrificed for a better harvest because they believe cutting the hearts out of people with blue eyes and then popping out their eyes and then making a dish with like noodles and eye and heart soup from the blue-eyed people brings a good harvest. It would be perfectly fucking rational for me to leave and go out into the fucking woods by myself. Yeah, I might die from snakes or scorpions or whatever shit is in the jungle, but it would be real fucking smart for me to leave if I got blue eyes, wouldn't it? Like we're at the retarded take where going out into the woods by oneself is somehow irrational always? Or to do thought experiments is irrational. What is this guy on about?
Right? So if you find yourself then alone on a desert island, you are not so much presuming statehood when you want to form a government when someone else comes by. No, you want to form a connection, a friendship, a family.
What? What are we presuming to form a statehood with? What does this even mean? You're not this thing I randomly just said. Like, the guy can't even, like, he has a YouTube video and he's clearly reacting to something. It's a measured response to something. But nowhere in the description or in his own video is he mentioning what he's fucking responding to. He's just, seems to just be angry that somebody used the desert island hypothetical against him.
Government, that state, that protection agency, that insurance company, whatever you want to call the thing that is the agreement between the 2 people, 3 people, 4 people. That's just human interaction. And
is there an Ancap that is against this? What the fuck are you talking about? Is there a single Ancap that is like, I'm against the formation of insurance companies on desert islands? Like, fucking what? What do you mean, bro? What is he saying? That like there's an objective amount of people at which point relations are classified as states and assumes that a state is a requirement for X number of people to cooperate? Maybe. That's a really good guess. But I think you're assuming a rational mind here.
Humans can be illogical. They can be irrational. They can be abnormal. So
they can be irrational. By what means? Like, they're rational actors, but like, yeah, people can be crazy and do crazy shit.
You have to set some ground rules that say, we're not going to act irrationally towards each other in the sense that we're not going to hurt each other. We're not going to steal from each other. Setting ground rules. So, along with this principle.
That's not a principle. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, when people collectively get together, they create rules so that they can be more functional. What is happening here? This is so unhinged. Yeah, maybe they make a rule to kill all the people with blue eyes. And if I'm a blue-eyed person, I'm leaving. Like, what do you mean, dude?
Then?
Also, this isn't historically how society's formed at all. Like, this is like completely, like, this is like a fantasy about, I guess, maybe how societies ought form, but that's not how they do. Like, it wasn't until like Jews came around that anybody had a word for anybody outside of their tribe as like the same word for their people. Because before then, everyone was like, there's us, and then there's the barbarians. And sometimes the barbarians come in because they're evil and they're bad, and we have to protect ourselves from the barbarians. And sometimes the best thing to do to protect ourselves from the barbarians is go run over there and kill all the men, and then rape and fuck all the women. And by women, we mean like anybody over the age of 11 that's female. And then we're going to bring them back to the tribe as prizes and trophies. Like, what do you talk like? There's no friendships that come together like a happy family and create these rules so that we can be functional of like, we don't steal from each other. Like, no, we fucking mock Garah because fucking Tom looked at Ted's wife and we're gonna fight to the death now. Like, people were crazy savages. We were crazy. We all come from crazy people. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what is this fantasy that like families get bigger and then all the cousins fuck each other and all the cousins make really good rules about not stealing and we live in a big happy cousin fucking family, big old giant town cousin fucking family happiness? Like, what is this?
So along with this principle then is the anarchist, the Ancap, the whatever.
Again, he has not stated a principle.
Some of them will suggest that there are objective laws, and by that they mean literally somehow metaphysical based. They will deny it to the furthest ends of the world that they're world of form Platonic ideas, but that there are Platonic laws. That there's something so fundamental that you don't even need to actually.
It's not Platonic forms or Platonic ideas. What the fuck are you talking about?
Observe it. You could just close your eyes.
So they'll deny it, but it is. What's my evidence? I said so, and I'm the smartest person in the room. Yeah, I'm in the room by myself, but I'm always the smartest person in the room because joke's on you, nobody hangs out with me, and I'm always by myself. Like, what?
The moment you're born, and introspect, and you'll find it somehow, eventually. The perfect laws. If this were even true, which it's not, if it were true, what's the point of the anarchist system? Because first you would start out your system with all of the anarchy, and I don't mean chaos necessarily, but all of the businesses starting up and doing their thing. And then one of the businesses decides through pure good economic practice, these are really good objective laws. And then all of the other ones who aren't practicing objective laws, they're losing business to this other one. And so then they
Does he think saying that it is objectively true magically confers the wisdom and inherent good moral quality to all humans? What? His internal critique is, wouldn't people all magically agree? What? No. Commies exist now. What are you talking about?
They get scientists working on it, or praxeologists who are or are not scientists, because you get to decide that one, praxeologists. You don't like science, but it's also a science, but also it's not. That one's on you.
That one's on you. Shit I don't understand, so I just say it as a joke. And then I go, ooh, you have these retarded ideas that I don't understand and I'm misquoting. That's on you. Like, no, like when praxeology is the science of human thinking, or the science of human behavior, right? It is using science not in the term that we use science today. Right? It is the same way it is using reason and using logic to arrive at certain conclusions. That's all it is. So that you can tell, you know, like it's not like we're not in a laboratory. Nobody is claiming that like the science of praxeology is utilizing the scientific method. It's just using it the way science was referred to for hundreds and hundreds of years within philosophy, as opposed to how we colloquially use science today. Nobody is claiming that like they're in a laboratory cooking up a scientific experiment to determine the veracity of their claims. Like, no, they're just looking at the theory of human action and certain axioms, which, by the way, praxeology is Austrianism, which is like completely not only commiserate but almost necessary to understand objectivism.
You can decide that one. But the point being, if we all are working properly and there's no fighting.
What are you saying? I don't have the full chat showing. Oh, I had to respec it. My bad. It's live chat on this screen, but on this screen, which was the one I was looking at, it was top chat. What, did I miss something?
At all. Wouldn't all of this businesses, all the insurance companies, all the security forces, they'd all eventually discover the objective laws, and therefore they would all eventually have the same objective laws.
That's retarded. That's like, he thinks human beings made magical, happy cousin fucking families, and he thinks that if people that will all just magically discover the truth, and then everyone will behave. What? So then why do you need a state? Oh, we don't need a state because... Oh, sorry, we do need a state because people don't magically agree just because of truth. Like what is this? How do you call it autistic communism when you're so fucking autistic that you think that everybody's brain works in such a way that they will eventually use logic and discover the true, and then of course they will behave by the laws of the universe and the true, because what human would not, automatically obey whatever they believe to be the true, because they all will perfectly and logically arrive at the same true conclusion. Like, what? It sounds like a progress always leans left kind of person.
Groups, in one very real fundamental sense, they would all have the same constitution. So what is there to say that they're not acting as a full country if they all share that same objective constitution? And
so he's gonna take his severe misunderstanding of human behavior and psychology and just run with it to its natural conclusion.
In which case, shouldn't eventually all of the world governments one day discover these objective laws, and all of the world governments will come together, and we will have a one world government, and then there will be just one government, one state, one private security force, one insurance company, whatever you want to call it.
What the fuck? He's assuming that we're claiming that people somehow always make correct choices and correct decisions. Yeah, no one's claiming that. Eat the bugs.
If laws are objective, eventually we will all get to them, right? Even in the case of international law right now, like, people move, people migrate, people are refugees. If America becomes this perfect anarchist state as such that does this, and then they discover objective laws, and then they write a new constitution, essentially, whether they write it or...
Well, the Ancaps will obviously all get together and write a new constitution. Fucking what? Anarchism is when we all get together and agree on a new constitution. Fucking... What the fuck is going on? Oh man, I have engaged with a lot of people online and reacted to a lot of things, and this might be one of the dumbest things I've ever listened to.
They're not.
From a guy that's very confident about his intelligence.
Perfect objective law constitution would span the entire continent, and other nations would eventually flock here as refugees, and then those other competing countries would have to discover objective laws or perish, right? So, but then we would all share the same law. So what's the point of saying we need to have multiple different governments, not one monopoly, when the fundamental final product is one government?
Has this guy ever read any Ancap philosophy, or is he just too stupid to get it? Like, I'm curious. Like, or is he just like, or does he think he's being slick to his audience in like is he just lying and he thinks he's being slick but he's not? Or is it like, does he believe that all humans have the exact same values? Does he believe that culture doesn't exist and that there are differences in what we ought to do? Because the anarchism and libertarianism doesn't make moral ought claims other than you ought not aggress. Like, does this guy not understand anything? Like, I'm genuinely curious how this guy rants for an hour and 22 minutes about something he either absolutely knows nothing about, either because he's never read it or because he didn't get any of it and he just skims words and they go in one ear and out the other, or they don't get saved anywhere in however memory retrieval works. It's something is gone, right? Or is he just like, I'm gonna pull one over and fucking call them commies and I'm so fucking smart everyone will fall for my lies.
world government, right?
What's crazy is that like people, you guys, Drail sent this to me, and like when I looked at his channel, he has a bunch of videos on Ancap stuff. Like, what is happening? Like, that means this guy has ranted for hours on end about anarcho-capitalism while still never learning what anarcho-capitalism is or thinking everyone's fallen for his tricks.
And the only point in that is to say that, oh, you shouldn't have monopoly of force. But if you don't enforce the law, then people aren't going to follow it.
Yeah, because Ancaps are saying don't enforce the law. We're all pacifists. Like, I love how he just goes, monopoly on force is exactly the same thing as enforcing law. These two are the exact same thing. There's no difference between them.
And you can pretend like people are going to follow it, but every single one of these people.
I saw him stalk videos of other super small channel that once interacted with him in comments. God damn. How many views does this have? 337 views. Okay. All right. I just got to look at the comments. Crying like the child he is. Real coal posting hours. All right. Okay, this person saying, theorizing about, yep, okay. I like that you're engaging with problematic ideas from the rest of the culture. It makes for interesting contact. I have holy shit. All right, so there is a person here that he's got a genuine fan here. Oh, hey, it was one MDA. This video is not a video presentation. It's a plea for a conversation, specifically in a video response format. Anything else you won't take seriously for some reason. That or this is just a meltdown to cope with an idea that Rand might have been wrong on something. I think you should actually read Ancap literature. Sounds like something a beta would say. Fucking, I'm liking that. That's funny. 21 minutes in, Ancaps don't say their philosophy is based on utopia. Not a single Ancap has ever. Yeah. 2942. Would you in fact destroy something that could make your life better? Okay. Find this humorous considering you've previously stated you developed most tenets of objectivism on your own prior to you finding out about Rand. Oh, that's just narcissism. I think we're just watching a narcissist, actually. We're not making it out of the slop mines with this one. I'm 30 and I'm an Ancap and I'm not making money from talking to people about it, so you're wrong. It's good that you make these videos. This sounds like a bot comment he purchased. It's got a lot of comments. I'll give him that. He does have good engagement, for the channel size. Mostly it's rage bait shit.
Well, maybe David Friedman, is there any other person under the age of 30 who actually believes in this? I don't think anyone under the age of 30. It's really the same as, in a sense, as communism. Like, you got your Bernie Sanders and like your AOC, but they're people who eventually, they're not actually communists.
Well, considering that you're 11 minutes in and you haven't engaged with a single point, maybe not have all the confidence, but yes, I am over 30. I believe in this. I'm an anarcho-objectivist, which I bet pisses him off to no end.
Right, your Hassan Pikers, you got your Gucci bag communists. They're not communists. They're scamming you. So any heartfelt Ancap, I believe, is the same. They're not old enough to know the difference. They're like the communists, are all under a certain age, and then you reach a certain age and you fall off, or you learn how to make money from it, and you're no longer the thing that you say that you are, essentially.
Yeah, guys. I'm fucking really on the hard Ancap grift over here. I would make so much less money if I like did video game streaming or like, fucking did a reaction channel, music videos and things like that. I could never fucking make any money doing shit like that. Or, you know what I love doing? I love being in the debate space and utterly nerfing myself and not getting invited to a fuck ton of panels because they're like, hey, what do you think about this? And they're like, oh, I was looking for a regular right winger. My bad. Maybe another time, because the entire panel and debate space is always like 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, and they want a right winger and a left winger. And really they want two pretend right wingers that are left wingers and then two real right wingers. And then they want to use those two pretend right wingers to make the two real right wingers look crazy. Like, what are you talking about?
This brings me to a very key point, I would think, that you could almost title this section Tar Pit Ideas Part 2. And this is the idea of...
You haven't presented anything other than like a schizo rant. So this is part 2. Let's go.
Same, but different.
Same,
but different.
Oh my God. He's reached the interview levels of retard. Oh, fuck. No. Hold on. Oh, fuck. He's literally...
We are different people. We speak different languages. Huh? We have different faces, but inside, we are same. Same, but different. But still same. Oh, thank you.
Please tell me that there's a difference between these two things.
This brings me to a very key point, I would think, that you could almost title this section Tar Pit Ideas Part 2. And this is the idea of same but different. Same but different. The Ancaps have it, Flat Earthers have it, and the Ether people.
I'm just saying, hold on.
Same, but different. But still same. Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry. I don't see the difference. Corporate wants me to see the difference between these two photos, and I don't. Like,
have it. And it's the same idea. It's to everyone on the outside of their little cult. Everyone on the outside looks at what they're saying and just goes, you're just saying the same thing as everybody else. You just keep calling it something else. You keep giving it a different name, but you're repeating yourself. It's same, but different. Right? So, for example, first example.
Give me an example, brother, please. There's some structure. It looks like he's looking down at notes for the first time.
As a demonstration, Flat Earthers. They will use...
Why are we using Flat Earthers? Engage with the Ancap arguments.
The horizon, the curved, the non-curved horizon to prove the flat Earth. The Globe Earthers, the correct people, also use the horizon to prove that the Earth is round. One goes out to the ocean, and they say, I see no curve. And by that they mean from like east to west, with south in the middle, they don't see curving in either direction. Right? They're expecting this actual sloping downwardness. They expect themselves to be of such a large size that they're looking at a ball. And when you look at a ball, you can see the ball curve because you're gigantic, and you hold the ball and you see the curve. They think by...
This is the longest ad hom argument I've heard in a long time. Like, I mean, if you're gonna make an ad hom, like, make it pithy. Like, get to the point. Like,
on a said ball, that you should still be able to see the curve go this way.
Whoa, he's a globetard as well. Shaking my head. # flat Earth is true.
Globe Earthers say no, the Earth is flat. Look at the curve, and what they mean is that if you go over the curve, you disappear, and that further and further past that horizon, you start disappearing into that curve.
Which, by the way, is like one of the weakest arguments for proving round Earth. Like, you know, like I'm just throwing that out there. Like just saying, you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's a much simpler one. Like, hey, you know, on the other side of the world, it's fucking dark right now, right? Like, you know, we don't have to get all fancy with the fucking ships crossing the horizon.
It's the same argument. The curve proves my idea, or the horizon proves my idea.
My favorite thing with Flat Earth is when they bought like a really high powered laser that can shoot a long distance, and then they made sure that they were the exact same level above sea level, and then they like created like a hole, and so that like it would shoot, you know, through the hole because obviously the Earth is flat, and then they shot the laser and it was like a couple kilometers or some shit, and then it was like above the hole, and they were like, fuck, back to the drawing board, boys. like they proved their own thing wrong with their own experiments, and they were like, shit, we got to figure out a new way to grift on flat Earth. Like, it can't be that the fucking Earth is round. And then they rented really expensive equipment only to prove themselves wrong, and then they were like, nah, damn it, like fucking, I guess we got to go to Antarctica, boys.
Only one of them can be correct.
And then they went to Antarctica and dude was like, dude, I watched the sun go in a circle. I'm not a flat earther anymore. And they were like, you got bought by the Jews. Like the flat earth community was like, you're lying with your selectively edited video. It's like, because he got converted by going to the fucking North Pole or like close to it. It was fucking hilarious. Yeah, Brian, that's what I was talking about. Like one of them like became a globe earther.
So then how does it curve?
Yeah, Scott, the laser was clearly compromised. See, this is the problem with flat earthers when they don't also realize that Jews control space lasers. And what that really means is that they control all the lasers on Earth via in space. But space is really just at the top of the globe. If they understood the real theory behind Jewish space lasers, they'd understand why the Jews manipulated it so that they wouldn't know about the true on the outsides of the glacial wall where all the Jewish islands are, where they keep all the gold for their banks. Two brokies coping.
And this is part of that, the rationalism. The word is the same, but different. Curve. I'm looking for a curve. Curve. The flat earthers curve. They need it to be autistically.
You know, he's still on this fucking flat earther bent. Like, dude, wrap it up, B. Like, hold on. Like this. Hold on. All this dude is doing is making me think of like fucking other funny things. Like it's so bad.
For years, we've...
Well, then my girlfriend Gina, she called me up. She said,
Talking about what I was telling you. You better wrap that gavel up, B. Talking about what I was telling you.
With the Wrap It Up box, things will come to an end at the perfect time.
Like, wrap it up, B.
Similar to a ball's curve. They can't wrap their head around that if they were a bacteria on a basketball, that the curve would look like how boats over the horizon look. But they don't understand that. They have this kind of autistic, locked-in curve means on a flat surface, there's a hill shape. They don't see the hill shape. They don't see the curve.
He's still on
the same
this
globe earther.
flat earth thing,
says,
man.
no, look, that's a curve. Like, see how you can't see beyond it because things have gone past the curve?
Yeah, he just keeps saying the same shit over and over again. Measured response. And he keeps looking down like these are in his notes.
The ether example, the same.
I think it's an attempt at a green screen slope is dope. This shit is hilarious.
Thing. You give them the space-time. You say space-time is that which stretches and expands.
Oh, fuck, he's going into a new one. All right, space-time, let's go. Let's listen to this guy talk about space-time.
Space-time is the thing that things live in. Everything is the space-time. All of the different fields, exist within this space-time. And they say, well, I don't believe in space-time because autistic rationalism, space and time in the dictionary are defined as one and defined as two, and I can't autistically rationalistically put these words together, so therefore the word can't work. It's not a good word. Therefore, if not good word, then not exist. And if not exist, then something else must exist. And then they create the ether.
Also, this guy really doesn't understand autism, like, at all. Like, that's not how autistics look at shit. Like, yeah, they have difficulty with literal interpretations of words, but again, that's like, that's not I think he's trying to get to a concept of hyperfixation, and he's confusing it with literal language interpretation of autism. And that's because, again, it's like a guy read some things about autism, but he doesn't actually understand any of the shit that he read.
Which is something that spans all of the universe. By all mathematical observations, it stretches and squeezes and spans, but they just say that's just math, but it does the identical thing. It has all of the different fields in it.
God, I kind of want to debate this guy just to interrupt him and be like, how about you define space-time? Like, because this is clearly someone that if you just push them a little bit, they will break. This is clearly someone that is like not equipped for any pushback whatsoever in real time. Like, if I was just like, oh, okay, well, what's space-time? Explain it. Like he would be like, oh, fuck. Like he would fold immediately. And it's not even that he would like be wrong. He would just like not have any concept of where his own thought was going before.
And you look at them and you say, well, what difference is there here? What difference have you created? Same but different. It's the same thing. The Ancaps have their exact same thing.
Are we going to finally get to the Ancaps? Here we go. Let's go.
They don't want a government. Government means monopoly force. Monopoly force means bad because monopolies are bad. Why are monopolies bad? Because you shouldn't be able to own things.
What the fuck? What? Oh, fuck, man. It's not even a straw man. You know, like that's like a fucking stick man. Like you didn't even put clothes on it and put straw in it to even attempt to make it look like a man. Like you like it's just this is like playing fucking what's that game where you fuck Hangman, right? Like it's like you drew out a stick figure as your straw man. You're like, that'll do. That works. Like what ghost man, like that is fucking, it's fucking, let's hear his fucking thought process of Ancapism.
Ancaps have their exact same thing. They don't want a government. Government means monopoly force. Monopoly force means bad because monopolies are bad. Why are monopolies bad? Because you shouldn't be able to own things.
It's like, well, they don't believe in a government. No, we're not against governments. We're against the state. What is the state? Well, a monopoly on power and violence is one of the things that makes the state the state. It's non-voluntary. It was gained through non-voluntary means is the other part that he's missing there. Monopolies are bad. Well, any Austrian economist would agree that monopolies are bad, but monopolies are created by the state. Monopoly is a condition. You should read Adams. You should actually read up on capitalism. If you have any understanding of it, then you would recognize that this idea of like monopoly being a majority market share is like a new concept that economists came up with to cope about the way that they hijacked the word. They changed the definition of the word. And then the idea that we think monopolies are bad because people can't own fucking property is fucking insane.
I guess fundamentally at the end of the day, it would come down to having to own an idea. And then, and if you have the ownership, you can't literally hold an idea. Autism, since you can't have the thing in your hand, since you
autism. It's fucking like what? Oh, okay. We disagree with you on intellectual property, therefore autism. Fucking what?
If you can't hold it in your hand, then you can't own it. Because owning, autistic rationalism style, means holding. And if you can't hold it, then you can't claim it as yours.
Well, then what's your definition of owning, man? It's like you're claiming it's autism because we use the word differently than you use the word. But what is your positive position? What's your definition? You know what I mean? Like this actually might get towards an interesting conversation if had by a better person, right? Because like this is a somewhat, it's adjacent to a salient point, right? Like that have been made by better men, right? Which is the debate around IP and the idea that owning property means owning scarce resources. It's an actual, like that is what it is. If a resource isn't scarce, then it isn't, then you can't own it. Fabian is autistic because of being broke. Yeah, that's how autism works.
So,
but if you would like to cure my autism, give me money. I notice you've never contributed. All right. Contribute to the Autism Relief Fund and give me some money. Slope is dope, and I'll be less autistic, since that's how autism works.
We're getting to that. This comes down to the fact that they think that idealism, the world of forms, that even that baby who opens their eyes at the very first time, they can close them again and just think out the whole world. And so a baby, an introspective enough baby, should be able to write Ayn Rand's Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology.
Fucking what? Like, he just keeps accusing us of being in Plato's theory of forms because we're talking about tangible, scarce resources and the idea that ideas are not tangible once you spread said ideas. Like, do you own my printing press? That is a thing I own. Do you have exclusive control over property? what is property? And you're just like, these guys are platonics and they're retarded because I said so. And they think babies can write Ayn Rand's books. What's fucking what?
Because it's just there somewhere in the universe. I call it the collective unconscious, to be plucked out of the collective unconscious, and by all means that you can't patent that which could be plucked out of the collective unconscious. That's how I see what they're talking about.
That's how I see it. Well, you see it in a retarded way. Like, oh God.
But what was the point?
This is what happens when a moron takes Adderall. No, this feels like narcissism. I'm not saying it is, obviously, because I'm not going to fucking armchair psychology a dude from a rant he made that's 19 minutes. But like, if it's not narcissism, then it's just what happens when you're just smart enough to be able to regurgitate ideas, and then you think that makes you smarter than everybody else. Use the little money next to the typing line like this. Hey, Silver, thank you for donating to the Autism Relief Fund.
Autism detected.
Where am I even saying? The same but different. The Ancaps have their government, which monopoly bad for a reason. Monopoly bad, government is monopoly. Therefore, we no longer have monopoly, we have state.
Ancaps aren't against efficiency monopolies. They're against monopolies granted by the state. Like, he's just like using words. I'm going to get to 20 minutes and then we're going on to the next thing, but this is fucking hilarious.
Now, the state will run the exact same region. No, not state. That's bad. No. Some of us will say insurance companies. Yes. The insurance company will hold certain rules and laws and regulations with their own backed force.
I don't know that skincare is going to fix this, my guy. I think this guy, first he needs to drink some water. You know, he needs to get rid of like whatever imbalance he has in his hormones that make it to where he allows himself to have this patchy ass beard. You know, maybe get a haircut. He'll be all right, but I don't know that skincare is like, I don't know that eye cream is really going to fix this problem. Ugly equals evil? Not always.
Of gunned men who will enforce certain rules in a certain geographic region. Government? If you bring any normal person into the room and then bring in an Ancap, a flat earther, and an ether theorist, and let them give their arguments over.
An ether theorist? Who the fuck is an ether theorist in 2025? Am I missing something? Are there ether theorists? Hold on. Like, is he just talking about people that believe in like the validity and testing of like quantum mechanics and quantum theory? Because I have some questions about that. But is he talking about like ether with an A, or like an ether theorist? Like, is there a community of ether theorists? Oh no, ask physics. Okay, hold on.
The ether was a 19th century idea that has soundly been rejected by evidence. Then how is it that there are still physicists working on ether theory? And
oh shit, there are ether theorists. Oh fuck, I stand corrected. Oh god damn it, no. Oh shit, guys. Fuck, man.
Over and over, and then the normal person and the expert and a child, a little baby, honestly, just listening to this nonsense, will say, it's just this, you haven't changed anything besides the name. And maybe the ways in which you got there. But you're clearly building up to the thing that is the most real, most respected thing. You just don't want to admit it. You want to have gotten there yourself. That's what
oh, fuck, dude, I got cooked, bro. I got cooked twice in a row. He's got me down pegged. I want to have come to it by myself. No, dude, I am leagues smarter than you, and I think of myself as retarded. In his video, Response to Philosophy of Math, Harry's Binswager at 1:30 he literally talks about his IQ and Big Five traits. That could be a gold mine in reaction. Nah, I'm fucking done. We're going to move on to fucking something even more cringe, which is Megyn Kelly pretending like she's not a feminist with Jordan Peterson. But this shit is funny. You found the physicist whose name I keep forgetting? Yeah, every time I see it, I'm just like, Lucifer? And I'm like, oh, yeah, no, that's not actually Lumenfrost. Oh, that's fucking funny, dude. Oh, shit. Yeah, Slope is Hope. I wasn't planning on reacting to this guy for an hour and 22 minutes. It's funny, but eventually it stops being funny. Let me get into the last thing for tonight. Where's it at? I had a whole bunch of shit. Where did it go? Aha. There it is.
Half of Western.
All right, here's the main last bit of thing for tonight. I don't know how far I'm going to get into this because I don't know how far I can deal with these two people being retarded. Like, oh man, this is going to be cringe. Are you guys ready for the cringe? Are you guys ready for? Actually, hold on. Before we get going into this, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get another energy drink so I can get through the stupidity that is Megyn Kelly telling young men what they need to do and keeping it real when having no concept of what male struggle is, and then Jordan Peterson randomly crying about some shit and talking about how his daughter actually did a good job, like she wasn't a fucking hoe. We'll be back. All right, boys. Where's my fucking... I had a... Well, I'll be... Oh, there it is. Had to dry my hands off. I took a detour. Took a whiz bang. Washed my hands. Didn't dry them off. Why does JP look so gay here? Dude, he's just getting older and... He keeps wearing more feminine suits, and he keeps crossing his legs a bunch, and so he's just become more feminine in his old age. By the way, what was the name of that book that you thought was a good introduction to Carl Jung? Eric Neumann and the Origins of Consciousness. Here it is. Sorry about that. The Origins and History of Consciousness by Eric Neumann. Mine's all beat up. I saw the butt crack. What the fuck? Oh, well, you know. Did that make you happy? Feel better now? Slope fucking meat watching over here. Ew, man boobs. You don't like my boobs? You don't like them? Huh? You like my boobies? You like these? I thought streamers were supposed to show off their boobies. No. Saw nothing. Do it again. Man boobs equals lost the debate. All right. Pool stream? I'm not lugging my equipment out to the fucking pool. That's really all it is. I don't even care. They can call me fat all you want. But fucking, I'm not lugging out all that shit. Because I'm so fat, I'm not lugging all that shit out to the fucking pool. I do have a really nice pool at this apartment, though. All right. Let us see how dumb this conversation gets. I'm super excited to laugh at how Megyn Kelly is going to tell all the men all the things that they need to do to become the good old tax wage slaves and accept absolutely zero accountability on behalf of women and gaslight the audience into thinking that like women are the real victims here whilst pretending to be a conservative. This should be fun.
Women 30 and under have no child. Half of them will never have a child, and 90% of them will regret it. This is a catastrophe.
Your life will be happier if you have a partner and children. That's just true. And people should be told that, and then they should be told the realities of fertility. But in my case, Jordan, from that day to this, I've always loved working. I love it. It's totally exciting.
But remember, guys, everything that is said after the word but can be ignored. You could use some sun. Yeah, probably. Let me rebalance my audio because that dude was super quiet. There we go.
And interesting and intellectually.
You could use a lot less EBT. That's funny. I've never been on food stamps.
Stimulating to me, and I cannot imagine not doing this.
We do potentially have a major societal issue in that men have their pathologies that are expressed socially, aggression, antisocial behavior, drug and alcohol abuse, but there's no reason to.
All right. I'm drinking the second one. The mint and honey clean cause energy drink is a lot better. The blueberry one kind of sucks.
Whatsoever that women wouldn't bring their own pathologies to the workplace.
I've seen women behaving terribly over the past.
I've always loved my job where opportunities were given to me when I was young because I'm a hot blonde, and then I just got astroturfed in traditional media and got opportunities that only the top 0.001% of people get, and my job requires no physical or manual labor whatsoever, and I get paid 7 to 8 figures depending on what fucking thing I'm doing. I don't know why everybody wouldn't love this. Women need to work more too. They need to focus on their careers.
Last 5 years in particular, and they're at the apex of the bad messaging. They're obsessed with abortion, which I just think speaks to a lot of things like the absence of religion in the public square. So I just think the whole system is set up to breed that kind of woman.
It's become.
Slope is dope. Doesn't even understand the game because he's such a loser. Okay, you don't buy black prostitutes with EBT card. Okay, that's not how that works. Okay, you use your EBT card to get things like, you know, really, really good high quality food that normal people that are middle class can't afford. Then you trade that for drugs. Then you trade drugs with the black prostitutes. You even understand the game, you fucking dummy.
Mandatory in our culture to assume that the feminist movement has elevated women to the status that they now enjoy. I'm not so sure about that. I think that technological transformation and plumbing has had a lot more to do with that than ideological movement, let's say, especially one based on resentment. But in any case, it is the case.
What? Hold on. No. This is him, like old Jordan Peterson would make fun of him for doing a univariate analysis or at least at the very least hinting at it. Like, yeah, technological improvement and indoor plumbing and, you know, birth control obviously has a large effect for women in the workplace. But this becomes a chicken and the egg scenario. Like culture, the lack of culture that shames women for not taking care of their children, the creation of public schooling so that women can go into work, the creation of, state-funded socialism so that we can have daycare. There is a constant ideological push for the state to steal money from young men to give towards women and single moms. And the idea that like plumbing is the issue that we're at now. Yeah, plumbing allowed women to work part-time. Plumbing allowed young women to enter the labor market in a way that they might not have been able to enter the labor market. Birth control allowed, people to delay family planning, but that has also had cultural things. This is him really focusing on one half of it because it sounds cool to be boring. Like it's almost like he's like, I have the boring answer, and therefore the boring answer is actually the true answer because I'm so high and mighty because I have the boring answer instead of this nonsense culture war stuff because I see through the culture war to the real problems of society. And it's like, yeah, a lot of people are ignoring those advancements, which obviously led up to where we are. But without the ideology, you don't get the problem we're in. And without the state, without the ideologies supporting the programs that the state uses to create all of these incentives, you certainly don't get to the problem that we're at.
The case that women occupy a position in society that was unheard of 100 years ago. There's a downside to all of that. And the downside appears to be the mounting unhappiness among young women, the precipitous decline in birth rates, the collapse of marriage as a social institution, and a spate of childlessness among young women, as well as the feminization of our institutions in a manner that often borders on the pathological. I discussed these issues today with Megan Kelly, a woman who's married, who has children, and who's had a stellar career. And we attempted to sort through these thorny issues and come to a conclusion about how men and women might conduct themselves in relationship to one another and what the consequences of that are for the way we think.
I did indeed adopt their witchcraft skincare. My shower routine before stream was get naked, trim my beard, trim my hair, go into the bathroom, use a anti-dandruff shampoo, use the silicone nods and scrub it in so I can get rid of the dandruff. Just regular old bar of soap and a little man thing. Use a facial cleanser, and then I got out, and then I used eye cream, and then I covered my body in lotion, and then I covered my genital areas in a different type of lotion for the genital areas, and treated my hair and skin to tea tree oil, and then flossed and brushed my teeth, and I think that was it for today. I just use water. You stink. Slope is an incel confirmed. I just use water. I don't know why girls won't talk to me. All I do is talk about the Jews, and they can smell me coming.
Think about ourselves in society. You've had a very successful career, and I'm kind of curious about how you've balanced your life and your work and how that's worked for you and what advice you would give young women who are apparently struggling.
How did she balance her life and work? Well, the work that she does isn't exhausting, and yes, she probably put in a lot of hours when she was young, but she was given massive opportunities through connections and nepotism, I'm sure. I haven't even looked that up, and I just know that it's true. And then she got managers and other people that tell her where to go and what to do so that she can make 7 figures. Oh, it must be so fucking hard. Like work-life balance to somebody that is a multi-millionaire is like a retarded fucking question. It's not like she's like fucking like an underwater welder and a mom. Like she's fucking like she doesn't have a real job, dude. Like this is a job that only people in like the top echelons of society do well in. I know. Slope is always reminding me that I'm broke from doing punditry.
Quite radically. Now, young men have their problems, and there's no doubt about that, but I think it's something in the neighborhood.
Slope, you say that girls agree with you about the JQ and stuff. You're talking to Nazi femboys online, all right? They're not real girls. Get it together, brother.
Of 50 to 60% of liberal young women in particular between the ages of 18 and 34 who who suffer from at
it's
least one
worse.
diagnosable mental disorder, for example. And, when polls show pretty consistently that since the 1960s, the average self-reported happiness of young women in particular has declined, and quite precipitously. So let's start with that.
So what is the answer as to why young women are getting depressed? Great question, honestly, at that point.
Well, I'm not surprised to hear those stats about liberal women in particular, because, look, I see it with my own daughter who's 14. The schools today try to exploit young girls and young women's empathy to bend them to their democratic norms. They try to impose all of their left-wing viewpoints on these young girls by tapping into the
Sure thing, Slope.
empathy vein. If you don't support Black Lives Matter, you're racist. If you don't support trans girls, meaning boys, playing in girl sports, you're a bigot. They're bullied. Don't be a bully. Be a nice girl. That's
okay. Like, she's not wrong here, but this is like such a minor issue when it comes to like depression. Like, depression doesn't like it's not wrong. It's not wrong that like, cultural and political discourse that like constantly takes, white women especially, but like, people and like beats them down and like tries to categorize and separate them and shame them for their identity and their culture, like has an effect. But like depression, like these things are much deeper than that. Like, they stem from a lack of meaning. Okay. And why is there a lack of meaning? Because being a career woman doesn't fucking provide meaning for women. It just doesn't. And it's slowly but surely, it's not for men, because all of the things, the reason that men become career men is because they derive meaning from being able to have a family, from being able to support that family, from being a leader in their community, except the state takes over all the responsibilities via welfare state. And so they can't be a leader in their community because there is no community, because the state is taking care of all the jobs that young men are supposed to take care of by turning them into tax slaves and then stealing all their fucking money so that they can't have any individual meaning and they can't grow any wealth and grow a business and, be a leader, etc. But like, like women don't fucking derive meaning from being a banker or from, being, the head HR lady at a corporation. They just fucking don't. Men don't derive much meaning from that either. They derive a little bit by being able to climb the ladder and go higher in a social hierarchy, but it's usually what the funds give them and their ability to meaningfully impact the world that they live in. Women derive meaning from being a leader in a community as well, but in a maternal aspect, right? It used to be things like books clubs, and it used to be, equal reputation management and collectivist thinking with women, around like, within a community that were like washing their laundry together and doing tasks together. It used to be a bit of the medical field. Some technology took that away, but predominantly they derive meaning from having children, from having a family, from taking care of young, from, putting forth their legacy in that way, from finding a man and being able to cultivate that man into a better man because he is a provider for you. But that's because you're working in partnership. Like, they don't get like that. The real lie is that like you're going to get meaning by going and getting that college degree, and you're going to go get meaning by getting that, that good email job. They know it's bullshit. And then they go off and they try and seek hedonistic pleasure because there's no meaning in their life. And the hedonistic pleasure is only short term, and slowly but surely that eats away at you. Some of them lean so heavily into the hedonistic pleasure that you can see the death in their eyes. You can just see it, that fucking 1,000-cock stare. But a lot of them are just, there's no norms. They live in a society of normlessness. So they have no railroads and where to go. The only thing that they have is a society pushing them on this career path that doesn't give them anything.
How we've been raised for time immemorial to be nice girls who get patted on the heads. And you're not a nice girl if you're a bully or a bigot or a racist. So I'm not surprised at all that girls who don't get inoculated against that kind of thinking at home, who go into any normal school system, will be indoctrinated in that kind of thinking, and they'll will wind up very unhappy, because her natural instincts will be to fight against things like watching a boy take all of her blue ribbons. But she's been told by all the people she respects, in the school setting at least, that she's a bad person if she objects to that. And I think that incongruous.
This isn't feminism, right? This is just her spouting like boomer talking points. Like this is just like fucking culture war shit. Like this is just like a very low I don't want to say low IQ. Like it's just a very low level of analysis. Like what she's saying isn't really that wrong per se. It's not really getting to the root or the meaning of anything. It seems like she doesn't have a positive definition for what meaning is, or for and because of that, she just sees things that are dysfunctional and then points them out. And she does it through a lens of like her own show and the own things that she knows, which is like the culture war shit she's doing.
Feeling leads to unhappiness. I think the reward system of K through 12 and college education right now is for people who play the victim. And so much the better if you could actually be a victim. That would be terrific. You will be celebrated. You will be the cool one. You'll get the snaps from your fellow classmates and your professors. Writing your college essay about what a happy childhood you had and your intact family that supported you and loved you along the way will not get you in anywhere. Maybe 3 universities in the United States. But writing about the destitution derby that you have suffered from 0 to 18 can open doors that would otherwise be closed to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's the same shit. Like she hasn't said anything really new here, right? Like it's just talking points about how the left is dysfunctional. But it's like, that doesn't get to the root of like depression and a broken society. Like that's she's dealing with symptoms that she can memory recall from the current culture war. Like there's nothing here. This is like a dead argument.
You, especially if you happen to be a white person, a girl or boy.
Only women benefit from playing victim. Men can to a lesser degree when it comes to hyper feminized environments like colleges, right? Getting into college, like having a sob story to get into college is still a boon where you can benefit from playing victim. But in the real world, yeah, you're right. Like you don't, like once you get out into the real world, like there are avenues that being a victim can gain you some short-term success, but in the overall, like you're just fucking yourself by trying to play the victim. Women, on the other hand, can play the victim kind of hierarchy and utilize the male natural tendency to feel sorry for, women that have been victimized as a means of achieving success throughout their entire life.
So all of the incentives are set up in a very backward manner. And I think the other problem facing young liberal women is young liberal.
I do think it's funny that like you guys keep getting your comments deleted because you just can't fathom not cursing in chat. I actually like, I just find it hilarious. like that you guys like, it's just like I will see you here regularly over and over and over again. You're like, what? I can't say ass and pussy? What is happening? Like the chat got deleted. What the fuck? Like it's almost like you think if you say it enough, eventually like the chat bot will like let it slide. And it's just funny watching you guys like self-censor yourself over and over and over again. Like at least Stacy Pastry is smart enough to just say see you next Tuesday. You know what I mean? Like at least she can get by the chat thing. But like you guys can't even like you're in a fucking in a rage typing and you're just like pussy and then you're like, oh, I got deleted again. Like is it so hard? Just switch to live chat, goy. It is in live chat, dummy.
Men who by and large are being turned into these, it's derogatorily referred to as soy boys, but I get it. Like they're taking the masculinity out of our young men and then telling them.
I can't see ass and titties without just thinking about that song. For all you nasty ass bitches that need to wash up, don't get mad if I don't wanna fuck. You need soap and water and soap and water. You need soap and water.
As soy boys, but I get it. Like they're taking the masculinity out of our young men and then telling them that's the only way that they're going to be accepted. And especially young liberal men are buying that and walking around in Birkenstocks with their Starbucks, being quick to cry at any.
Oh man, like she slipped into pundit like boomer pundit mode, walking around in Birkenstocks with their Starbucks. Dog, Birkenstocks haven't even been a thing since like I was a teenager. Nobody's walking around in Birkenstocks. Birkenstocks were like a thing you guys made fun of millennials for like 10 fucking years ago. Maybe even 15 years ago at this point. Like, would you shut the fuck up? Like, oh my God. Why do people take it's so crazy to me, the power of clout. How like the entire media industry is just evolved around people with managers that give them clout, perceived clout, because they've picked them because they have the right opinions, right? And then people that have like attained clout by other means, just constantly getting onto shows. Like, you know what I mean? Like Not So Erudite. Not So Erudite is fucking retarded. She's not fucking retarded. Let me take that back. She's probably like 105, 110 IQ, but she just says retarded takes constantly. And there's no substance to anything that she claims in her debates. And she just gets astroturfed everywhere because she's connected to Destiny and because she has some level of clout. And it's like the more clout you get, the more you see these people. And in order to gain that level of clout, you have to appeal to a wide audience. And the way that you appeal to a wide audience is to not make anyone feel dumb other than your opposition. You want to make your opposition, but your opposition doesn't need to feel dumb. They can feel dumb or they can feel enraged. And the best way to make your opposition feel enraged is to say things that the typical right winger or left winger, whoever your side is, kind of agrees with, that is also dumb enough to where anybody that isn't in your political tribe gets angry at how dumb the thing you're saying is. And so we have an entire entertainment industry of like political punditry that is full of people with like 110 and below IQ, because they say dumb shit constantly that pisses off the other side. And then like the disconnected boomers and like the stupid people on their side are like, oh, this is actually a good fucking point. I was thinking it and then you said it. And it's just like fucking, and it's like, I get it. You know what I mean? It's just crazy the power that these people have. Like, do your stupid show. You know what I mean? Like, at least Hassan, right? At least Hassan is like not pretending to be this serious person. Like he puts on a stupid show for stupid people, but it's a stupid show, right? And he farms drama and he does stupid things, and then he like talks about how anime's cringe or whatever, and then he a couple of times he got on some shows like Pierce Morgan and shit, and then he got BTFO'd, and he went back to his little corner, and now like the left is obsessed with him because we got to get it, and it's just like, dude, like at least Hassan is like, I'm just an average dummy, you know, I'm just a guy with billionaire parents. And I want to eat the rich, and I think the rivers should run red with the blood of landlords, but not my mom, who owns, like, you know, is a real estate investor, and not my billionaire dad, and not my brother that works for Boeing that almost certainly gets CIA money funneled over to Turkey so that it can go to terrorists, so it can cause the very problems that I rail against when I'm like, free Palestine. Anyways, I got another event to go to, so I got to change my outfit into another $10,000 outfit. But at least he's putting on a silly, dumb show. It's so weird to grab somebody like Megyn Kelly that has just got clout saying stupid shit and be like, have Jordan Peterson sit next to her and be like, what do you think is the reason for depression in our culture? And like ask these really serious questions. It's just such a fucking clown show.
Emotional wound, and that's fine. You can cry as a man, but most women would like somebody who doesn't do it all the time in response to all emotional upset.
Look, you can cry as a man. The only time it's acceptable to cry as a man is at your dad's funeral and when you're by yourself. If you're by yourself, cry. You know what I mean? Cry. Let it out. Like, it's good to cry. Cry. Get it out. But if you fucking cry in front of your girlfriend or your wife because like the dog got left on an island, you look bitch made. It just is what it is. You can cry when you're in severe pain from like a near fatal wound. You can cry at your dad's funeral. Maybe at your mom's funeral, but that's pushing it. Okay? But other than that, don't cry in front of your woman. Don't do that shit. She'll tell you she wants you to cry. Okay? And then just be like, I'm not really feeling it, but I am, like you can be like, I'm just not like that. I got to be strong. No, I'm going through some tough shit. Right? You can be vulnerable, right? You can be vulnerable. You can tell your wife like, yeah, man, shit's rough right now. I'm going through some stuff, but I'm going to put my nose to the grindstone. We're going to get it done. And I'm going to make sure you and me, we get through this on the other end. All right. You have to be her rock, right? Even when shit's bad, don't cry in front of her. She's going to lose your ass. You cry when you see my titties? Is that because your eyes are watering from how sexy and hot they are? So much heat?
They prefer the hunter-gatherer types. And so these young women I talk to on college campuses are looking around for a man who will protect her, who will help lead, who is not afraid to enter hand-to-hand combat if necessary, or just rhetorical combat if necessary, and who, while he treats her as an equal, will put his coat over her shoulders if it's a cool night out, will
the women are looking for all of these wonderful, perfect, romantic gestures, but they don't reward them in society anymore, and society doesn't reward them. Like you have like every woman is looking for the same 100 men in their city. They're looking for a fucking in shape, tall, wealthy, romantic, and vulnerable, but strong and stoic guy with a perfect face card and ambition and dreams. Like they're all looking for the same fucking 100 dudes in the city. Because they've been lied to over and over again that they're amazing and that they're perfect and that they're 10s and that they deserve all of these things. And meanwhile, yes, men are being feminized by the state. It's not just like school and CRT. This is the natural conclusion of what happens when you create Social Security and food stamps and TANF and child support laws, and you put all of these things that are designed to funnel all of the protector provider role away from men, and then have the state just use guns and violence to give women all of those resources, basically no matter what they do, and then tell women that they're perfect. You've created a generation of narcissists that think that they deserve fucking the perfect man from their pornographic romance novel, and they don't. None of these, like, there's 100 women in every city that deserve those 100 men they're all fighting for, and the rest of them, those bitches, ain't worth it. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. They're just a fucking problem. And you have to get rid of the incentive structures from the state first before you can even talk about fixing this culturally. Fighting this tit for tat battle in, like the education system, because we're going to get the textbooks to, not go back to the way they were, but kind of go back a little bit because the left's gone too far, is a 2 steps forward, 1 step back towards the very degeneracy that the left is pushing. It's stupid.
absolutely protect her. If somebody messes with her on the street, will, like my husband does with me, gently move me to the side that's not facing the traffic along the road.
So I'm saying women shouldn't vote. I don't think anyone should vote, but if there's a bill that comes out tomorrow that says we're going to get rid of the right to vote from women, I would be in favor of it. It's not because I have anything specifically against women. It's just that women vote for socialism. Women vote, they vote for the collective to give power towards them. They see it as a way of gaining their own power, and they live in fucking fantasy la la land about the way resources are distributed. So like, it's not like I have any special ire against women. I just think voting is in and of itself an act of who gets to wield the acts of authority in society, and women live in a world without any accountability, and then vote to get rid of any accountability and then force and heave that power onto men to give them accountability more and more and more. It's women vote like it's a socialist power game. It's that way. Like if women stopped voting, we would have like center right party would be the Democrats, and then we would have like a libertarian party. Maybe not libertarian like the way I vote or the way I think about it. But we would have like a party that's like, we need a drastically minimized state, and like they'd probably still vote for military and shit, but you'd have like a minarchist limited government party versus like a right-wing socialist party that's like, we should fund IVF and shit like that. Like that's what and I would much rather live in that world.
Those small little things that a man does for a woman, and women have a different list that they do for their men if they're in a kind and loving relationship. And instead, what they're getting is somebody who wants to braid each other's hair, which would depress you and make you question the whole experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a joke about feminization, right? But it's like it's not getting to the root of anything. It's literally just her talking about symptoms. And it's because she doesn't want to engage with the actual causes, because the causes would mean that her and her ilk wouldn't have their gravy train anymore. She likes all of the wonderful shit she's getting from the state. She likes enslaving men, as tax slaves for the betterment of women. She just doesn't like the consequences of that, so she blames the left's craziness and like the current things you can see without digging any deeper, because at the root of the problem is feminism. And she thinks feminism is the current thing, as opposed to actually having a philosophical background as to where the problem comes from. Men don't change their motivations that easily? I missed something.
Yeah, well, it's not surprising, I suppose, that the boys are turning in that direction. I met a young man in a restaurant a while back. He wasn't looking too bad when he approached me. He was a waiter, and he said that he had started listening to first Ben Shapiro and then me 6 years ago, something like that. And that prior to that, it was his proclivity and his friends to compete with one another with...
Brother, Ben Shapiro has always been cringe. That's fucking funny.
with regard to their victim status, let's say, and to present themselves as radically feminized to the young women that, in principle, they were with. He said that was necessary with the girl he had dated at one point because she was very radically liberal, and that was a job requirement, you might say, and he shook all that off.
The fuck is radically liberal? Like, they even use like boomer terms. Like, they're still stuck in the fucking sloganeering of Ronald Reagan. Very radically liberal. What the fuck? What the fuck is a radical liberal? A radical liberal is what? Someone that deeply believes in the Constitution and wants to destroy welfare, but is like super into the Civil Rights Act and thinks that race is like a meaningless distinction that has no tie or correlation with culture. Like, I guess that's a radical liberal. Like a radical liberal is James Lindsay. Like, his girlfriend wasn't a fucking radical liberal. Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Often told me and my wife, who was sitting with me, that he was much happier for it. But it doesn't really surprise me, Megan, because boys are not well served in the education system at all, right? Their play preferences. I was just reviewing some stats on ADHD over medication among young boys with one of my producers, and what the original hypothesis, such as it was with regards to hypothetically hyperactive boys, was that stimulants, which is what Ritalin is, have a paradoxical effect on hyperactive young boys, calming them down. And that's complete bloody biochemical nonsense, and it's a lie psychologically. What stimulants do is focus people intently on whatever they happen to be focused on. And they have exactly the same effect on ordinary boys as they do on hyperactive boys, not least because 90% or 95% of hyperactive boys are actually normal. Stimulants suppress play behavior in animals. So you give stimulants to young juvenile rats, for example, who are very playful, then they stop playing. And that's exactly why they're administered to young boys in schools. And so their play proclivity is punished quite severely.
Okay, yeah, but again, I mean, he's in his domain, and this is really good, and it's a good conversation to have these, but like, why? Like, if we don't talk about the why or what's causing this, then the entire conversation is kind of meaningless, right? It just becomes a whack-a-mole of problems. Like, why is this occurring? Well, it's occurring because you have a female-dominated industry and government that is pushing more and more female versions of power, which is control over boys, a resentment of what boys themselves are. And then you have to go deeper than that and go, well, why is this occurring? And it's because you're telling women to go get fucking jobs so that they can be taxed, so that they can pay themselves to have their own children taken out of their home to go be indoctrinated at the state-based school. Like you have a large portion of women who have children who are working so that they can afford the taxes that we have in society that put their children in school out of the home, and so that they can afford the daycare, so that they can work later, so that they can pay more. Like it is an entire trap to turn women as well as men into tax slaves, but it benefits. It hurts everybody, but the perceived benefit is towards women. Right. The perceived benefit is, well, you get to go to work and, and you get to go have your freedom and you're not tied down to some husband. Right. And you're not tied down. Like, what if he leaves you? What if he cheats on you? You need to have your own career path and you need to have be your own boss bitch. You need to be, 50-50 in the household and everything. Just go to work and we'll tax the fuck out of you so your kids can go to school and work even longer hours so that you can afford the daycare so that you can work longer hours. Meanwhile, all it's doing is taking away meaning from women's lives and creating an entire new industry of child rearing that allows these children to then be put in systems that hate boys. Like you have to start at the cause, and the cause is the incentives at the very least. I mean, we can go deeper in the cause, like, we can go into like the concepts of equality and the lie of equality. And I mean, like we can go all the way back to like Plato and Aristotle if we really want to go that far. Right. But I think it's sufficient to stop at the incentive structures. Right. And if you're not talking about incentives, you're only talking about the consequences of the incentives, then you're not really having a conversation that is meaningful in terms of fixing anything. Like I agree with everything that Jordan Peterson here is saying, but again, it's very surface level, which is weird coming from the guy who wrote Maps of Meaning. You know what I mean? Like it's weird.
The attempt they make to be competitive in a world of cooperative games, and there's really no such thing as a cooperative game, although all games that are rule governed are cooperative. Any sign of ambition they have is pilloried. They're associated constantly with the destructive patriarchy and presented to the world as enemies of the planet. And so it's not surprising that they tilt in a, let's say, feminized direction, especially to appease the angrier women. And there's a deeper problem here that I'd like your thoughts on. The most woke disciplines in the universities, and that's really saying something, are the female-dominated. The more female-dominated they are, there's another contributing factor, right? So the less cognitive power the discipline requires, the more woke it tends to be. So physics is about the least.
Women also go into jobs where they don't actually have to do shit, so then they have a facade of acting like they made a difference. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of useless female jobs that exist in our economy that are, the incentives, again, come from the state. They come from like DEI initiatives and things like that too. So fighting those is fighting incentives to a certain degree, right? But it is more fundamental in terms of these other things that I'm talking about: Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, TANF, child support, property taxes that are designed for schools, etc. But like the highest educated demographic is very closely, or at least when it comes to bachelor's degrees, is very, very quickly becoming black women. Like black women have some of the highest rates of college degrees amongst any other demographic. Now, if you look at higher education, it starts to be white men and Asians, right? But if you're just looking at like what percentage has the highest rate of bachelor's degrees, is black women. And overwhelmingly, they just go into government jobs. I'm not saying that black women can't go to fucking college, but I am saying there's a major red flag here when you have this demographic that is supposedly the most oppressed, right? Like the presumably the most oppressed demographic in America is also the one that has the most the most like on paper qualifications. Titles, I can't remember there's a term for it, for like collecting, pieces of paper and titles and certifications or whatever. I can't remember the name of it. And that then they use that not to go work in any real capacity, but to go work for the state. And then this is another problem with like Keynesian economic theory, right? Is that like, GDP number go up so great. But like one of the things we discovered recently is that like California has been losing jobs since 2018. Credentialism, that's it. I mean, you said credentials, but it's close enough. Credentialism, right? Like California has been losing jobs every year since 2018. But they claim to be gaining jobs because they just keep creating more and more government jobs. So there's no value that has been added in California since 2018. It has bled value for the past 7 years, just in terms of labor. But because they keep creating government jobs and stealing money from people, and then they're just giving predominantly, like, at least per capita, black women and women especially, right? They're just giving women bullshit jobs that don't have any use in the market by stealing money from men that are trying to do jobs that actually contribute to society. And then they're just saying, look at the GDP number go up. We're so great. It's a recipe for total disaster. But we just keep passing the buck on to the next generation and the next generation. Like, Gen Alpha is going to have like 10 homeowners, and they're all going to be the sons of millionaires and billionaires. Like, inflation is getting out of control. 14% of the national debt, 14% of the all taxes go to pay to the national debt. Like, Democrats and Republicans both aligned under the socialist principle, which I disagree with, but under the socialist principle that credit card companies shouldn't be able to charge more than 10% interest. It was a thing that Donald Trump ran on, and then AOC supported them, and then Kamala Harris said, that's a good idea, I'll take it, and it was my idea all along. So they were both running on getting rid of credit card interest rates going above 10%. Well, as a nation, we're 40% more than that, and it's not going down. So if 10% is unmanageable and we're at 14%, we have to cut trillions out of the debt. We have to cut these programs, but we're not gonna, because they benefit women in the short term, and that's it. That's it. They benefit women in the short term. We need to get rid of child support. We need to get rid of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We need to get rid of TANF. We need to get rid of all of these fucking programs. And then men will be able to work and be entrepreneurs, and they'll be able to provide for a family. And women won't go into the workforce unless their labor is more valuable than the cost to educate and take care of their children. Women like Megyn Kelly will go into the workforce because they make a fuck ton of money. But like, you're not going to have women, you're not going to have women restaurant servers and HR ladies, because those jobs are the waitresses are not meaningless jobs, but HR ladies in corporations, those jobs won't exist. And most waitresses will just become waiters. What's non-universalizable?
Least woke discipline, whereas social work, another.
Oh, Duke of Bread. There's no such thing as an anarcho-capitalist. You are corporate feudalists. Normally when the low IQ left-wing anarchists, which is an actual oxymoron, come in, they usually go with neo-feudalists. All right, I haven't heard corporate feudalists in a while. But certainly that's an argument. That's like, you're in the wrong place if you think that that's like really going to change hearts and minds here, brother. Like, you gotta try harder than that. It's like real surface level insult. Like, you gotta do better than that, dude. Unless you're just like coming in to troll, then have fun, troll brother. So drastically reduce the economy and expect the economy to somehow thrive. Trumponomics. What? Trumponomics? Yeah. I'm a real big Trump supporter over here. like this is what you got? Like, that almost would have been like you would have been better off just not putting Trumponomics at the end of it, because then people might have like thought that you had a serious point to make. How is it not corporate feudalism? Well, first of all, we don't even believe in corporations. Like, Ancaps are against the existence of corporations because property can't be owned by multiple people. Property can only be owned by a single individual. Granted, you could have contracts for loans and things like that, investment and raising of capital, but it's the same economic plan. Yeah, sure thing. Me and Trump, our economic plans, 1-to-1. Oh, fuck, man. Oh God, you people are stupid. That's funny.
Enough, the less said about social work, the better. But so we have an issue here too, because I have a suspicion. You tell me what you think about this, because I'm very curious, that the default female ethos, let's say, is nurture. This isn't really a radical idea, I don't think, is nurturer to infant. And in the absence of managerial training, let's say, or rigorous mentoring in the operation of large-scale organizations, every situation turns into an infantilized family. I mean, and it's become absolutely preposterous in universities. I mean, the faculty, to their own discredit, have been infantilized by the administrators. You know, we have never seen a large-scale incursion of women into large organizations prior to the last 40 years. That's never happened in human history. And we have no idea what the social psychopathology that would be associated with that, as well as the positive benefits. We have no idea what the social psychopathology might be.
I mean, he's kind of right. I mean, he's a little bit wrong in saying that we've never seen it. Like, there's definitely been organizations throughout history at the local level. And then, like, it's not like it's not like there was a large scale incursion of men in large institutions, you know, in the medieval era or anything like that. So, I mean, like, sure, it's large governmental institutions are a bit of a new thing in and of themselves. You know what I mean? Like, women being, you know, in these institutions in a large scale is newer.
But the infantilization of everyone and everything might well be it. And so I'm curious about what you think about that. You know, there is data, for example, that women prefer male supervisors. So that's one. You know, it's not overwhelming. It's not overwhelming data, but it's suggestive. And obviously that doesn't mean there are no good female managers. We're talking.
Yo, Gary's still going for it. Fucking, if I straw man and aggressively misunderstand your ideology in question format, I'm right. Like, what are you doing, brother?
About broad trends here, but we do potentially have a major societal issue in that men have their pathologies that are expressed socially: aggression, antisocial behavior, drug and alcohol abuse, a tilt towards a kind of self-serving narcissism in some cases, but there's no reason to assume whatsoever that women wouldn't bring their own pathologies to the workplace. And it is the female-dominated institutions that seem to be the most woke. I mean, and that's how the 18 to 34-year-olds vote as well, right? They're radically out of phase with the entire rest of the culture.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's changing. The boomers are becoming more left-wing, and like the 18 to 34 are becoming more and more right-wing. I mean, we just saw this in Canada, right? Like Gen Z, men and women, voted conservative.
So what do you think about that? And how would you reflect on that, like in your personal experience with the organizations that you've worked?
Slope, you're real fucking obsessed with my body this stream. It's weird. You good, bro? You need to go rub one out and come back, brother?
Worked with and the managerial situations that you've been in.
It makes perfect sense to me. I accept that as a likely cause of the problem that we're seeing, and probably the more than likely culprit of it.
And here we have her go, yes, you said smart things. I'm going to offer nothing on top of that. Like, this is just surface level stupidity.
See exactly what you're saying. And, you know, I guess with today's generation, I ask, it's like a chicken egg. Like, these woke institutions are trying to exploit girls' natural empathy, as I said.
I'm trying to understand. I actually am. Like, I'm trying to understand, like the phenomenon of Slope is dope. At this point, it has to be that he intentionally misspells things because he thinks it makes him cooler. Like, it's not. I don't think he's that dumb, or that it's psychology, the fake psychology. It's an interesting thing that I haven't seen with a troll before. Right? Like, I know he trolls. It's whatever. I don't care if there's trolls in chat. Like, eventually, like, I'll time them out if they get annoying. And like nobody's engaging with it because it's annoying. But who, Trump? What are you talking about? Does Trump intentionally misspell things? No, I think Trump's just bad at spelling. I think he's just old and, not that bright. No, I'm talking about Slope is dope. Why would I be talking about Trump randomly? What are you talking about, Gary? Boomers don't understand. True. I'm boomer coded and I'm lost.
But those women at some point
second.
were the first ones in to a system that hadn't been exploiting their empathy, and they ran wild with it, clearly, because we're now at the place we are. And I see it being done. We just played videotape on the show today from peak BLM, right after George Floyd.
Oh, yeah.
The riots everywhere. And one of those infamous videos where BLM members got up in the face of, it happened to be a woman of color, she looked Latina to me, sitting there trying to eat her lunch at an outdoor cafe. And the BLM crowd was...
Why are you bringing up, like, the it's fine to bring up shit from a couple years ago, but he's like, okay, these institutions that are hyper-feminized have all of these problems. What do you think about the incentives in that structure and the psychopathology that, like, women bring with them in a collectivist mindset into these institutions? And then she's just like, yeah, but did you see that video that happened in 2020? Yeah, fucking BLM crazy, right? It's like you're not engaging with anything. This is just more boomer talking points about the culture war without, like, actually digging into any level of meaning or understanding. Like, people keep talking about Megyn Kelly like she's a feminist, and it's like she's not really a feminist. She's just, like, because she's not preaching feminism, at least not in most degrees. Like, she's just inculcated in feminism and, like, doesn't know what's going on. And so she sees the excesses of feminism and sees that as a problem, but is incapable of engaging at a level of analysis where she can actually, like, attack the causes or the incentives in our society. Venture, I'd like to see you rewind a VCR tape. What is happening? Boomers couldn't figure out the damn VCRs, let alone women. Did boomers have a struggle with VCRs? I don't remember. That's a piece of history that must have been memory hold for me.
Moving in on her, standing over her, screaming in her face, trying to get her fist up to say Black Lives Matter. And it was...
You say tats reveal on stream? You said Megyn Kelly showed tats? Are you talking about me? Brother, I've been streaming for a long time. Everyone here knows I have tattoos. Like, what are you talking about?
Lunch at an outdoor cafe, and the BLM crowd...
I was in the Army. Like, it's just like a thing that happens in the Army. You just get tattoos. I don't know why. We just all did it. Like, it was just, I don't know. What's your tat say? One is a George Carlin quote, which says, they call it the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. And then the other one is a Latin translation of the Emerald Tablet of Hoth. And then the other one is a cityscape and a white lotus flower.
Sitting there trying to eat her lunch at an outdoor cafe, and the BLM crowd was moving in on her, standing over her, screaming in her face, trying to get her fist up to say Black Lives Matter.
So deep, man, not corny. Okay, man. They're just tattoos. I like it. Like, it doesn't have to be anything more than that.
Standing over her, screaming.
Stop trolling me in chat, Slope is dope, because you're distracting from the peak content of Megyn Kelly talking about how crazy videos from 2020 are. All right.
In her face, trying to get her fist up to say Black Lives Matter. And it was all white women. And I remember this from when I lived on the Upper West Side, which included 2020 during the George Floyd Palooza. And it was all white women who tended to have some money in their...
Yeah, that's what all socialist organizations are, man, is that they're silver spoon socialists and they're not real tankies or commies. They're just fucking, it's just the current thing. Right now, the current thing is free Palestine. You know what it is? All white women. Like, white women that have no meaning in their fucking life find fucking activist causes that they can get behind and use their power and privilege as a white woman to, be a voice for those that aren't speaking, because they're fucking, because that's what it is, because they don't have any real fucking things to worry about or do, because society has taken away any roles or responsibilities for these white women. They have no accountability, no responsibilities. And so they just go out there in a normalist society, and then they try and find meaning and purpose through the ideology that's fed to them. But again, what are the incentives? How do we actually fix this? You can't, like, playing whack-a-mole with like the new current thing while you're still on shit from 4 years ago, ain't it?
Lululemon out there at these BLM protests. It's like, okay, these women would never want that crowd coming back to their apartment building with them at the end of the day, but they want to be out there on the streets and pretend that they're one of them.
They don't have control over their bodies anymore. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so fucking cringe.
That they understand the experience.
How do you eat soup? Do you struggle to eat soup? Like, I'm just curious. Like, do you just go into the kitchen drawer and find a fork and not understand why it's not working when you're eating soup? like what's going on, brother? Like you think that's a good retort? It's like, they don't fucking abortion access, brother. Like, fucking, like, you're just the left-wing version of her right now. Just surface level stupidity. Oh, fucking, I got the bullet point. Oh, it's silly.
Experience that, your average inner city person of color has had. It's a lie. So I accept, because I've seen women behaving terribly over the past 5 years.
How so? How is being like fucking control the body? They don't have control over their own body. Abortion. Maybe this is you know what? I shouldn't be too much of a dick, right? You're stepping outside of your echo chamber, which is something we all should do, right? You're coming into a right-wing anarchist, anarcho-objectivist, political channel that is, very right-wing culturally in a lot of beliefs, is what most of us are. And many of us are very libertarian, right? Like, you're getting out of the comfort zone and engaging in chat with people about it, right? So, you know what? Kudos to you. A lot of people won't do that. I think the abortion access thing is a very like CNN, MSNPC coded argument, right? Like, it's just very, it's a pithy remark. It's a bumper sticker. It's not a real fucking argument, right? Like, I'm an evictionist, right? I disagree with many of the abortion laws, right? But I also think the concept of a woman's right to choose is fucking retarded, because yes, you can choose to do with what you want with your body, but you don't get to choose to do with other human bodies. And this idea of like an appeal to science, most of these pro-choice arguments are very silly and nonsensical, because they're consequentialist analysis and they're not grounded in any real foundational philosophy. It's a human life. It's a human life at the moment of conception. Now, as an evictionist, I do think that a woman has a right to her own body. And so if she chooses to evict the body, she should have every right to do so. But she doesn't get to choose to kill a body that isn't hers, so that she can get rid of it, so that she can no longer be pregnant. You need to remove it. And in early in an abortion, that will obviously mean the death no matter what occurs. Early in gestation, that'll obviously mean the death no matter what occurs. But later, especially when you start talking about, past the point of viability, where it becomes statistically more likely that the child will survive than die if given proper access and care, that is especially a concern for me as an evictionist. That no, you don't have a right because you found out the kid has Down syndrome or some heart condition, or because, you mental condition, or the kind of extreme cases, which are obviously rare. You don't have a right to kill or dismember another human body and say that that's your right because of your right to your body. You do, though, and you should have the right to a C-section at any fucking age and remove the body. Whether or not it dies is, up to nature. And then that child can be given to anybody that is willing to be the guardian of it. Obviously, the first person that would have homesteaded that right would be the father of the child, if they so choose. We need a Tito. Well, good luck holding on to your guns, folks. All right, I don't know where that went, so.
In particular, and they're at the apex of the bad messaging, and they're the last to come along on the...
What's wrong with her eyes? I don't think anything's wrong with her eyes. I think it's just a lot of makeup. Probably some clear eyes before. She has very straight and she has very straight eyebrows, right? And she's obviously had a facelift. And maybe potentially some work done on her nose, or it's probably just botulism, right? So you can see her eyes are crinkling at the base of the nose, but nothing's happening in the forehead. So you're not getting natural movement here because of the work that she's had done. And so I mean, like, that might be what you're talking about, but like it doesn't look that crazy. It looks pretty standard for an older woman that's had a little bit of work done.
Trump train, which is also disturbing. You know, those same stats I've seen from that you're citing with the young women in particular. They're obsessed with abortion, which I just think speaks to a lot of things, like the absence of religion in the public square. No one's even telling them the other side or the other options. You know, we had laws at one point where you'd have to show women the picture of.
Yeah, now I can't stop looking at her like fucked up forehead that doesn't move while she like really stretches her straight, narrow eyebrows up.
No one's even telling them the other side or the other options. You know,
Why'd you do this to me?
At one point where you'd have to show women the picture of the fetus before they could abort it, and those got struck down. It was like, no, you can't even show her what she's doing. So I just think the whole system is set up to breed that kind of woman. Like,
okay, well, hold on. The entire like you have to show her a picture first thing is stupid. It was literally just conservatives losing Roe v. Wade and trying to find out some other means of making the process more difficult. Like, that's not, like, again, we're like, this is like, now we're not even in symptoms or incentives. Now we're in like secondary and tertiary symptoms of things. Like, now you're just arguing about like old policies that didn't work in the fight for a woman's right to choose / pro-life argument. Like, this is dumb. This is dumb, Megyn Kelly. It's a dumb argument.
you'd almost think that it's the kind of woman that society wants because they're so prevalent.
Welcome to this episode of Parenting.
Our 13-year-old throws tantrums quite often, loud screaming tantrums when he doesn't get his way.
There's a time.
Bro, fucking, he's turning into like a Dr. Phil show now? Oh my fucking God.
In every child's life, and he or she realizes they stand on the precipice of adulthood. It's during this window that learning...
Dude, man, what happened to fucking Jordan Peterson when he was doing his personality psychology course and he was just saying based shit? Like, I'm not going to follow your stupid fucking laws. Like, what happened? What happened to fucking, Maps and Meaning Jordan Peterson? I need that back. You're going to try and turn into Dr. Phil now? This is trash.
Responsibility becomes crucial.
We're trying to figure out how to get him through this part of his life, become a responsible adult.
If they don't learn how to be autonomous in your household when they're teenagers, how do you expect that they're going to be able to take care of themselves when they leave home? It'd be really good to get this under control. You have to sit down with your husband or wife and you...
Dude, the fall of Jordan Peterson over time is so fucking tragic. Like, he used to be so based and have so many good ideas, right? That were like really digging into, like he had a very Freudian perspective, like a mythological, approach to mythology. I mean, I guess it's more Jungian than Freudian, but nevertheless, right? Like he brought a modern, Jungian or Freudian perspective to cultural analysis and politics and towards the treatment and the analysis of like the symptoms of what a young man was going through. And now it's just like this slop is just such, it's like a cash grab for idiots. It feels so bad.
You have to see not only where you think things have gone wrong very concretely around specific episodes, but you have to flesh out a vision of what you would rather see instead. You're going to get pushback, but better late than never.
I agree that like the benzo addiction and then like having to go to fucking Russia and like wean off of him because he had oh God, what is it? Akathisia, right? Like restless leg syndrome to the extreme degree, which happens when you try and withdraw of benzos. Like, I agree that fucked him up, but like you could kind of already see the decline happening even before that.
Well, the question is, did we tilt in that direction with there's certainly a strain of feminism that developed particularly in the 1960s, although it was there long before that, that really did in some ways aim at that kind of women. And let me ask you something as well that's deeper. You know, I've studied malevolence as deeply as I can for a very...
Oh my God. Oh, malevolence. Oh, it's deeper. Let's go deeper. Let's go deeper. Let's go deeper. She's not going to go deeper, bro. She doesn't have it in her.
Long time. And the philosophical representations of malevolence and the theological
Yeah, Michaela Peterson went through a lot of shit, but like I'm pretty sure she had sex with Andrew Tate, man. I don't have any proof of that, but like the way he was like rubbing up on her and shit, and like she was all happy and smiling while her boyfriend was away, like really just is like, nah, man, you for the streets, Michaela, like you done your dad dirty, you know what I mean? And then like, you know, and like comes out of nowhere to be like, people that are against Israel are crazy, and it's like, oh, shut up, Michaela. I mean, and some of her carnivore diet shit is like obviously extreme as well.
Representations of malevolence. And the deepest representation is Luciferian. And that trope underlies like the evil scientist in popular entertainment, the idea of the intellect gone mad, the intellect that worships itself, that then usurps and attempts to put itself in the highest place. And so there's an idea that, this is Milton's idea, that Lucifer, who's the spirit of the unbridled intellect, the light bringer, is the spirit that was most finely made.
Bro, and when he gets into Christianity, he just starts with the word salad shit. You know, the light bringer. Like, no. That's not the unbridled intellect, dude. Like, many angels were considered light bringer. Like, you're just adding, like, Milton on top of, like, the Bible, and then giving us this, like, weird atheist and Gnostic interpretation of, like, of mythology that's like, it's not hidden the same way Maps of Meaning did. You know what I mean? Like, you did your research on Maps of Meaning. You've been hanging out with fucking dumb Christians and like Jews at the Daily Wire too much, and you lost the plot.
That went most dreadfully wrong. And so the psychological idea there is that there isn't anything more remarkable about human beings than their cognitive ability. But if it becomes master instead of serving something higher, then look the hell out. Now, there's an echo of that that's very, very deep with regards to the maternal instinct. And I think this is what's played out in the Genesis story of the consort between Eve and the serpent.
I love when chat starts like autistically not understanding each other, right? Like, like the new guy, Gary, being like, what was it? Where did you say it? It was like, being like, I'm an anarchist. Let's monitor women's periods. Obviously making fun of me and being sarcastic by completely misrepresenting what I said, not engaging with Invictionism in any way, shape, or form. And then Novum being like, Gary, you're losing my favor. Make fun of Scott to regain it. And obviously Novum is making fun of Gary by saying, no, you're like that. And then Gary not getting it. Like they're having an autism battle in chat, and it's fucking great.
Seems to me to happen is that Eve clutches the poisonous serpent to her breast. And so that's an overextension of that empathy that you described, which is the core element, let's say, of the maternal instinct, and really the instinct that the species itself depends on, right? Human beings have the longest dependency period.
This part's not that far off. Like, his references were fucking stupid, but he's not wrong at all.
Of any creature by a lot. And human infants are markedly helpless. And so that sacrificing compassion that's at the core of the maternal instinct is absolutely vital. But as Freud pointed out, if that goes wrong within families and overextends its domain, so that, for example, that infant-mother bond isn't attenuated as the child develops, then there's nothing that's more devouring than the mother. And that's the story of Hansel and Gretel.
I think there's another level of analysis. Obviously, it's just a hypothesis, right? But I think the problem really is that female power in institutions becomes like a positive feedback loop, right? Which is, there is when males tend towards hierarchy and dominance, and that's good and bad, right? And women are kind of they use reputation management and things of that nature in their social interactions. And so females tend to be the soft power of reinforcing cultural norms. But when a society begins to lose cultural norms because the masculine aspect of the culture is not righting the ship and creating the rules, the soft power of the female to reinforce those rules turns into two things. It turns into the negation of rule itself, right? So it becomes anti-aesthetic, it becomes hedonistic, it becomes it has a certain chagrin for the concept of rule making. And then what ends up happening is, order reestablishes itself. So you have these kind of like pathological cultural pushes, critical race theory, critical theory, when Marxism failed, there was, the capitalist class as well as, the kind of more Fabian-esque individuals in Frankfurt School, yada, 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 right? We all know the history. They're reasserting these kind of like Gramsci-esque systems of control over all domains of human behavior. And to me, that feels like what ends up, like, at least and this is anecdotal, like, again, I don't know, like, it's just a hypothesis, but it seems like without the kind of more masculine energy to create rules and right the ship that is grounded in, a gender and grounded in an energy that is communicating with reality, that is communicating with accountability, like men are, in a way that women aren't, what ends up happening is you get this, I don't want to say a purity spiral, but instead you get this ever-changing set of social rules to prove that you are on the right side of whatever chaotic process is occurring. You're not actually like looking at reality and then creating rules to shape that reality, with women in a natural tendency of using soft power, shame and things of that nature to, maintain those rules that are set by a more masculine position. But instead, the rules go out the window and new rules spring up about like what you can and can't say, or what you can and can't do, or the, the actions that are, the old actions of what constitutes consent, and all of these things. And it's like the rules are ever changing because there isn't any masculine kind of driving force to reassert cultural rules, as the ship rights itself, right? As like technology comes in and demographics change and culture changes, you need someone to create new rules for society. And the feminine power that is occurring from, women voting, women coming into a lot of cultural institutions, women having so much, shopping power, for example, they make like 80% of the purchases. So marketing is driven towards them, and a lot of media is driven towards them. And so it's just this ever-changing set of rules that are not really codified in the culture. And so it becomes this chaotic mess. I think that's kind of the other half that we might be missing from this conversation of like how malevolence plays out with females in institutions.
Right, they go out into the forest.
I haven't thought this much about masculinity in all my life. I mean, it's like, it's pertinent to the topic at hand. It's not like this is what I'm doing every day. Like, let's talk about the Jungian concept of masculinity, but it's like, I've read Peterson, you know what I mean? It's like, that's like what he's talking about. So I think this would be the appropriate time to think about it. Like, do you not think about anything when the topics are different? It's not the oligarchy, it's blacks with too many certificates. Yeah, that's definitely it, brother. Oh, fuck, that's funny. See, that's a good insult. Like that's a fucking like a good pithy remark. Like, keep that. Think about why that worked, right? Study how that worked so that you can troll better, right? Because it's a callback, right? Which is great in comedy. It's a callback. It's a good way to derail like a large, like, thoughtful thing that I was saying. It was good. It was a good one. I appreciate that one, Gary. Right? I mean, it's obviously like not really an argument or anything, but it is a good troll. It's a good funny remark. You should pat yourself on the back for that one.
Chase, they're not chased there in part by.
I thought he was just saying a true statement. Novum trying to win the autism award for the stream. I appreciate it.
Forest.
Autism detected.
Chased there in part by the fracturing of their family. And they find a gingerbread house, which is a little bit too good to be true, right? It's not only a house, but it's made out of candy. And so maybe you might suspect that the jig is up when something's painted that beautifully on the outside. I'm oh so compassionate and embracing. And of course, inside there's a witch whose goal is to fatten up the children and to make them helpless so that she can eat them. And so fairy tale.
Fucking Megyn Kelly's face right here. She is not following. Like, you can tell that she has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Like, you can tell that she's not like well versed in Jungian psychology and the concept of like the Oedipal mother and how that plays out in social dynamics at a large scale in institutions, because she doesn't have a concept of like femininity and masculinity in forms of like chaos and order, and like the way that she's just like, yeah, sure, Hansel and Gretel, whatever the fuck that means. Like, this conversation is just like, she shouldn't be here for it. It's just funny.
Tales are pretty vicious in that sort of representation, but that's also a portrayal of how.
You know, Jordan Peterson's getting serious when he starts fucking, he's trying to grasp the fucking intangible abstract idea like it's a material concept, that if only he could get his hands around it, it would fucking, he'd get it. He'd finally, all the pieces of the puzzle would lock in. It's fucking funny.
All devouring the maternal embrace can be if it overextends its domain.
Yeah.
Now, you know, it's not like men get off easy in that Genesis story, by the way, when Eve decides she's going to put herself at the center of the moral universe, because that's what she does. She's tempted to become like a god because that's the temptation, and she clutches the serpent to her breast. Adam doesn't object, and he goes along for the ride. And then later in the story, when God wants to walk with Adam so that they're working together, let's say, Adam is hiding behind a bush.
Brother, why are we simping for Megyn Kelly in the chat? Guys, if you're gonna simp for a girl that's never gonna give you any attention, like, do better. Like, fucking dream big, boys. Like, you're setting the bar very low.
Because he's realized that he's naked. And so the woman and the serpent have made him self-conscious, and now he doesn't have the courage to walk with God. And when God asks him why, he blames the woman. And he blames God for making her. And so there's I don't want to lay this all at the feet of women, because what I saw in the universities, for example, is that, let's put it this way, that when the maternal instinct went astray, partly because it didn't have any valid target, the men just backed off and didn't oppose it. And so, you know, they're complicit in this disintegration.
Again, where is the incentive structure? So, like, why do you have a bunch of feminine men that allow women to bloat, to give administrative bloat and gain power in the university system? Well, it's because the university system is not a competitive system. It's pseudo-competitive. The government is funding it. Like, you have to get rid of student loans that are federally insured. Absolutely have to get rid of that shit, because you have all of these, you have all of these people getting psychology and sociology degrees that are not helpful at all. Like, I have a psych-soc double major. I can tell you, it was useless. Like, what I learned in college pales in comparison to what I learned just from reading fucking books. Like, you have grants, you have DARPA funding, you have CIA funding, right? Like, you have all of this government funding into these institutions. And so what needs to happen is that institutions need to be able to fail if they're not engaged in reality and they're not competitive. But what the state's interaction does is it allows non-competitive things to exist, not grounded in reality, not checked by reality. So, of course, the university fills up with a bunch of yes men, and a bunch of women want more and more money and more power, and the government just keeps giving them more and more money. And then they just go, oh, I guess fucking the cost of a college degree is, 50 times more than it was when I went to college. I guess that's okay. We'll just keep insuring it. We'll just keep giving them money. And instead of them hiring new professors or engaging in research and new technologies to teach better, they'll just create more and more jobs that are meaningless fucking mental health jobs and all these other things, and we'll gauge in the McDonaldization of the universities, so we'll just get more and more people into the universities and we'll lower the bar more and more and more. I mean, universities in the 1950s used to have to fucking prove that you were competent in your ability to read, write, and speak Latin. Like, if you wanted to go to a good university in the 1950s, you had to take a Latin entrance exam. Like, we have lowered the bar more and more and more and more and more and more, and watered down the value of the education so that we can bring more and more people in. And now what we have is a university system that is essentially daycare for children 18 to 22. They're not learning anything good. Free education pays off in people who make a lot more money and pay higher taxes. It's a win-win. That data is not even true. That data only counts people that graduate. And it doesn't account for the loss of money that they have from student loan debt. When you put those two factors in, people that go to traditional trade schools outcompete people with bachelor's degrees by a lot. 40% of people that go into college get student loan debt and then don't graduate college. So when you're looking at people with college degrees, of course they make more money because it's selected for the high IQ people, and it's selected for people with personality trait conscientiousness because they had the ability to stick it through all the way to the end. You have to account for all of the college dropouts and the debt that they gained that gave them nothing. Then you get a more accurate representation of the value of a college degree. And that's even in a and again, you'd have to get rid of all government jobs, because government jobs are not competitive in the market. They're not a representation of someone's actual ability to succeed in life. Can't complain about not learning anything good and praise learning Latin. I'm not praising learning Latin. I don't think that learning Latin was like the best metric for college entrance. I'm just describing the difficulty and the level of intellect that was required to get into the school. Free education like every other modern white country? Nah, I'm good.
But we do have a problem on our hands that's not trivial. And we also see this reflected in a growing political divide between young men in particular and young women all across the world, right? Young men are becoming more conservative.
Yeah, I know.
Young women are becoming more liberal. And they're also not finding each other very effectively. The political.
Dude, I hate the way boomers use the term liberal to describe leftism. Like, it's like, have you ever engaged with a tanky or a communist or a democratic socialist or, kind of like a Marcusian socialist or a fucking the billions of different forms of Marxism on the far left? Like, any of them would tell you that they fucking hate liberals. like it's just like, we got to get, like, why is this term still sticking around? Because Ronald Reagan decided it was a pejorative. Every other white country realizes it's economically beneficial. I don't care what the quote unquote white countries do. Like, that's an argument ad populum and weirdly racist. I think you're like trying to appeal to a racism that I don't have. Like, I don't give a fuck what the Swedes do. Liberalism and leftism are two different things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this, like, they're getting overwhelmingly liberal. It's like, no, they're fucking not.
Becoming more liberal. And they're also not finding each other very effectively. The political, who would have guessed that, so we got two problems. Men and women both have the vote. Now, does that mean
socialism is a punishment for the poor?
Mean they're political enemies? Because that's certainly one of the things that appears to be happening. And then we have the mass migration of women into workforces of a size where empathy cannot be the regulating principle. I'll give you one more example, and then I'll turn it over for your comments. If empathy was the appropriate ethos for operation in a corporation, let's say, beyond the size of the family, then the personality trait agreeableness, which is the index of compassion and empathy, would positively predict workplace performance, particularly among managers. But it isn't agreeableness that predicts. It's conscientiousness, which is a cold virtue that typifies conservatives more than liberals. Big organizations run.
I mean, this point is kind of right, kind of wrong, right? Like the individual's success within the corporate ladder is not the same thing as the vision of what a company or a corporation should engage with in terms of society. Like, obviously, I'm not a fucking socialist. Obviously, I don't think empathy is a value, but I have other reasoning for it. But like, yeah, this isn't necessarily a like if you put this in a syllogism, it doesn't work. It's just like it's not actually a correct argument. Because individual success in the corporation is not the same thing as what the corporation ought do as an entity or how it ought engage in the market. Like, these are two different things.
Run on raw cognitive power and conscientiousness. They don't run on empathy. Little bitty families run on empathy, especially when there are infants, but that doesn't scale. And I actually think that's why the personality trait conscientiousness, which is diligence, orderliness, industrial.
Brother, I know you're not talking about Singapore being saved by socialism. Singapore is one of the most capitalist fucking, I guess you could say countries. It's very small, but it's extremely capitalist. It's actually probably the closest to fascism because in a weird way culturally, because they have very draconian laws against petty crime, and then there's super free market. Like, Singapore is more free market than the United States.
It's associated often with patriotism and more conservative values. I think that's why it evolved, because empathy does not scale, because everyone isn't a big happy family, and once you exceed kin group size.
Fascism is free market? No, fascism is not free market. But culturally speaking, in the way that they deal with crime, I shouldn't have used fascism there, right? Like, I should have said maybe fascistic in the way that they deal with crime because it's draconian. But even in that regard, it's not very accurate. I'll take that L. I was thinking through speaking, and that was a bad word to use in that moment.
In your organization, you have to turn to a different ethos, and that. I think that's particularly problematic for unconscientious women who self-aggrandize on the basis of their compassion.
Yeah, there's a lot in there, and I
watch Megan just struggle to fucking deal with any of this. Is going to be funny.
I agree with a lot of it. I keep thinking about the fact that, look, I'm a Gen Xer, and I was raised by a boomer, right, who was part of that first.
Oh man, this is like oh man, this is gonna be so cringe.
Wave of feminism, who, they were told you can have it all at the same time, and you're kind of a failure if you don't have it all at the same time. And that generation of mothers did as told and left their kids alone for a large portion of their childhoods, and that wasn't a bad thing. And I have a great relationship with my mom. I'm not saying I'm glad she wasn't around that much, but it led to self-sufficiency and independence, and absolutely no overbearing motherhood. That wasn't a
what? No, it wasn't. It wasn't a good thing, and it wasn't not a bad thing, right? Leaving your children alone and just being like, yeah, self-sufficiency is cool and all, but like, it reminds me of I bring this up fairly often because I feel like it's a really a really good read is Frank Kafka's Letter to His Father. And in Frank Kafka's Letter to His Father, who was like kind of like emotionally abusive, but not really physically abusive. And so his father thought that because he wasn't physically abusive, like, he was doing a good job. And one of the things he talks about was that his father required that they be like good Jewish kids, but they never took them to synagogue. Right. And so a lot of times, like, you don't see the effects of changes in culture in a single generation. Right. And he points out, it's like, yeah, Dad, like you never took us to synagogue. So you demanded that we have these same values that you have, and then we behave in the same way that you behave, but you never gave us the structure or the community or the education in the things that created those values. And so it was like Kafka is explaining how, there is something, deeply wrong with having an expectation of a certain level of behavior, but not giving the structure that breeds that behavior. And that's exactly what she's talking about, is like this, like, oh, I'll leave you alone and let you be independent. It's like, yeah, much like Nietzsche, when he's, like that famous poem about God is dead, like there's still the carcass of those values from the previous generations. But, like it takes a long time. It's like, oh, nobody notices God's dead yet. Like I've come too early. It's that same kind of concept where, yeah, you weren't given any norms, but you lived and inherited in a society where the adults were still kind of maintaining the structures, that those norms came from. But when they raised you, they didn't instill those values in you. The culture just kind of like, socialized you into those values, but you didn't have an understanding or a structure or a foundation for those values. So you end up fucking up the generation underneath you and not realizing that the process started with you. Like the process starts with not having that structure, and with like, it reminds me like kind of the movie Cable Guy with Jim Carrey, right? Like the ultimate takeaway of the movie Cable Guy is that this is what happens when you let TV raise your children. Right? Like this is what the world looks like when mom and dad are too busy with work to like sit down and form meaningful social relationship with their child and instill their values. And so he just took and absorbed values from a normalist society full of enemy and full of confusion and incapable of having real meaningful relationships. And so he latches on to this character and he's a fucking psycho. And it's all based around the fact that he doesn't have a foundation for any beliefs. He's just kind of like a phosphobiolipid layer in a cell, just kind of taking in water based off of a ratio of the water inside and outside of the cell. There's no real structure. You thought God Was Dead was from Thus Spake Zarathustra? No. It's a separate poem.
A thing in the 1970s or the 1980s. We were so neglected. We were called latchkey kids, where you had a key around your neck to let yourself back in after you walked home from school, and you didn't really know when your parents were going to come home. There were
Toodles, Gary. Let me know if you ever want to have a debate or a conversation or anything. Join the Discord. Should be fun. I'm sure you can argue with people there, but you haven't really presented much arguments, just kind of surface level stuff. But I appreciate having you nevertheless. I like a good troll or a little back and forth. It's fun for chat.
rules like, be home when it gets dark. Your parents had no idea where you were and really didn't care. Those were good things. Those were, building the ties for appropriate separation at the earliest possible age. Love always remains, caring and all that stays, but not overbearing motherhood or fatherhood for that matter. And
no, she's just completely wrong, and she thinks she's hitting on something deep. You're the first fucked up generation. Like Gen X was the first generation to do worse than their parents in American history. Every other successive generation, as long as we were tracking economic data, obviously before 1913, we don't have a ton of economic data, but to the best of our knowledge, every successive generation is doing better, has more wealth, has more property, etc. Gen X is the first generation to not do that. Gen X they had no norms. And so they went out and they partied and they ignored everything the boomers were doing that was fucking up society. And then all of a sudden, Gen X came out came out of the woodwork to pierce the veil into the discourse and start posting on Facebook. Oh, the adults are back in town. We're going to whip you kids back in shape because we understand. Don't you know I used to drink out of the water hose when I was a kid? You guys have it so fucking easy. Oh, nobody beat you. That's your problem. With a bunch of fucking stupid ideas because you've been comatose on fucking drugs and alcohol and enjoying and reaping the benefits of a prosperous society that the greatest generation put in place and that the boomers squandered, but you were still able to take care of some of that. And then millennials came into the woodwork and we graduate high school and the economy's fucking collapsing and nobody can buy a home and the shit's only getting worse for Gen Z, but somehow Gen X is going to set us straight. And it was so good that we weren't taught shit when we were growing up and we learned to be independent. No, you learned to fuck off and be passive and let the society crumble.
that generation, so that's me now, and maybe my brother and sister, who are older. And I think we'll raise the solution to the problem.
It's been a long time since I read Thus Spake Zarathustra, so it wouldn't surprise me if it was also in Zarathustra. I could be wrong on that. That's fine. One thing I really remember from Zarathustra was like the sermon, and then I remember the three metamorphoses. Like it's been ages since I've read any Nietzsche. To be, I'm stupid. I tell you guys I'm stupid all the time. Just happen to be smarter than the average person, but I'm still stupid. It's okay. I'll be wrong on that one.
That came just a little bit after we came, because I think what started to happen was those women got into the workforce and they were doing it all, and they would commit to work because there was an understanding that they would not blow it for the next generation of women. They'd been given the keys to the kingdom. Now you come in and you do well at these jobs, and you don't talk about your kids, and you don't leave to go home early, and you don't insist on flexible work schedules. So the women did it, and they raised tough Gen X kids who were fine. But as they started to get more rights at the office.
Yeah, no. It's just like this analysis is so surface level. She can only see the symptoms. She can't see the incentives. She's not engaged in this conversation in reality in any way. And so because of that, she only sees when things went bad, not what is the reason things are going bad.
And it sounds great on paper.
Never read it. I might reread it again. It's so basically Nietzsche was a weird fucking cat, and he was a linguistics expert that, and his expertise was in like biblical language, and so he wrote like a philosophical treatise, but he wrote it like a Bible, and so it's full of metaphor, and it's linguistically similar to biblical texts, right? And it's very strange. It's weird. It's a good read though. It's fun. I mean, it's not unapproachable. Like you can read it and kind of get it if you're smart, right? It's not like trying to read Hegel, where it's like people are like, actually, I'm the one that understands Hegel. It's like, shut the fuck up. Nobody understands Hegel. Like you're lying. Like, right? Like it's fun.
Okay, flex time, and I only have to work part-time, and I have to leave early for this thing and the other thing and so on. And the workplace started to bend more to supporting what mothers needed in their motherly roles. The mothers were home more, and I think started to overcorrect, started to see like go from the latchkey kid to the, the helicopter parent, right? Where I'm never leaving you alone. I'm gonna somehow overcompensate and be the parent that I didn't have, or that the generation before me didn't have. And slowly we started to migrate.
This bitch is talking so much out of her ass that she forgot that like fucking the satanic panic existed. The helicopter parenting and shit comes after that. Like it's like she's just making up shit. Like this isn't grounded in any historical understanding of like gender dynamics or roles or like anything. Like this is just like these are just boomer talking points. Like, oh, like I'm half expecting her to be like, and these fucking millennials and their avocado toast ruined everything. Like, what do you mean? They were too busy with Heidegger and Marcuse. Marcuse is easy read. I mean, like Marcuse is easy, like super easy to read. Like you can get like at least Marcuse is not cryptic at all. I don't know.
Great to parents who never leave their children alone, mothers and fathers for that matter, but especially mothers. And that leads to helplessness. And it leads to leaning into victimization and finding the newest disorder and overplaying any injury, because you can get attention that way, especially when you have a mother whose competition you can potentially beat by overacting your injury or your upset, etc. Like if you're in competition with a job and she's got to go to the job and you know that, you don't do anything as the child. You understand that's the deal. But if there's a split between her attentions and you've got to play for it, I think you lean into more upset, more victimhood, more things that would get a mother's attention naturally. Like I have a disorder. I'm not well. I need extra help.
Yeah, well that'll get her attention if she does.
That's the first fucking salient point she's made. We are 28 minutes in, and that's the first time she said something that is like, that's interesting. Women in the workplace have their attention focus, and so there is a tendency for children to be hyper emotional or overreactive in an attempt to gain attention, which could be in part have a role to play in cluster B personality disorders, right? Because it is all about taking in different accounting information from the mother and the father, as well as from friends and family, etc. But obviously those are the, the two there. This is the first time she's made any kind of point that like could be interesting. And it's crazy that it's 28 minutes in and it took her that long to say anything correct or interesting.
Doesn't have anything better to do, and it has no sense, right? But that is another example of that exaggeration of compassion to the point that it becomes toxic. And
what the fuck did I miss? He's not. It's the Nazi that was making up words as he went along. Like, what are you responding to? I have live chat on, not top chat. Like, what did I miss?
Another example, get her attention if she doesn't have anything better to do, and it has no sense, right? But that is another example of that exaggeration of compassion to the point that it becomes toxic. And the fact that it's necessary to human beings, especially in the early years, like vital, also means that it's a very difficult force to regulate. I mean, the general rule for caretaking, and this goes for the elderly as well, pretty much anybody you're actually taking care of, is don't do anything for anyone that they can do for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, right. It's like Vygotsky's laddering, right? You know what I mean? Like you want to basically not do anything that they can't do themselves. But you want to, give them just enough so that they can actually accomplish the thing, so that they can build the foundational skills to, put multiple kind of skills together and be able to complete more complicated tasks.
Right, because you're actually stealing from them, not helping them.
Heidegger.
I mean,
fair
certainly
enough.
One of the rules for psychotherapy, insofar as there are actual rules for that enterprise, which has probably become now more destructive than useful, is that people have to make their own way, right? You listen and you help people strategize and you ask them questions, but you don't provide them with the direction for their life because that's their enterprise. And that requires a very,
See, that psychology degree is being put to use. I went to grad school for counseling, right? So but what's funny is being a libertarian streamer, mostly what I talk about is political philosophy and politics, right? But my domain of education, my formal education is in psychotherapy and in psychology. But I don't go around like fucking, some people being like, oh, I got a fucking degree and I did an internship somewhere, so I know all about psychotherapy. Like, I talk about the shit I know about, but I don't, I'm not trying to I'm not a counselor. I'm not a psychologist. You know what I mean? And I think maybe it's downplaying it. Like, I learned enough to know what I don't know. And so I probably downplay it to some degree. Put your degree on your back wall. People don't know my full name. I'm not putting my degree on my wall. I don't need to get doxxed. I have kids, right? It's if it was just me and I didn't have kids, I probably wouldn't give a fuck if you guys know exactly who I actually am. But I don't I go by Scott. That's all you need to know. You know what I mean? And if somebody's really, really committed, they might be able to find me. I would prefer you not, right? But I'm not going to make it easy for people.
requires a hard bound on compassion, that's for sure, because you don't want to get in there and interfere. Can I ask you a little bit about the way that you constructed your own family and career pathway?
I'm gonna be real with you guys. All of my degrees are still in the cardboard that they got mailed to me in. I've never framed any of them. I don't care. That's how much I value my degrees, is that I have them in case I need them for some reason. I have a communications degree and I'm a photographer, right? like so many of these humanities degrees are just fucking useless, man. They really are.
Because I've been working with my wife trying to sketch out. She does a podcast.
I use the GI Bill, so at least I don't have to pay for it. You guys paid for that shit.
Because I've been working with my wife trying to sketch out. She does a podcast on issues related to femininity. And we've been trying to sketch out, at least hypothetically, something like a appropriate timeline for young women, because they
hold on. I zoned out for a second.
Related to femininity. And we've been trying to sketch out, at least hypothetically, something like a appropriate timeline for young women, because they have no real guidance in that. So here's a stat for you.
I don't understand how an appropriate timeline for young women. That's very interesting. Like, that's going to be culturally dependent. Like, there's a biological timeline, right? Like, there's a hard timeline. And that can be shifted by modern medicine to a certain degree, right? Obviously, IVF and things like that exist. But of course, if you're a woman and you're in your 30s and that's when you start having children, you know, the risk of a lot of things goes up. Strangely enough, autism and like, neurodivergent type stuff is probably more to do with the aged male sperm than it is women. Who knows? Maybe it's fucking microplastics or something. We don't fucking know. But like every other fucking condition is usually housed in the X chromosome. And so there is a certain biological clock there, right? Like you kind of need to be, if you're going to be married and have kids, you kind of need to be married already by 30. If you're trying to get married and have kids after 30, you're really racing because you got to find the right person. You got to marry him, got to make sure it's stable. And then you have to start your gestation before 35 because that's when fertility and diseases and conditions really start spiking and getting crazy. So, I mean, there's a biological clock to a certain degree, but the social context about like when someone ought be, you know, at certain phases in their career or in their, you know, in their relationships and things of that nature, they're culturally context dependent. Like I don't know that like you can nail down like an appropriate timeline of like, you know, adult development. You know what I mean? Like I think maybe like you can kind of use like Erik Erikson's like you know, psychosocial development, you know, developmental model and like talk about like not necessarily using Erik Erikson's psychosocial developmental model per se in terms of timeline, but like recognizing that there are certain ages or periods where, you know, like identity versus role confusion, things like that. Like during this time of your life, these are the predominant challenges in the development of a human, right? And so you can kind of do that a little bit, but like nailing down a timeline seems like an exercise in futility. Because it's just going to change as the culture changes, as technology changes. And so, yeah, I don't know.
No real guidance in that. So here's a stat for you. We hit this milestone last year. Half of Western women, 30 and under, have no child. So it's a little more than half now. So we hit more than half. Half of them will never have a child. And 90% of them will regret it. Mm-hmm. That means we're setting up. This is a catastrophe.
I mean, yeah, it's a catastrophe. I mean, like the millennials especially, but if things don't change for Gen Z, it'll hit them as well. But millennial women are about to, I mean, like we're already starting to see skyrocket mental health problems. And there's a multitude of factors for that, right? There's economic conditions. There's like the overusage of therapy. There's the cultural context. There's the fact that, you know, they have normlessness and, you know, anomie. There's a lot of factors, but not having kids is going to be a huge factor in mental health problems in millennials. And when that shit fully kicks in, because it's already kicked in to a certain degree, but you don't necessarily feel the effects at like 40. You know, like when millennials start getting to like 45, 50, you're going to see a serious mental health crisis in this country. And hopefully it reverses by the time Gen Z comes around. But for millennials, the game's kind of already over. Like serious mental health issues and an ever increasing amount of neuroticism and mental health problems in a large swath, you know, of millennial women is coming, and there's basically nothing we can do to avoid it at this point. The only thing we can do is hopefully right this ship so that the same thing doesn't happen to Gen Z girls.
Catastrophe if it's true, and the data are pretty clear, I believe. This means we're...
That's how you know you're talking to a super fucking nerd, is when they say the data are clear. Like when they properly say, like when they say data and there's no S at the end of data or data, but they understand that you're not supposed to say the data is clear. They say the data are clear. That's when you know you're fucking the datum. Yeah, I mean, technically you could do that. Data and datum both work. But when you hear are, you're like, ooh, I'm talking to a super nerd. like it's one of those things that you just notice and you're like, oh, okay, somebody's a fucking nerd.
It's a catastrophe. This is a catastrophe if it's true, and the data are pretty clear, I believe. This means we're setting up 1 woman in 4 for isolation, right? And that gets increasingly brutal as you get older. And I also think we're setting up that 25% of women to be preyed upon in a manner like nothing we've ever seen when they enter their later years, because they'll have no one to keep an eye out for them, especially during times of vulnerability.
Ooh, I didn't even think about that. I really didn't even think about that, but that's so true.
This is not going to be good. So let me sketch out an idea for you in terms of a timeline and tell me what you think about that. I mean, 1 couple in 3 have fertility problems by the age of 30. And that's defined as not being able to conceive within a year of trying.
Right.
And so it seems pretty obvious, all assistive reproductive technology notwithstanding, which is very expensive and very unreliable and certainly not something to be depended on except in cases of...
Nah, bro. Like, didn't you hear Trump? Trump's just going to take money from young men, even more money from young men, and put us further into debt with his big, beautiful bill. And one of the things he really wants to do is he wants to fund IVF with government money. That'll solve the baby crisis, is just take more money from young men and make it to where they're even less likely to be able to build a family. And then we'll just use the government to do family planning for women that are over the biological, age of fertility. We'll just fund, quote, this is the medical term for pregnancies over 35. It sounds wild, but it's true. Geriatric pregnancies. If you're pregnant over the age of 35, it's known as a geriatric pregnancy, which seems mean. I mean, it's just reality, but it seems mean. I don't know. It seems a little bit harsh, Impregnate Jerry. We're doing Rick and Morty jokes now. Like, what's happening?
Absolute necessity. Having your children before you're 30 is a wise move if you want to ensure that it's going to happen. And so then the question is order. We're best served probably as human beings to have our children in our 20s and probably our early 20s. And of course, that's going to be more demanding for women, more demanding and more of an opportunity, I would say, because each child...
And this is where the conservative fails, is that they believe, just like the socialist, because they are socialists, that they can impose order and that they can centrally plan order, right? But it's like, I keep bringing up this quote, but it's really important to bring up this quote from The Road to Serfdom from Hayek, is that, what is it? Central planning destroys spontaneous order, right? Like you have destroyed order in society by trying to maintain and create order through central planning. And that's really the crux of this entire conversation about falling birth rates and about the many gender dynamics and problems, is that once the red line to cross was once you gave women power in government, right? But the real hard line wasn't per se women having power, but allowing women to utilize that power to take over functions of men and give it to the state. And then the state will take on the traditional masculine role to help and aid women as they see fit, so that they could get rid of the patriarchy, right? They got rid of the patriarchy by taking away all of the necessary roles of men and shifting it over to the state. And it takes a long time for that damage to be seen in a culture and a society and an economy. Like those things, like the real true damage of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, public schools being mandated and paid for by the state, that all of these, using taxes to fund daycare, creating no-fault divorces, and then a divorce law that, usually puts women in charge of the children, and then requires that the man, despite no longer being in a relationship with the woman, still fund her. That you completely destroyed all of the incentives. And so, now you end up with feminized men because there's no male role for them to take on. The male role is already taken. The state has already taken the male role for themselves. Except it's inferior at doing so, because the state doesn't have values like an individual does. When a man provides for a woman, he provides for a woman because he values her. When fraternal societies engaged in mutual aid, they did it because they valued the members of their community. And they could tell the difference because they knew them at an interpersonal level, whether or not someone was a welfare queen or whether or not someone genuinely fell on hard times and needed a hand up so that the community could be stronger together. You took the process of the redistribution of wealth from the man to the woman and the destitute, but you did it in a valueless way. You did it through liberalism. You did it in all of us are equal. Race doesn't exist. Cultural differences don't exist. Everyone has civil rights. It's wrong for you to judge the circumstances of one person versus another person. And then you just did flat wealth redistribution. And so you replace it with patriarchy in that sense is a necessary component for a functional society, and then it was replaced by the state. And until you get rid of those aspects of it, and we can have mutual aid come back, and we can have entrepreneurship come back, and we can have young men engage in capital accumulation as opposed to just capital consumption done through the state, what you are going to see is you're going to see the growth of corporations, the growth of monopolies insofar as the left defines them, right? And you are going to see gender dynamics break down, and you are going to see men become more and more feminized because there's no social pressure for them to go into a masculine role. There's a memory of a masculine role, and women attempting to shame men into going back into that memory of the masculine role. But there's no incentive for them to actually go there beyond what it is that women want. But women increasingly offer nothing to these young men. Education and social support were always socialized. That's just completely historically inaccurate. Like that's just not true. Like no.
And probably our early 20s. And of course, that's going to be more demanding for women, more demanding and more of an opportunity, I would say, because each child really requires something approximating 3 years of pretty dedicated care. You know, the data seem to show that if your child is 3 and reasonably social, then social education, daycare, can work. Before that, especially with transformation of caregivers, it doesn't look like it's a very good idea. So you need 3 years per child, and maybe you want 2 children or 3 children, and so that's something like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years that you have to devote to it. Now, women
as you tend to have more children, the older children end up taking on a socializing aspect and role, right? So it's not like it's 3 years. Let's say you have like 4 kids, right, and you have them 2 years apart, right? So there's 8 years of there being 8 plus 3, so 11 years of like at least one child being under the age of 3. It's not like you need 11 years per se of like dedicated care to the child from the mother, because as one, the more children that you have, there is a socialization aspect that kind of speeds up that timeline or, shares that burden to some degree, because siblings are able to socialize siblings, not as well as parents, but they need less attention as you have more, direct attention from the mother. Now, obviously, the mother's attention is, of course, then split up by multiple children, so there's a factor there as well. But yeah, but like that's fine. I'll take it for what it is. Like I don't want to be too hypercritical of Jordan Peterson's point here.
Live about 6 or 7 years longer than men. So that's kind of an interesting little twist on the whole situation. And if you started your career at 30, you could have 40 years of career, which is a lot. And that way, I would say in some ways you get to have your cake and eat it too, although perhaps not at the same time, which we had talked about early. But there are no real
Yeah, I mean, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. Like that's a lie, right? Like that's a lie that has been pushed via, feminism and the philosophy for a long time. You cannot wait until you're 30 to start your career and then have the same results as someone that started their career at 20 or 22. right? You can't, like, if someone goes into college and then gets an internship and then makes connections, learns skill set that is, there, and like, you're just not going to be able to climb the corporate ladder and reach the same place as a man that, like, that got an 8-year head start on you, right? Like, it's not happening. Fula Igbo, Arawakan Australians and societies disagree with you. All right. I don't know what that is. I'm unaware of whatever that anarchic model is or whatever. What's the data on socialization and IQ? Is it similar rates, or is there a negative relationship, parabolic? Dude, IQ research is so fucking difficult to do. I haven't looked at it in a while, so I don't remember off the top of my head. Like, I know that obviously a lack of socialization has some effects. Also, only children tend to have higher IQ and things like that, but that seems to be just like correlational to the fact that, like, parents that only have one kid are ones that tended to wait longer, right? And ones that tend to wait longer are people that are more invested in their careers, and people that are more invested in their careers tend to be higher IQ than people that are less invested in their careers. And IQ is, at least in part, hereditary. So that seems to just be like a hereditary link, like causation, correlation, all that nine. So, like, it's just like, it's a very difficult thing to study. In terms of, like, it's one thing to be able to look at demographic data and et cetera. Like, that's not that hard to study, but it's a lot harder to study. Like, I mean, because you can do like twin studies, but even when you do twin studies, A, they're case studies, so it's not necessarily accurate data. And then B, it's really fucking unethical to do a twin study and be like, we're going to put you in this family where we abuse you, and then in this other family, we're going to put you with people that take care of you. Like, that's super fucking evil. And so, like, even in twin studies, when you do like IQ and stuff, like, they tend to go to upper middle class to wealthy families because those are the families that can afford adoption anyways. So they tend to already have, like, similar circumstances in terms of, like, parental care and economic opportunities. IQ research is also one-dimensional. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I just thought it was a fun thought experiment. Like I do think that there's almost certainly some level of socialization plays a role in IQ. It's just really hard to know to what degree. IQ changes over time as well. IQ is relatively stable, dude. Like, that's not, like, IQ changes over, like, yeah, you can get like short-term games when you're looking at child IQ, but like once you get to like an age of maturity, IQ is relatively stable. Like, it's really, really hard to shift IQ more than like 1 or 2 points in like a decade. Once you get to like an adult set, especially once you get to like formulation of the prefrontal cortex, which is like, it's going to be like 25, 26 in males, like 24 in females. Like, you're not changing your IQ in any meaningful way. Like, you're certainly not getting like a standard deviation.
Guidelines developmentally for young women, and they don't know what to do, and they're increasingly not married, and they increasingly don't have children, and they're increasingly unhappy. And it doesn't look to me like slave to a corporation is necessarily a substitute for family life and children. Now, some people have a career, you have a career, some people have a career, most people have jobs. So anyways, I'm not saying...
But again, this is why you just get rid of the incentives, man. Like, you don't need laws like keeping women barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, right? Like, if you just get rid of like Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, and you get rid of all of these things that are, funneling money to, like, that are designed to allow women to go into the workforce, and supplant the traditional gender roles in a society, because, like, we need to give them we need to give them positive rights by fucking over and stealing money from other people. Then what will happen is that you will have a select group of women that are hyper career focused because their own tendencies and skill set goes towards that. And yes, there'll be social stigma and shame, but like, if they are sufficiently competent, then that won't matter for them. Like, they will be over and above the social stigma, and to the point where women like Megyn Kelly presuming that she's super hardworking. I don't know. She's kind of vapid, but like let's assume she's super hardworking and she was born beautiful, right? Those type of women will still have those careers, right? But when we're talking about the large demographics of women that are forced into work because our tax system is now set up to where that is where all the incentives are. Like that's really the kind of the crux of the problem here. I was comparing IQ from young adults to like 40 somethings. I mean, again, it depends on what you mean by young adult. If you're talking about like an 18, 19-year-old, right, they still don't have a formulation of the prefrontal cortex. There's still some level of change that can occur. Most of it is going to occur, in prepubescent years. But there's still some capacity to change. But even then, it's like we're talking about a couple points, right? Like we're not talking about order of magnitude or standard deviation, right? Which would be like 15 points. If your IQ is 110 at 19, you're not going to have a 120 IQ or 125 IQ ever. It's not fucking happening. I mean, like, sure, there might be an outlier somewhere, right? Or, they might have done like your test improperly or the test gets better, etc. But like, it's not happening. And especially true once the prefrontal cortex is developed.
Saying that that's a hard and fast rule, but I don't really see any way around it. And here's another little twist that is worth adding. I think most people who are popular and attractive get 5 chances to establish a permanent relationship, and that's about it.
That's fascinating.
Right?
That's
Well,
interesting.
figure it's a year to kind of get to know someone.
Yeah.
And then assume that, you're fortunate enough so that people are lining up, which is not that likely and probably not the position that most people are in.
Right.
And so maybe it's 2 years, including the failure, and 5 is a 10-year span. I mean, I'm not trying to be overwhelmingly pessimistic, but I wouldn't say it gets easier as you get older. You get more different from other people. It isn't easier to establish a relationship when you're older, I wouldn't say.
And
I mean, if you're fucking engaged in meaningful long-term monogamous relationships, yes. Okay, but like a lot of relationships fail after like 2 or 3 months. Okay, number one. I mean, but then again, a lot of relationships fail at the 4-year itch too. So I mean, like if you average it out, maybe a year might be actually a good metric. But again, that's if you're engaged in long-term meaningful relationships and you're, that is your goal is to date towards establishing a family. But like obviously there are plenty of people that get way more chances than that. They don't do anything with those chances.
Plus, it isn't easier to establish a relationship when you're older, I wouldn't say.
And more people are snatched up.
Well, there's that. That's a big problem. Who's left? And the other issue I would say too, that's German.
Capital science, unfortunately, it is the exact opposite. Most interventions that we do in terms of like development, behavioral interventions, things to increase capacity tend to be more effective the more high IQ somebody is. Right? So like, like when we look at like education interventions that like that have a positive effect, what we find is that they have more positive effect on high IQ individuals and less of a positive effect on low IQ individuals. Again, the data are not that conclusive. Like it's very difficult to do that type of research. Nevertheless, IQ is, the most well-studied and factual thing out of all of psychology. So if you hear someone be like, oh, IQ research is meaningless and it doesn't mean anything and it has no correlation to anything and like IQ is just like some dumb number, it's like, okay, well then just throw out all of psychology and sociology because IQ has more evidence, backing it up than almost any other social metric that we have.
Main is, why wouldn't you want to spend your young years with the person that you want to be with? You're going to forestall that for what reason? I got married to Tammy when I was 27, I think. And
what fucking research are you looking? There hasn't been any like real extensive IQ research since like 2015, 2016 that I've seen. Please send me Okay, yeah, I want to see this research that claims that you can shift IQ 21 points, and what the fuck they mean by that. Because almost everything that I've seen has been roughly fucking go to Google Scholar. Can you give me a name of the paper? It's not coming up on Google Scholar with what you gave me. Can you just give me the title of the paper so I can pull it up on Google Scholar? Can you just give me the name of the paper? Proceeds to bring up BBC Pigeon. That's fucking funny. Yeah, but I want to see what the paper's actually saying. Like, yeah, no, it's fine. Find it for me. But like, yeah, I don't want to. I'm like, no, that the claim sounds wild. Even up to 21 points. Like, I want to see like what the actual claim is. At the very least, read the abstract and maybe look at like the methodology a little bit. All right. While you do that, we'll keep going.
One of our regrets is that we didn't do that earlier. Now, there were reasons for that, and maybe they were valid. Probably they weren't. But I'm not happy that that time was missed. It would have been better to have spent it together. So I'd like your thoughts on that. I mean, the timeline, just that general layout.
I mean, I think there's no problem in setting out those honest truths, which are your life will be happier if you have a partner and children. I just think that's just true. And people should be told that. And then they should be told the realities of fertility, because those are realities that, can be potentially meddled with, but there's no guarantee. And if
I'm not opposed to just saying these are reality. This is reality. Dude, it's almost like she's trying not to say what she really thinks.
If you're one of the people who cannot meddle with it and you missed your window, it will be a lifelong regret that will be unsolvable and will be like a deep source of pain, an ongoing deep source of pain. So it's not something that you could easily brush off. And so all those truths need to be shared while at the same time prizing and sharing the fullness of the rewards of motherhood with young women, which isn't done. That's the other piece of it. Like if you listen to Jordan, if you listen to Ben, if you listen to, the Daily Wire, you'll hear that. You won't hear motherhood, early motherhood, or any kind of motherhood generally bashed. You'll hear it praised. But in society still.
What? Like we're just fucking slobbing up the Daily Wire now? All right.
In the movies, on the television shows that women watch, it's not. You're still you still hear she's just a stay-at-home mom, or she doesn't work. They still don't look at, motherhood as something that's, something valuable, like work as though it's a bad word. Motherhood is work too. It's great work. It's life-fulfilling work. But it still has this and women who I know all over New York, and now I'm in Connecticut, they say things like, it's very important to me.
Dude, this is just like symptoms. Okay, we live in a society and the society doesn't value motherhood. No shit, Sherlock. Like, get to some causes, get to some roots of this. Like, go dig deeper. Like, this is it's so boomer coded. Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can find this. Oh my God. All right. Theory of successful intelligence. Okay, and then we'll grab the DOI. There's no way this isn't backed up on PsyHub. It's IQ research. There's way too many autistic fascists that are really obsessed with IQ. like anytime it's an IQ paper, you know for sure it's gonna be backed up on Sci-Hub. You know, there's fucking a million people that are like, the Jews are fucking trying to lie to us and tell us that the blacks don't have the high IQ. All right, let me see. Okay, so this is 1999. So I don't know why you're talking about this is like the current research, because this research is 26 years old. But this article presents a theory of successful intelligence done by Whelp. Throw it out, dude. Like it's mostly about researchers and not about like the institution they did it at, right? Because like most of these people are like a lot of research scientists teach like one class because they have to like maintain their tenure. They don't fucking oops, hold on. They don't Robert J. Sternberg. See if he has a link. Let's see. Okay. He hasn't put out. Last thing he put out was of any note was 2009. He's doing Nature of Creativity research. 2006. Oh yeah, it makes sense. Cognitive psychologist, obviously. Currently professor of psychology, or at least his last post was Cornell. But good God, man! Since 2020, he's got 58,000 citations. Obviously, this last year, it's only, this year so far, 3,400. Okay. I mean, this is almost certainly old research. So I don't know how much flack I'll put in it, but where is there, and again, this doesn't look like a paper. This is a meta-analysis. So this isn't a scientific study. This isn't research, right? This is an opinion piece from, actually, it might be a, is it a meta-analysis or is it a narrative review? Any creative intelligence, practical intelligence, how we got where we are. Yeah, this isn't research. This is 26 years old and it's not research. This is just it's an opinion piece from, a credible scientist, obviously. So I'll read his opinion from 26 years ago. But I don't know how valuable it is. Everything that I've read has said that, the best research we show is like a 4-point shift in terms of environmental circumstances. Now, of course, there's a lot of environmental circumstances that are, occur in gestation and are, heritable, and there's epigenetic research that we don't know about. So it's really hard to tell. Maybe it's like a 10-point shift, but this like 21 up to a 21-point shift from a child that's already a child given one IQ test to adulthood sounds wild. Article presents a theory of successful intelligence. The opening addresses some general issues and problems with conventional thinking about intelligence. The rest of the argument of the forming section, the first argues that conventional and some other notions of intelligence are at best incomplete and at worst wrong. Second section suggests an alternative notion of successful intelligence that expands on, okay. It's just like him rethinking intelligence. And he's doing like a literature review, I guess. Again, a literature review from 26 years ago isn't really helping me. If he makes that claim in there, it's an interesting claim. It just doesn't really, like, I'd need something with more oomph behind it, Like I recognize that it's difficult to know what the actual numbers are. But up to 21 sounds wild. Especially considering that like most people believe it's like a 0.7 in terms of heritability. Now, there are environmental factors that are heritable. And so it becomes difficult to know what that doesn't necessarily mean genetic, right? But moving more than a standard deviation from a child into adulthood is a bold fucking claim. Unless it's like an outlier. All right, I'm going to continue.
That my daughter see me going to a business meeting. Like mommy's got a business meeting or going to the office if they have just like some small meeting. And I'm like, why? Why? Because they...
Capitalism is inherently hierarchical. The idea that capitalism can be anarchic is fundamentally incorrect. I do love the modern cope of the left anarchists, right? In terms of like anything with hierarchy is therefore not anarchism, right? It's like, first and foremost, voluntary hierarchy has been something that even Kropotkin agreed with, right? Like the idea that like if you believe in the existence of hierarchy, you are against anarchism, is to say that there is no such thing as an anarchist because everyone believes in voluntary hierarchies. Now, and then, it's like, was it like 72 on Anarchism by Noam Chomsky even, right? Like, and obviously he's an anarcho, syndicalist that then, kind of got pushed out by the anarchists because he wasn't anarchist enough, but nevertheless, like, he presented the definition of like justifiable hierarchies. Because like if you are a cook and you want to learn to be a better cook, so you go to a Michelin star chef and ask him to teach you how to cook, well, then you've just accepted a voluntary hierarchy. You've accepted that he's going to tell you what to do. He's going to train you. He's going to mentor you. And you recognize that in the domain of cooking, in the domain of being a chef, that he is better than you, that you are not equal, that you are subservient to him, and you put yourself in a voluntarily subservient role. So like this idea of like, oh, you believe in reality, therefore you're not an anarchist, is like just not an argument. It's not a modern cope, and this is not anarchist theory. It is not theory. Capitalism is a mode of production that requires the existence of ruling/owning class and a working class. It's hierarchical. Yeah, again, you haven't really said anything. Like, right? Like that's not saying anything. Like, yeah, sure. If you don't like, if you want to use capitalism as like, from like a Marxist perspective and what they mean by capitalism, then like, yeah, sure. I'm not for that either. I've said something that doesn't jive with your worldview. No, I'm just saying it's not a relevant argument. Like you're working upon your definition of what is capitalism, and then because your definition of capitalism is bad, and then it ties in and it's hierarchical at the end, when I've already defeated the cope of the concept of hierarchy being anti-anarchism, is it's like you haven't added anything to the conversation. It's not what they mean by capitalism. It's not a materialist description of the mode of production called capitalism. Yeah, but it is what they mean, right? Because what you are describing is your own definition of capitalism that entails things that anarcho-capitalism doesn't subscribe to. It's not like just redefining it from a Marxist perspective doesn't make anarcho-capitalism invalid. It's not an argument against anarcho-capitalism, and it's not an argument that anarcho-capitalism isn't anarchism. It's just you saying, I don't like a thing, and I'm saying it bad. Anarcho-capitalism isn't a real thing. It doesn't exist. Well, it's not material. It's an abstract concept. It's an ideology. It's a descriptive legal philosophy of, that's it. It's a descriptive legal philosophy. You saying hierarchy, though, and capitalism evil is not an argument. It's just you spouting bullet points. Like you haven't said anything to prove or substantiate the claim that anarchism isn't, that anarcho-capitalism isn't anarchist, or that it's wrong in any capacity. I never said capitalism evil. You're correct. You did not say those direct words. I'm just laughing at you and making fun of you because you haven't presented any arguments. Not literally quoting you here. Contradictions exist. I mean, yeah. I don't understand, therefore it doesn't exist. Trust me, bro. I said it is inherently hierarchical. Reality is inherently hierarchical. You cannot be any ideology that says hierarchy isn't a necessary condition for human, for systems of, I guess supposedly for human interaction societies or ethical frameworks is just not commiserate with reality. So if anarcho-capitalism doesn't exist because hierarchies aren't real, then no ideology exists, and none of them are real because you've just denied reality. And again, I said it's a modern cope because it's the concept of hierarchy. It's not about whether or not hierarchy exists, right? It's about whether or not that hierarchy is justified. You misunderstand. I mean, like, it's not like typing in chat is a great form of communication. So I very well could be misunderstanding your point, or at the very least, what your attempted point is. We're talking about economic classes. Capitalism requires a working class and an owning class. No, it doesn't. You're using your definition of capitalism again, right? And then you're ascribing that to an ideology that has the same word. And then you're saying, because that word exists, my thing and my definition therefore proves that this isn't anarchism because this is what I believe capitalism to be, but it's not what anarcho-capitalism advocates for in terms of its definition of capitalism. We were talking about voluntary interactions. There's no owning class under capitalism insofar as is a word that anarcho-capitalists are arguing for. The owning class sits atop the working class. This is why it's called hierarchical. Here you go. I got a little paper for you to read. There you go. If you want to do some homework, because it's like you're not really getting anywhere. But that's a Marxist and Austrian class analysis by Hans Hermann Hoppe. This argument has been had far longer ago, and Hoppe makes the argument better than me. So you might as well read it. It'll be fun. There's always an owning class under capitalism. This can be observed throughout history. Yeah, that's a cyclical logic. If we use Marxist class analysis, we can explain historical materialism, right? By using historical materialism, it's self-referencing. It's just positing a claim and then using that analysis for class analysis and for historical analysis. It's not an argument because it's not. It's not an argument to use. You know what I mean? Like when you read like Engels, right? And he's talking about, before, how does capitalism come into existence, right? And he is talking about the ruling aristocracy and the nobility, and then, describing the historical process of the capitalist class coming in because of like industrialization and because of like, modern markets and things of that nature. And that there's like a contradiction that is existing. And so you have to have like that, that dialectic, you have to have that like necessary kind of rebalancing as we move towards the inevitable communist state, or communist, state, not like nation state, but state of communism, right? You can look at that history, and that history is relatively factually true, but again, it's using an assumption, right? There is an axiom of capitalism. There's an axiom of the ruling class, and then there are, other kind of like lesser, not necessarily stated, but ideological axioms that are baked in. And so, yeah, he does a class analysis, does a historical analysis, like whatever term you want to use, because it bounces around from writer to writer, but it's not proof of anything. It's just self-referencing its own axioms and then looking at history through that ideological lens and then finding evidence to support the thing that is already assumed to be true. So it's not like, again, that's why I sent you Austrian class analysis theory. Crowd, then you don't. Somebody coming in here with the personal and private property distinction. Oh my God, dude! Read the Conquest of Bread, man. Like that's why I love that book, is because Kropotkin is so mask off and explaining, from their perspective that there is no such thing as personal and private property. I've been through it plenty of times before. There is no distinction between personal and private property. They'll make, like, commies will make the claim. I did it just in that debate, a couple of other ones. I did like a whole little fun thing about it, right? Where, you know, we went through the stick on the Robinson Crusoe kind of analogy. We did the tribal analogy. And then eventually the communist always admits, right, that there is no actual thing of personal property, that every new thing found, you know, it is, you know, up to the tribe to either democratically or by force, you know, make them use that property as the community sees fit. And then, like, you know, like awarding property, you know, awarding personal property through multiple owners and permission of the is not personal property. It's not private property. It just is, you know, something that is in your use of which you do not have exclusive control or domain over. Yeah, there is. Private property can be held by a non-human entity. Wait, hold on. You're justifying the difference between personal and private property in that private property can be held by a non-human entity. What is that? Pretty simple, bro. Like that doesn't even make sense. Yeah, no, I know the definition of private property that commies use. It's just not coherent. There's no actual difference between personal and private property. Just saying like, oh, it's used in a different way. Well, okay. We can use property humans use property. Like the property does not have an innate essence in and of itself. So there's no distinction between the two. Do I make profit off of my toothbrush? I'm a streamer. So if I brush my teeth, I probably make more profit than if I don't brush my teeth. If I have yellow teeth on here and I look ugly, I lose viewers. Therefore, I make profit off of my toothbrush. The existence of my toothbrush and the usage of my toothbrush allows me to look better and be better in social interactions, and therefore I have more opportunities, and I have more opportunities in the work that I'm engaged in, and thus I make more profit off of the fact that I utilize my toothbrush towards that property making. Again, there isn't a meaningful distinction. It's an arbitrary metric that communists use to hide the fact that they don't believe in private property rights or property rights in general. So basically, all right, Kathy Newman. I make money singing. Commies now own my vocal cords, right? I mean, you don't have liberty to do with your body as you see fit. So, I mean, yes, commies own your vocal cords because they own your body, because the entire system of communism is a system of slavery. If it wasn't, then you could go out and do as you see fit. You could go homestead land, and then when you needed help, you could use resources that you had accumulated and hire people to come and help you and grow, you know, your estate and make your estate beautiful. But you aren't allowed to do that. So yes, they own your singing voice. They own your body. They claim ownership over you as an entity. You can't, like, so I mean, like, not for the reasons that you're describing, but yes, under communism, the communist, you know, owns your singing voice. Communism is not a system of slavery. Trust me, bro. Created vastly more personal freedoms than capitalism does for the majority of the planet. First of all, mixed market economies are not capitalist economies. They're only capitalist economies insofar as communism is concerned. But if you prefer, we say, you know, free market capitalism to distinguish it, and, you know, for the sake of argument, that's fine. Secondly, no. Like, just no. Communism has not created more personal freedoms. First, you have to attempt to create freedom as a positive rights. So by freedom, you mean things that are innately already stolen from other people. And secondly, even if you do that, it's just not true. Capitalism is a means of pulling so many more people out of poverty and increasing their material conditions than communism ever is. Communism is against the benefit of material conditions. There's no such thing as free market. Ah, yes. I don't have to argue against it if I just say nothing is real. Hierarchies don't exist. Free market capitalism doesn't exist. But slavery does exist. And it's the thing that I say it is, not the people that tell you that you don't have a right to do with your body and to do with the things that you accumulate as you see fit. The ideology that tells you must do as we say is freedom, not the ideology that says that you can do whatever you want so long as you're not harming other people. Listen to yourself. Read the rest of the comment. Dude, I've heard these arguments 1,000 times. I was a Marxist. I was a Marxist-Leninist Maoist as a young child. Well, not a young child, as a teen. Slowly but surely turned into a libertarian. And then eventually, libertarian in the true sense. Typical American shite. I take that as a compliment coming from a communist. Capitalism indeed was a progressive force in history. This is the problem with communism, right? Is that communism isn't an end goal and it isn't a set of policies, right? It is a movement of history, if you will, right? So capitalism actually, all of the good things that occurred with capitalism as a means of destroying the aristocracy and the nobility is actually just a piece of the history of what communism is. So even if you're able to showcase and prove, which obviously, as a Austrian, I wouldn't, accept empirical evidence as any actual form of proof. But even if you were to internal critique and utilize consequentialism to arrive at, a level of evidence that, capitalism had actually progressed the future, progressed society in so many different ways, it wouldn't matter because capitalism actually is just a part of the process of communism, right? I mean, it's for example, Marx was against nationalism. He thought nationalism was bad, but of course he was for nationalism in Ireland and he was for nationalism in Poland. Why? Because nationalism was just a vector for the Polish and the Irish to be able to separate themselves from their oppressor. And so that is just the natural process towards communism, because communism is just the history of movements and people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? So communism doesn't even really have any actual policies or things you can nail down. It's nonsense. It's not based in reality. It's self-referencing and it's cope. Come to me with a real argument instead of this bullshit about hierarchies not existing. You still haven't fucking engaged. I mean, maybe you have because you're spurging in chat, but you have not engaged with the actual argument on hierarchies. You're just throwing out more nonsense. You're a pathetic fucking troll. You've got no argument. You've got nothing. Good day, sir. What is the argument on hierarchies then? I'm not backing up. Scott, Google Luma said, and I in the image in the background, what would the donation goal to make you wear that garb for a month? I predict 15% increase in viewership. Send me what you're talking about. I'm streaming right now. Fake diamonds, okay? Oh shit. Let me get back to the bro yapped for 10 minutes straight, no answering my comments, proceeds to project about me not answering. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe to go through every line of your spurging commie drivel when you don't engage with the arguments that I'm making and you just reassert your definitions. You got nothing. I'm not going to engage in every goalpost shift and every definition that you give. I gave you far more time than you're deserving of. Piss off. Don't let him run. He can run all he wants. He already ran when he didn't engage in the original argument. That was a retort to his bullshit assumption that anarcho-capitalism can't exist because hierarchy.
They don't think the daughter will think that they're important if they don't have some sort of business pressing on them, which is absurd and hashtag part of the problem, right? No, we all need to be teaching young girls and boys that motherhood is enough. Being a mother is a completely valid, beautiful, awesome, really important choice.
The successor of Mahmoud II. That is an insane drip, though. That's a good drip. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking rock that. Looking Persian as fuck.
Enough. Being a mother is a completely valid, beautiful, awesome, really important choice. I actually went to my daughter's school and I said,
you said it can't exist. I just demonstrated how it could exist. And then you just went on to new definitions. Now you're going to add on top of your spurging lying. I don't owe you anything, dude. You want to guarantee that I respond to your comments? Then super chat me. Like, I'm not gonna go through chat and read every one of your fucking spurts. Like, nah, I'm good. You never explained it. You didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Yes, I did.
Other is a completely valid, beautiful, awesome, really important choice. I actually went to my daughter's school and I said, I think it's fine you have career night. It's an all-girls school. And you bring in doctors and lawyers and journalists and whomever. You need to bring in a stay-at-home mom. You need to have somebody stand up there and tell the girls, I made a totally different choice. And so much the better if she's got a great education and she can.
Yeah, this is like, this is, again, I said this like basically throughout the entire stream because it's all she's doing. She's like, she's working the problem backwards. She's trying to play whack-a-mole with the symptoms. And she's like, oh, you know what we'll do is we'll bring a stay-at-home mom and then young girls will learn to like love this. No, you have to get rid of the incentives. Like, if you want to fix the problem with gender dynamics and you want to fix the problem with, you know, our debt, our ever increasing national debt that is crippling the young generation from being able to buy homes or set themselves up financially. If you want to challenge or, you know, fix the problem with the kind of feminized, you know, gender role of men, if you want to fix these problems, there's only one solution. And it's the solution conservatives never want to talk about because they're socialists, is that you have to abolish Social Security. You have to abolish Medicare. You have to abolish Medicaid. And you need to work towards abolishing federal grants for student loans, federal grants for daycare facilities. You need to get rid of the welfare state. You cannot have these things. You cannot have a proper functioning, healthy society when you are trying to centrally plan gender roles and you're only doing half of what the patriarchy was accomplishing. Actual Jake on Twitch, if you're keen. Who's like, what do you mean actual Jake? Is that the dude that like is in the corn outfit or whatever? It's been a long time since I've talked to him, if that's who you're talking about. I remember he got really mad because I beat him for Hippy Dippy Rumble or whatever in like a debate. But I mean, that's all like fucking wrestling shit. It's like, you know what I mean? I mean, like, you know, Dylan Burns, you know, said it multiple times and people still didn't get that it was just entertainment slop. It was fun though. But what about actual Jake? I missed whatever fucking random shit was going on in chat. I don't read everything in chat.
I made a totally different choice. And so much the better if she's got a great education. And she can say, yeah, I have all the same skills you have. And I was on the exact same path as you were. And I loved learning and being introduced to the classics and being able to sit around a dinner table with so-called intellectuals and know the references. And I chose a totally different path when I graduated from those schools because there was one thing that was most important.
I mean, you know that you can just read, right? Like, you can be a mom and read. Like, like you don't have to like fucking, you don't have to give up 4 years of your life and go to college to be able to like understand the conversations dudes are having around you, right? Like, you know, you could just read books and like learn shit and like do that. Like, sometimes you sleep when the baby's sleeping and sometimes, you know, you can read a book. I mean, like, we have audiobooks now. Like, you can literally clean the house and listen to audiobooks. Like, you don't need a college education. And by the way, college is so fucking dumb now that you're going to be far better off reading anyways. Because what's college going to do? Oh, fucking read an excerpt from this book. And then we'll tell you what you're supposed to think about the book. And we'll give you the context for the book. And then you write a paper regurgitating the things we told you this book was about. You don't even fucking, they don't even read in college anymore. They read fucking excerpts and then write papers, you know, and oh, make sure you quote the fucking reputable sources. They have to be within the last 5 years and they need to have this amount of citations. And then we'll make sure you got, like, you'll get a bibliography down real well. You just put it in Chat GPT. It's not really, doesn't really work that way, but I'm sure it does in you know, pragmatically in a lot of ways. Like, just just listen to some fucking audiobooks and clean the house up. It's not that hard.
Important to me. And let me tell you how that's rewarded me. The school did not do it. Okay. So, you know, we've got a counter program at home. So having said all that, I'll tell you my own personal experience, which doesn't really reflect that way of thinking or this recommended course at all. And yet still, I'm very, very happy. I'm a very contented person.
I mean, did they just like run away or something? They said something about actual Jake and then they just like dipped out. What are we talking about? Oh, come have a chat with actual Jake. He's live and happy to talk. I'm out of here though. Apologies for me. Pre-morning smoke check shortness. I've had a bong now. All right. Yeah, I don't have any desire to go talk to actual Jake right now. If he wants to schedule a debate or something, I will.
Person. Happy is a charged word, but I really am very happy with my life. I'm contented. I have a very, very strong marriage. And
it's like, listen, you can talk to communists. It's fine to talk to communists. You should talk to communists. Don't, as a streamer or somebody, just go randomly hop in and talk to a communist because it's an exercise in futility. Like, you're not going to get anywhere. You get a fucking debate scheduled, you get a moderator, you get a proposition that makes sense, and then you make them stick to the proposition. You just have a chat with communists. Like, I can have a chat with some communists, right? Like Midwestern Marx people. I can have a chat with them. But like the streamer communists that are like fucking trying to get like the dubs for chat and trying to get come on, give me dubs in chat, like the entertainment brand of communists, like it's not gonna help you in any way. Like, just, but if he wants to DM me, like, my DMs are open on Twitter and probably Discord. What happened? Oh shit, hold on, I gotta look at that later. I was checking my message request. I had a message request from somebody. I think he probably has my Discord, but it's way easier just to find me on Twitter or join the Discord. The boogeyman commie? That's not a boogeyman. What? No, it's just like, it's an exercise in futility until you get like a proposition and a proper debate. Capitalists cannot debate communists. It is impossible. One is correct, the other is incorrect. Yeah, sure. I can't debate communists because they're incorrect. Agreed.
extremely intact, loving, present, and meaningful relationships with my 3 kids. But I also have a very large career that's been hugely successful. Not to be self-aggrandizing, I'm just saying, like, on the scales of careers, mine has worked out very well. So in no way did I really sacrifice much in that lane. And I realize this puts me in the 0.00001% of people, and probably even, fewer percent of women. So the way that I did it was not that unconventional for, when I grew up. I was definitely part of a generation that felt you were.
Oh my God. Here's more. Oh my God. Here's more of that fucking, like, the way that I did it is because my generation was better. The fucking cope of this is such nonsense.
You get to work. You graduate from college, go to college. But when you finish college, you work. That's the thing you do. But in my case, Jordan, from that day to this, I've always loved working. I love it. It's totally exciting and interesting and intellectually stimulating to me. And I cannot imagine not doing this. It's been really important to me. And if I looked at the 21 or 22-year-old version of me versus me now, or let's say when I had my kids, which was late.
One second, boys. Let me just grab something real quick. I just want to, just 2 quick little things, right? Let me see. Is it on my desktop? I think it's on my desktop. Yeah, here we go. All right, 2 little things. This, like, oh, I came from a generation and I just worked. That's how we did it. Is such fucking nonsense. So here's one little fun little thing. Here's the average age of repeat home buyers in 1990, 42. In 2024, 61. All home buyers, 35, 56. First-time home buyers, 28, 38. You think, oh, they just all stopped working, so the boomers just kept buying homes? That's really the argument? Right? Median household income today, 80K. Median household income 1980, 21K. Rent 1392, 1980, 243. Median household home price today 372,400. 1980, 47,200. Right. So since 1980, incomes have risen, and when we're adjusting for inflation, well, this would be the inflation for the most part. 3.89 times. Rent 5.72 times. House prices 7.89 times. Like, this isn't just like, oh, I'm from a magical generation that I work. Okay, well, according to the data to buy a home, we'd have to work twice as much as you did. So did you work 80 hours a week? Oh, okay. Well, in order to achieve the same level of success, we have to work 160 hours a week. Like, this is just such a cope that like Gen X has, is like, oh, I drink water out of the faucet. I drank water out of the faucet and the water hose, and we played outside, and our parents beat us, and we did great because we actually worked. You lazy kids. It's like, it's so tired. Damn, bro, love the long streams. Appreciate it. Yes, removing laws intended to decrease housing supply will increase housing supply. Crazy K, I don't know who you are, but yeah, I totally agree. And like, we got to get NIMBY laws is like one of the first things that's got to go. I love this too, like deregulating the housing market. How could that possibly lower the prices? Oh, we have artificially increased the price of houses via regulation, like home inspections and things of that nature, that are all rubber stamp approval bullshit that large corporations are able to use and get around and use their lawyers to maintain the fact that they build horrible, shitty housing anyways, but small companies aren't really able to because of the barrier to entry from capital. But of course, you know, economics doesn't fucking matter when you're a communist, right? Capital is evil, except for, you know, all the times we want to use the state to make sure that the capitalists get more money. Nobody loves corporations more than a communist. They love to make sure the state gives them more power and more money. Every fucking policy they support is fucking licking the boot of corporations. They fucking love that shit. They like to pretend like they don't, but at the end of the day, every single fucking thing that they support in our current economy is giving power to corporations. It's so fucking hilarious. They're like, we need more regulations. It's like, oh, okay, well, what happens when we institute more regulations? Well, the corporations gain more power and get a larger monopoly because entrepreneurship is destroyed. We have more taxes. There's less capital accumulation from young men. And then the corporations realize that they can just gobble up smaller companies and buy them out because they can't afford all the new regulations that were put in. Fucking, oh, yeah, grade A, really sticking it to the corporation there. You seem to be very disingenuous. I don't think, can you be disingenuous to a communist? You're not engaged in reality. So there's no way to be genuine in the critique of communism. Right? Isn't that kind of your argument with hierarchies? They don't exist, therefore I'm right. If you were once a Marxist, you should know that these instruments of regulation are run entirely for the benefit of those who own the houses and apartment buildings. Literally, that's my argument. That's 100% my argument. Is that regulations that decrease that the regulations absolutely help the landlord class if you want to, even though the landlord class is mostly just people that inherit their home from grandma. But when we're talking about like apartment buildings and shit, right? If that's what you mean by like landlord class, then yeah. Communism is a scam designed to sell you regulations that give your masters control. I mean, not really. I mean, like, no. I mean, like, that is what it is in effect. And that's certainly what, like, Marcusianism and, like, critical theory and things like that are, right? Like, it's certainly, like, when you take, like, you know, like, the kind of, like, World Economic Forum of, like, oh, we need stakeholder capitalism, things like that. This, like, weird blending of communist principles, you know, baked into ultimately maintaining the power structures that, you know, that exist under the current system anyways, then like, yeah, that's a scam. But like actual tankies, no, like they're true believers. There's a lot of true believers in it. But they're also the true believers that usher in communism are always the first ones put against the wall or thrown into the gulags anyways, whilst the fucking, you know, the not true communists are the ones that maintain and grab power under a centralized state. Like in practice, that's what it often becomes with communist revolutions. But like, no, there are definitely true believers under communism. It's not like every fucking communist is a silver spoon socialist grifter, you know? Absolutely. A landlord should be able to set the price of their property to whatever price they wish. And that would absolutely provide more housing and reduce rent. 100%. Like, you're saying something to me like I'm not going to bite the bullet of just like common sense economic knowledge. Like, yes, I would allow landlords to set the price of rent to whatever the fuck they want. That would be how you get more housing built. Because if rent goes up, that means there's profit to be made. And if there's profit to be made, that means that there's a market void. And so people come in and build more houses because they want to get in on the game of the profit. And then there's a supply and demand equation because more houses are built, and we've gotten rid of a bunch of regulations that make it harder to build houses. And now we have more houses. How do you house the homeless? Build more houses. What's the best way to build more houses? Get the government the fuck out of the business of building more houses. Because when the government's in the business of building more houses, what you get is rent control and all kinds of bullcrap that makes the market worse, that reduces housing. Or you get them fucking like, you get neoliberals that have like their kids on some fucking NGO that's totally going to save homelessness. And then we funnel millions of taxpayer dollars to pseudo fucking government private entities and organizations that don't build fucking houses. Absolutely, I would allow them to raise the rent to whatever they want. Have I done a full critique of Georgism? I don't have like a video to point you to. I think Georgism's kind of stupid. I mean, like, if I have to pick a group to hate, I don't hate Georgists like that much. But like the entire tax concept of housing, like, I'm against taxation, so I'm not going to be pro a different type of taxation. It's just like reinventing the state with extra steps. And why wouldn't the successful slumlord not simply leverage my larger consumer base to undercut my competitors and monopolize my markets? Oh, man, because that's not how economics works. Cartels don't fucking work. Because it costs them money. It creates market void. It causes people to come in and buy houses and then sell them at higher prices just to sell to the guy that's trying to capitalize the market. So it just artificially inflates the price. But by artificially inflating the price, he's artificially inflating the price for himself, and new people come in and move capital investment in, and then they get to make money off of that guy. It's just a way for him to lose money. Dude, you just like hop new argument. How many of these arguments do I have to fucking destroy before you get that you're outclassed, brother? I mean, obviously there's a bit of a power dynamic difference because like I have the ability to be more verbose because I'm talking and you're in chat. But like, you're not even like, you're typing so fast, you're not even thinking. Like it's very obvious that like I say 3 or 4 words and you just start typing more shit. Like you're not thinking any of these things through. You're not really engaging. High rent makes it more profitable for other slumlords to come in and undercut your prices. Yeah. They are. They're like the ones you hear a billion. Like, it's like they think they have like some new thing I've never heard. Like, I haven't been debating socialists and communists online for 3 years. like I don't know all these talking points. They're not even like difficult concepts that are interesting to talk about. Like, if you want to come in here and talk about like, you know, reification and like the, you know, and like as an evolution of commodification and like understanding how normative social relationships, you know, get turned into transactional things, and whether or not you believe that like a system of markets has like a tendency to push people towards narcissism because it's overly materialistic, and this is something that is like damaging to the culture. Like, that's an interesting thing to talk about from a Marxist perspective. But like, you're just coming in with like the same fucking shit that like every 20-year-old that just became a communist says. Like, you think you have the whole world figured out, but you're just saying the same fucking talking points everybody else says. It's boring at this point. I have a failure to fully understand how Ancaps doesn't reinvent the state with extra steps, but I think my hang-up must be rooted in points directly acknowledged by George. Well, it's the difference between voluntary and involuntary. Like, will it recreate governments? Of course it will. Like, will it recreate, like hierarchy exists in reality. There's going to be people that have more power, more wealth, and thus have more meaningful control over aspects of the society and culture because they're competent in one domain. But there's a difference between that and involuntary systems such as the state. Good one, Ninja. Good retort. The lack of self-awareness is off of the charts, buddy.
Later, 38, 40, and 42. I guarantee you, I personally, this isn't true of everybody, but I personally would not have been anywhere near as good a mother. I was much more selfish and less capable of giving. And, I was more of a taker, like most young people are. Not all, but most. And so I really think that the calm I've brought to motherhood, the life lessons, the wisdom, has been a boon to my children who are calm and cool and not panickers and have a wisdom about them that I think you kind of get through osmosis and maybe some genetics. But they're in a very good place, I think, in part thanks to the fact that it's not age related for everybody, but for me, I didn't reach that place in my life until I was older. And unfortunately, it wasn't planned this way.
This is like a chicken and egg scenario, right? Like, older parents tend to have some advantages. Younger parents have other advantages. Like, it's hard to it seems a little bit like cope, but I don't want to put that blame on her per se, right? Like, younger parents are more active. They get more rough and tumble play. Like, they're better at socializing children. But of course, they have less wisdom. They have less control. But also being a parent forces you to grow up at a quicker rate because there's a necessity. Again, as I said earlier, right? Central planning destroys spontaneous order. And like being a parent is kind of one of those things of spontaneous order. And so I don't want to pick everything that she says apart, but like this does feel a little bit like a cope. Like a post hoc rationalization about the fact that she chose a career and now she's like, oh, I'm so fulfilled because I did this thing, and I'm a little bit older and that actually was good for me, but who knows, blah, blah, blah. It's like, she's like, it's a post hoc rationalization of her own experiences as opposed to actually getting to incentive structures. But again, that's just been every fucking thing this vapid lady has said over and over again.
Because I didn't meet my husband until we were 35. But unfortunately, and believe me, I think about it all the time, it means that my children and I have a shorter runway together. And I hate that fact. It haunts me. I'm so grateful that I have them at all, unlike so many women who weren't this fortunate. But I hate the fact that every time we talk about their lives, I'm calculating, it's his age plus 42. That's what I'll be. When my young...
Yo, Ninja, do you think nobody in chat has seen the communist definition game before? Do you genuinely think that you've I got him on this? Do you think that the people I don't know which streamer chat you're used to or whatever, but my chat's a little smarter than that. It's just we've seen all this shit before. You being no, that's fucking capitalism, bro. Well, obviously your viewers haven't. Dude, you're so full of your own shit, dude. It's funny. Well, I mean, libertarians do tend to be smarter than the average person. Socialists do tend to be a little bit lower IQ, but I mean, I'm sure there's some dummies in here and I'm sure there's some geniuses in here. Maybe not geniuses. I don't know about all that, boys. I don't know if I've seen it. Maybe Roland. No, they don't. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. It's just a fact. Are we defining free market as non-free market? It's Jover. Yeah, I would say about maybe half of my audience is minarchist or Ancap. The other half is just liberty-leaning conservatives. And then, of course, there's a couple of crazies thrown in, outliers.
And unfortunately, it wasn't planned this way because I didn't meet my husband until we were 35.
Minarchist with an I. Minarchist is the night watchman state is the argument. It's just like a night watchman state. Kind of like Belgru in the Anarchist Manifesto. Right? But you know, obviously it's early formations of anarchism. Nobody would consider Bell Guru, who invented the term, you know, the symbol of the A with O, because, you know, the anarchy is order, government was it government is civil war, I believe is the phrase where the AO comes from. But like Bell Guru would be like a night watchman state type individual.
But unfortunately, it wasn't planned this way, because I didn't meet my husband until we were 35. But unfortunately, and believe me, I think about it all the time, it means that my children and I have a shorter runway together. And I hate that fact. It haunts me. I'm so grateful that I have them at all, you know, unlike so many.
Dude, what is it with like conservative correspondents that are used to media training where they like, how am I supposed to, and I hate that fact. And then it's like a big toothy grin while saying that. It's so like uncanny valley. I don't know if it's just like a purely grifter thing or if it's just a habit of like being a pundit on the news for so long that like you're supposed to like present this specific like way of speaking or whatever. But it's just like, I hate that fact. Like you don't look like you hate it. You don't look like it's invoking sad thoughts. You look like you're just full of shit. Like, and again, like it might just be like a habit formed from like being in traditional media, but it's so fucking off-putting. Like, look at her.
Because I didn't meet my husband until we were 35. But unfortunately, and believe me, I think about it all the time, it means that my children and I have a shorter runway together. And I hate that fact.
Like, it's like she's smiling about the fact that she said something like that's like gonna like ooh, I got a good one there. It feels more like a grifter thing than it does a habit. I hate that fact. And she gives you a little smile. Now I feel like I'm doing some bullshit thing, like one of those channels. It's like I'm gonna break down the micro expressions to tell you whether or not people are lying. I'm a body language expert. I mean, in reality, I'm probably full of shit, but it's fucking weird. Like I said, there's like an uncanny valley thing here. Like it feels like a snake in the garden, if you will. A little bit of a callback.
It means that my children and I have a shorter runway together. And I hate that fact. It haunts me. I'm so grateful that I have them at all, you know, unlike so many women who weren't this fortunate. But I hate the fact that every time we talk about their lives, I'm calculating, you know, it's his age plus 42. That's what I'll be, you know, when my youngest has his children. And boy, my kids better have kids young if they want me to be part of that child's life.
The media personality is a grifter. Say it ain't so. I mean, yeah, no, I mean, no. Right, but I'm trying to point out the mechanism of how, you know, how I'm seeing the grift, all right? I'm trying to make content by reacting and filling in the thing that you guys didn't want to watch by yourself with my inane ramblings, because that's what we do, boys, all right? That's the whole shtick. I am entertainment television for young men, and I know that I'm a monkey and I'm supposed to dance for you. So this is me dancing. So don't judge me, okay? Because it hurts.
If at all, if they want, if I get to be a grandparent, and it's its own special form of pain, you know. Like, would I have traded my career building and doing the things that I love? Because I was a lawyer for the first 10 years, and then I switched to journalism. I don't know if I can say that. I didn't meet the right man until I was 35. If Doug had come into my life at 22 and I rejected him, and then we went and married different people.
Okay, look, I know that, like, I know this is a little racist. But like Megan marrying Doug just feels too white for me. Am I wrong for thinking that? Like, you know, if I had met Doug, you know what I mean? Like, it's such like it's too it's too perfectly white. I feel uncomfortable, right? Like I feel like I would have like a nervous, like if I went to go and try and have dinner with these people, I wouldn't know what to do with my shoes when I got in the door. I'd be like, is this like an Asian household? Do we take our shoes off? Do I gotta keep my shoes on? Like, what are the rules here? Like, I'd feel uncomfortable. Like it just doesn't feel like I can kick back and relax with Doug and Megan while they're smiling at me, telling me a sad story. Like, I'm uncomfortable right now.
Right man until I was 35. If Doug had come into my life at 22 and I rejected him, and then we went and married different people and refound each other at 35, that would be really painful. But I don't have that regret. We didn't meet until the time I think God brought us together. And for me, that was the time. That's when I was ready. I was ready to not downshift in my career exactly, but to make compromises in my career that I hadn't been prior to that. And I was fully committed to devoting myself to motherhood in a way I never had been before. And some of it was born of the intense love that
I was fully committed to devoting myself to motherhood whilst I also worked. I don't think that's how that works. I mean, it's okay to just be honest for a second. You know, like what? How are you fully committed and then still working? What are you talking about?
I had for my husband and still have, in which my kids were born into, this swath of like truly mad romantic love that they're products of and are immersed in every day, which is probably the best medicine for them. So I have no regret.
Again, feels racist, but I have a hard time imagining true, deep romantic love between Meg and Doug. I don't know, man. It feels too bland. I'm probably just a piece of shit, but it feels off. True romantic love, and we always have the same smile.
And are immersed in every day, which is probably the best medicine for them. So I have no regrets about how I did it, but I also acknowledge.
Yeah, I have no regrets whatsoever, and I was fully devoted, but I totally wasn't fully devoted. This is cope. This is like the cope. It's cope where she believes that she's special, that she's an exception to the rule. And so she's okay with like being against feminism so long as she personally gets all of the benefits of feminism. And then she also needs to use the feminist philosophy, at least in part, to deny herself any accountability for what she may or may not have done in waiting to have children, not having children until she was older, not having as many children as she might have wanted to, maybe missing out on being able to meet her grandchildren, things of that nature. Big thumbs, getting tired? I am getting a little tired.
It's not all roses and unicorns. There are downsides to doing it the way I did.
Shopify powers millions of businesses worldwide, supporting everyone from established brands to entrepreneurs just starting their journey. You can create your professional storefront effortlessly with Shopify's extensive library of customizable templates designed to reflect your brand's unique identity. Boost your productivity.
I'm not going to lie. There's something really weird about all of that fake grifting, lack of accountability, smiling while telling sad story, and then just switching to Jordan Peterson all serious watching with a Shopify ad over top of it. Like the whole thing just feels so fucking corporate. It's like, oh, I'm watching Fox News 2.0. Got it.
With Shopify's AI-powered tools to craft compelling products, descriptions, engaging headlines, and even enhance your product's photography, all with just a few clicks. Plus, you can market your business like a pro without hiring a team. Easily develop and launch targeted email campaigns and social media content that reaches customers wherever they spend their time, online or offline. If that's not enough, Shopify offers expert guidance on every aspect of commerce, from inventory management to international shipping logistics to seamless return processing. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial period and start selling today at shopify.com/JBP. Go to shopify.com/JBP. Again, that's shopify.com/JBP.
Hey guys, again, that's shopify.com/JBP. Anyways, let's get back to this totally genuine conversation.
Yeah, well, our culture is so youth obsessed, and I suppose that came out of consumer culture in the 1960s when, for the first time in human history, young people had excess money to spend and could be, marketed at. We tend to construe, especially in popular culture, life as if you're old by the time you're 30.
Right.
And
Jordan, when I broke into journalism, I was 32, and I thought, I'll never be accepted in this business. I'm too old. I will have no future in this industry. It was like so silly.
That turned out to be wrong. Yeah. Well, but that's why it's so.
Okay, but you didn't break into journalism from nowhere, lady. You were a lawyer for 10 years. Which, by the way, when I hear that somebody has like an advanced degree, like they're a doctor, they have a jurisprudence degree, they have like some type of degree like that, and then they give nothing but surface level takes, I'm less forgiving of those surface level takes. Like, you were a lawyer for 10 years, you've been a pundit for all this time, you ought to have the IQ to be able to give more than that. And the fact that you're not feels like you're not being genuine, that instead you're cultivating a message towards a mass audience, right? Like you're attempting to speak to people that you think sit in the middle of the IQ distribution, and that you have no desire for really getting towards the truth or getting towards something deep and meaningful or actually discussing, fixing things. Instead, it's like, I'm putting on a show for, the 105 to 85 IQ people. And that is my goal here. So I'm going to bring up the BLM protest video from 4 years ago. Don't you guys remember that? Oh, I'm going to tell my story, and I'm going to avoid all this. The entire interaction just feels so fake. This might be a little sexist, but I just don't trust female conservatives anymore. I just don't. When I see a female conservative, I just it's just pattern recognition, man. Every time they end up being a fake feminist, they're astroturfed by media organizations. None of them came from anywhere. It's oh, don't you guys love Brett Cooper? It's oh, you mean the fucking actress that was hired to play a role by Daily Wire that pretended like she was a streamer because they brought her in when she drove in her car to a studio to then sit in the gamer chair with a little studio that looks like a girl's bedroom so she could do TikToks that look like they're excerpts and clips from a larger stream, but she didn't do the larger stream. And they're like, yeah, but she got away from that. She's based now that she's famous. And she's I don't buy any of the shit from females. I just don't. If you're a lefty female, I buy that. It's your natural inclination. It makes sense. But when I see conservative females arguing against their own power, yeah, I just don't. It's I'm sure there are real ones out there for sure. As much as I dislike Andrew Wilson's arguments, and I think he's a bit of a griftery kind of the way that he does things because he's playing the game too. I believe his fucking wife when she says shit. I think she genuinely believes the shit that she talks about and is written about. There might be some lies and some bullshit and some grifting in there, but I think for the most part, she believes what she's saying. But I don't know too many other women in that space that I buy their story. I just don't, it all reeks of theater. Exactly. Attack the ideas, not the theater. Sound bitter? Well, it's just, I don't know. It's 43 minutes of bullshit slop I've gone through. And there hasn't, there was one meaningful thing that she said, right? And the one meaningful thing that she said that didn't come off super fake bullshit boomer Gen X talking points. The one thing that she said is that when a woman is working and devoted, the child may act out in some capacity to gain additional attention, and that may be contributing to the neuroticism of younger generations because they're not given the due diligence of the attention from the mother that they would traditionally receive. And I was that's a good point. That is a good, but she didn't connect it to women in the workplace or any other incentives, but it's still a good point. Everything else that she said has just been talking points and nonsense. Do you still fuck with Andrew, or has he moved on now? He's big on that Hate on Dumb Broads podcast. I don't know that I fuck with him or don't fuck with him, but he has moved on. He doesn't have, he's got his boys, right? He's got his ortho bro, debate bro, Christian apologist, right? So he's got his Jay Dyer and his Jim Bob, and right. But he doesn't really, I just think he's not concerned with anybody that is that is not useful to him, and that makes sense. Crucible just hired Rob Noor too. Yeah, Rob Noor is closer to me, you know what I mean, but he sits in between the two of us. I'm not even saying that that's oh, he's a grifter now, he changed. It's he's got a lot more opportunities, and so he's gonna do with his opportunities what he's gonna do. And I don't think he's pulling up the ladder behind him by not bringing the Ancap with him. Right? When, he was capable of having a bigger tent when he was smaller because he needed a bigger tent. But now that he's gotten higher up, he's got a smaller group of people because he has a ton more. He just did a sketch and a couple of interviews with Steven Crowder. He's just got a lot more opportunities. So he doesn't have any desire to fuck with libertarians or Ancaps or lefties that were a part of the Crucible kind of thing. He's, but again, he's not pulling the ladder up behind him. Like you said, he gave Rob Noor a show. He's made sure that he got Jay Dyer and Jim Bob more opportunities. Like, he's used his clout. He's just used it on his own people. I don't think he really has any desire to do anything with me because, like, ideologically we're opposed in some ways. He's got to do his thing. I can't blame him. Yeah, like, I don't necessarily blame him. I'm not, like, bitter that, like, he won't answer my DMs. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, because he's got a lot more fucking DMs now. You know what I mean? And my show's not a big show. He's got DMs. He's got a ton of DMs from places that are, sitting on like thousands of live viewers. So, like, I get why he doesn't answer my DMs. And this, I'm going to be honest with you. If I got as big as he would, I would do the same shit, right? I would, like, let's say I got real big and I ended up on like one of these podcasts and like being a regular guest and got a bunch of opportunities. I'd bring Liquid Zulu with me. Even though we like disagree pretty vehemently on immigration, I'd bring Liquid Zulu with me. You know what I mean? Like, I might, like, Tax Brass might come along. I might, I'd try and throw an interview to fucking, oh God, what's his name? Damn, I'm fucked up. The Tyrant, Liberty Tyrant or whatever, right? I'd throw him some stuff. Like, I wouldn't pull the ladder up behind me, but like, you wouldn't see me trying to give a bunch of doing everything I could to, like, Casimir. If Casimir wanted to talk on some play, I absolutely would. Right. But like, you wouldn't see me try and get like conservatives I had a debate with, every now and then, like on a show, unless I thought it would benefit me or, or the show in some way. You know what I mean? Like that's just, it wouldn't make sense. We're a niche audience. Imagine what we would need to happen for 2 to 3K to watch every other day. I mean, I think libertarianism as a philosophy is growing, and I think people are more susceptible or open to it. And I think part of that has been paved by people that were able to communicate in both places. As much as I think he has a lot of bad arguments, I have problems with him, people like Dave Smith. But Dave Smith is the only libertarian that I know that hasn't pulled the ladder up behind him. Right? Like, a lot of these other libertarians, that's how they see it. We're a niche audience. I'm in competition with all these other people, so I'll do everything I can to gatekeep those people away from those audiences. I don't get that vibe from Dave Smith. And I think it's because he has a comedy thing as well, right? He's on Legion of Skanks, he's on shows, he's got kids, he's done all that, right? But Michael Malice kind of like went off and did his own weird thing, but like all the other ones, like they're like it's a cutthroat business, and in order for me to stay wealthy, I got to make sure smarter people don't steal my audience. And they don't realize that a rising tide raises all ships or sinks all ships, but vice versa. You know what I mean? If you grew in size, you would be censored or demonetized. Yeah, I mean, maybe if I was really big, I might have to be a little more careful about what I say, and I might get in trouble. But like, I don't say anything worse than fucking Dave Smith says. But like, yeah, maybe it would come and bite me in the butt, but I'd probably just, I might, like, if I saw the writing on the wall, I'd probably start streaming to X and Rumble, multi-streaming to those two platforms. Unless they needed him as a distraction. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to get anything. Maybe there's some meaning in the second half of this, but this got boring and stupid. And was kind of boring and stupid the entire time. Jordan Peterson was all right throughout it. But again, it was very surface level. Even what Jordan Peterson was doing, he was talking about, even when he was getting deep at like a psychological level. Reckon the Tim Pool appearances could work out if you debated the right op, Nick Fuentes types. I don't know, man. I've seen a lot of people get on Tim Pool here recently. We'll see what happens in the future. I'm not like holding out hope that I'm going to get on Tim Pool a bunch, but I would like to go back on Tim Pool. I think I might have done too well. If I'm being honest. I think like once I started seeing the caliber of like what people were doing afterwards, I realized that like maybe they felt like I was talking down to them, or you know what I mean, or like too esoteric or whatever. But I think I presented my arguments too well to be able to appeal to the audience that they want to appeal to. I mean, I could be wrong. Tim Pool, wow, I thought he disappeared like RT. You mean Russia Today, is that what you're saying? clippable content that goes on TikTok and bumps the algo with a surge of people coming over. Yeah, but clippable content is usually, it appeals to people of like 105 to like 85 IQ. It needs to be something that your own side can understand easily. It's digestible to like normal people and people even a little below average intelligence. Maybe it's a little bit more eloquent than what they would have said because they haven't thought about it, because they haven't like thought through the arguments that much. But it needs to be really digestible to your own audience. But it also needs to be dumb enough to where people that are of the other political tribe can figure out why what you're saying is missing context or not a good argument. Right? Like it needs to be something that can be easily attacked by the other side. Because that's how you get the most clicks, is that it enrages the other side and they get in there and talk about how dumb you are. And then your side can understand the argument well, so they get in there and defend you in the comments. And that causes everybody to get into like little debates in the comments section, and you get a ton of engagement and you get a ton of likes. You start saying shit that's esoteric or saying things that are like hard to digest or like require a longer conversation so they can't really just be said in 30 seconds, you lose everybody. It's unfortunate, but it's just the nature of the beast. And so I find that most of these really, really big shows know that it can be interesting every now and then to have somebody on that has like, that is really like talking in that way. But it's not something they want regularly on their show because it'll cause them to lose views. If they have somebody that's too intelligent or the ideas are too good, or if they're too well thought out, or like they require a lot of like thinking and like and a lot of explanation, and they require like verbosity because it's a complicated topic, you'll lose the attention of the audience. I'm okay with appealing to that niche audience. I need to rebrand as a fiscally responsible Democrat. So you mean become counterpoints? Then some organization will give me a bunch of money and like get my tweets put on like late night TV and shit like that. Got to make sure that they get me on shows multiple times. Like Counterpoints is so funny. Like how the fuck did Counterpoints get on Tim Pool again? Like I like completely demolished him in that debate. I mean, it was an overwhelming victory for me. And then like he came back on to debate Econo Boy on like taxes and welfare again. So it's like this, but from the right wing perspective. And it was like, what? He has a look. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's probably just Econo Boy, requested him or something. But I'm just like, dude, like, why? Because Counterpoints is dumb. And his dumb takes are rage inducing, and they get a lot of views and a lot of clicks and a lot of comments. And it allows Tim Pool to come in and fucking be the smart person in the room that's reasonable. And like, and then everybody's like, yeah, I don't know what that idiot was thinking. You get him, Tim. Right? It's very good content for Tim. I'm not saying like that makes him a grifter or anything like that. Right? It's just like, it's a game. It's an entertainment business. And a lot of people like think of it as like this super serious business. It's like, no, it's an entertainment business. First and foremost. Nevertheless, I've been streaming for 7 hours. I'm fucking hungry. Put your stuff in media recommendations. Let's see what we look at tomorrow, guys. Join the Discord and go into the media recommendations and at me. And tell me if there's something you want me to look at specifically, and we'll do some more content. This was fun. I think starting earlier and like doing like gaming and news and more relaxed stuff might be the way to do this. Casimir was hiding. No, he's been in and out. If I was jacked, I'd get on more shows. I mean, maybe. Song finish? What do you mean? Did you unbox this? I will not buy a Switch 2. It's not fucking happening. Fuck Nintendo right now. Consider like, sharing, subscribing. It helps out. Join the Discord. That's where all the notifications and go lives are guaranteed to go so that you know what's going on and you can be a part of the greater community. Come check out with us. Oh, you linked it? Oh my God. All right, hold on. I'm not playing that. Just by the title, I'm not playing that. It's a little close to TOS. All right, I'm just like I'll listen to it off stream, and just the title alone is like nah. No, I know what's going on here. I'm not clicking that. I appreciate you. It's funny, but no. And no. Like, I understand it's parody. No. I like you, Casimir. That title alone is like, no, sir. It's gray. I don't feel like getting reported by one of these commies that came in from actual Jake's channel and then like having to fucking fight it with not enough YouTube subscribers because the AI fucking picked it out and thought it was TOS, and then it went through manual human review, except a human never read it because they can't understand sarcasm and shit, and then end up losing my YouTube channel. There's certain things you got to be a little bit more careful about. But I appreciate you guys. Follow me on Twitter. I always answer super chats, or at the very least look at them, try and get back to them later. Consider becoming a member. It's only $3.99. Helps me out. Buy war bonds so that I can continue talking to communists and fight the good fight, boys. But yeah, join the Discord. Send me some media. We'll see what we'll talk about tomorrow. It should be fun. Also, I'd be interested if anything came out of Computate. Oh my God, I can't think of the term for it. And more Unreal Engine craziness comes out. Deuces.